Let's do an endless delirium. Delirium everywhere. How do I want to build delirium everywhere? I do not know. I did not know this was going on. I kind of slacked. What am I going to build for delirium everywhere? Let's take a look at the Scion. Ascendant. I think I'm just going to do a classic Shockwave Cyclone as an Ascendant. Get the Jug. No. Maybe the Marauder. Ah, fuck, I don't know what to do. I think I'm going to test out the Duelist, a Gladiator, and go for some pops, for some bleed pops. What's happening, my dude? Looks like my little widget is not working. My little chat widget. Update my chat widget here. There, I got my chat widget. Hopefully it's updated. I'm going to throw a test in here. I just finished my nut and coffee. Every morning, nut and coffee.
The consumer
no
says.
Test in there.
Test.
Interesting, interesting.
Tard Tony says. Tested.
What up, Tard Tony? Trying to fuck with the new overlay here. Got this overlay. It's supposed to be, I tested it privately and it worked. This steaming ninja or whatever. Steam chat. But it's not working at the moment.
Tard Tony says. 3.14159263.
Maybe the voice chat isn't working because I gotta put this to headset again. No, but it's also not doing the overlay. Can never get, I don't know why there's not a simple
Carlos Roberto says.
There we go. Ah, there we go. See, now I don't have to read nothing, and it will,
Tard Tony says. I like this reading com thing.
There we go. Now it's working. I just had to switch my headset. But it's not showing up there. Maybe I got a couple settings. Force transparency mode.
Carlos Roberto says, I love cocks.
Cocks are pretty great. Kind of a fan of cocks as well. Okay, that's not showing up just yet. Maybe I need to copy this one. Actually, I'll just delete it. Delete. Delete. Filters, properties, remove. Add in a browser.
Myhar says, greetings, so what build we doing?
I don't know just yet. Right now I'm trying to get a little plugin to work. It's supposed to be popping up and showing your guys' chat up here. Not exactly working at the moment. Auto. Okay, that might do it. Got the chat. Let me pop a test in here.
The consumer says,
There we
test.
go. Just popped up.
Myhar says, ultimately got to level 92 in Delve.
Nice. I got a 74, I think was my max on hardcore. Pretty rough. This time I'm just going
Myhar says, not depth but level.
yeah, I got level 74, I think. I just deleted them. I think I'm going to do a lacerate build on this one. I've never played lacerate. It's going to be kind of a test to see how lacerate feels. Lacerate, bleed, what is this? A gladiator? And get these bleed
Myhar
nodes.
says, lacerate bleed.
Yeah, lacerate, bleed. I've never done it, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to go softcore this time. Just because I want to be able to play for a little bit, and I'm going to die in hardcore, and then I'll just go back to playing my other game. So let us, delirium everywhere, solo self-found. Oh, they got a regular. Let's do fucking
Myhar says,
regular.
did that couple leagues ago, what very powerful. Myhar says, was.
I wonder if my little brother's playing. That he is. Just in case he wants to chat, I'll throw that in there. All right. I got my chats up in Twitch and YouTube. They seem to be working with the new Chat Ninja extension. So now that pops up, there's a fade function. Probably turn that on. No, never mind. I'll just leave it up. No fade. Duelist. Creator of that time of the month. Nope. Can't do that blood reference.
You have betrayed the grand arena. Now Rayclast shall be your audience and your foe.
Bloody axe wound. I don't think that's gonna. I think that's gonna be taken. Yep. Too unoriginal.
Myhar says, PMS duelist LOL.
Hello, this is Jed. Hello? Hello, this...
Juan Manuel says, hello guys. Carlos Roberto says.
No, thank you. I don't have any money to
I
donate.
need orange pants maybe.
You too. Fucking political ads. It's the worst part is I actually have to answer my phone now. I'm gonna go with bloody red shirt used free bleeding shirt rag. Free bleeding shirt rag is the build. No one has free bleeding shirt rag. All right. Skip all tutorials.
Even the dead rise to challenge me here.
Even the dead rights to challenge me here. Should be able to play far faster than all my other ones because I won't be on hardcore. I will be on delirium everywhere, and hitting those things was probably a bad idea. Now these boys are chasing me. That's fine. I'm fine with it. I got my gym in, and that's what's important. Gym is in. J-I-M. Gym.
Juan Manuel says. Nice start.
Yes. Great start. See? Good thing it's not hardcore. Okay, well those guys are scary.
My R says.
I'm gonna loop around.
Standard League, thankfully.
Yeah. I didn't feel like doing any hardcore
My
with this
R
bullshit.
says. Ouch.
I'm gonna hide. I'm not gonna go where I had gone before. Man, I wasn't even close to that. Oh no. I outrun you guys. There's nothing I can do. Shouldn't have hit the... Well, first thing I can do is get rid of that shit. Shouldn't have hit it. Shouldn't have fucking hit it.
My heart says. I think I am going to pass on this one.
I was going to as well. Because obviously I can't hit anything. I might have to leave this on for now. But lacerate should be pretty fun. I need to test it anyway, so... I don't want to do a league starter with lacerate if it doesn't feel good. And having never played it...
Joe Snack to Nijabula says. Hello.
Hello, how are you? Just playing a little Path of Exile, Delirium everywhere. I'm gonna have to restart already because I accidentally hit some of these Delirium pods, whatever you want to call it. Funky Pumpkin. And now I got this huge group of people here who kill me every time, but it's softcore, you know?
My heart says.
Keep
Could
going.
level up high enough before first town and try to get Onigarashi.
Oh, I ain't got that kind of patience. I ain't never done that. I never will do that. That takes for fucking ever. And that is super boring. I play this game mostly for fun.
Joe Snack to Nijabula says. Zam, after third death I also passed this deli.
It's nice not to be dead.
Deaths don't mean shit if you're in softcore, but hardcore, yeah, I definitely don't want to do this in hardcore. It's probably
Joe
pretty
Snack
easy.
to Nijabula says. Good luck to you though.
It's probably pretty easy once you get going. But at the very beginning, it's going to be brutally hard. Absolutely brutally hard. But once you get it going, it should be pretty fire. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, he's all delirious.
My Har says. Eddie Murphy. Haha. Juan Manuel says. It's super easy to get ONI.
Oh. It's not a matter of easy. It's
Juan
super
Manuel
boring.
says. If you farm all Delhi.
It's super boring to get it. So it's not a matter. Would I want to go with the attack speed? I'll go with the attack speed on this side. Gonna go non-crit, so might as well just go to that side. Yeah, it's not a matter of difficulty. It's a matter of boringness.
Fine work with Hillock.
Splitting Steel. I think I'll start with Splitting Steel.
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says. Did you already tell what build you play here?
I haven't. I don't really know. I'm doing a Lacerate Bleed. I think it's going to be a pretty standard Lacerate Bleed. Let me actually do it right now. Lacerate Bleed.
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says.
I think I'm going to go
Gladiator.
Go Gladiator, Lacerate, Bleed. I was thinking Scion, but obviously I picked a Duelist, so Gladiator. Going these notes here. Probably, it'll be torn between more attack speed. I don't think more attack speed is that great for this bleed, because I think I'm going to try to do a single bleed instead of multiple bleeds. I've never done a bleed build. I've never done Lacerate, so I got to experiment with this. So I'm going to start this way, and if it doesn't work well, then I'm going to pop that one out and go here. Actually, no, I'm going to start this way. Even so, I'm not going to want this block. I don't give a fuck about this block. I'm in softcore. So I'm going to go this route.
My Har says. Don't bleeds tick with attack speed.
I don't know. I don't think so. If they do, that's awesome. I'll go attack speed, but I don't know. I thought you triggered a bleed and it just bled over time based on the hit size. If it does tick with the attack speed, that would be pretty great. So I think I'm going to go axes. It's probably two-handed axes.
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says. I played this Lacerate, it was one of my first builds, it felt nice. Joe Sneck to Nijabula says. Axes are the best.
Yeah, I was thinking going, can I use two-handed? Slashes twice. Can be used with swords or axes. It doesn't say anything about one or two-handed. I think I'll go two-handed. I don't know if there's a benefit to go one-handers. Don't know if there's a benefit for dual wield, but I'll plan for two-handers. I'm going to start off without Crimson Dance, just to
Joe
see
Sneck
what
to
it feels like.
Nijabula says. Well, with Gladiator you can get max block. Joe Sneck to Nijabula says. If you also take shield.
Yeah, but it's solo self-found, so I'm just going to go damage. I mean, it's not hardcore. You get this impel effect with axes. Go these axe nodes here. Bleed faster. Get some life regen, like so. Path into there. Path into there.
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says. Sure, do you also take Keystone for bleed or not?
Keystone. This one? I don't know. Never played it.
Bleep, bleep.
Bloop, bloop. What up, my dude?
Just getting crop dusted.
Yeah, I think this will be the base right here. Move that over to the side. Yeah, I totally forgot about this league. I was sitting there. Playing with my little dilly.
Not the most pleasant of arenas, but it'll have to do for now.
Just so I can see where you're at. Or does that affect anything? I don't think it affects anything, right?
Nope.
My spirit is spent.
Hardcore.
No way, I'm going softcore. I went hardcore on the last two. It was fun, but I'm gonna try softcore this time. You want to come over for Thanksgiving?
Sure thing.
Necromancer, that's not like you. You doing dead and ain't dead?
It seems this new
That's an occultist.
Oh. Yeah, that's more like you.
I mean, it's not that much like me. I've only done it like 3 times now. Just needs advance.
It's more like you than fucking
Necro.
whatever.
True.
Yeah. Necro.
Yeah.
Trying
I would
to
never
use
do
brain.
fucking necro.
Stay sharp out there.
How many times you die in the Twilight Strand?
5, I think. It was quite a bit. I accidentally hit a pumpkin patch, right? It's actually hit like 3. I wasn't paying attention. I was just fucking going. Hit like 3 pumpkin patches.
Still
And
alive.
that's it. Game over. Wrecked.
Farewell.
Hello.
Oh shit, I could have used that on it.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Oh well. Think I might do ham instead of turkey for Thanksgiving.
I do love me some ham.
I'm hearing that turkeys are on super short supply, so the turkey quality is low.
A little bit of rum.
Rome, hey, it's a good show. Oh shit. I'm gonna play Lacerate. I think I might start Lacerate next lead. Obviously, it depends on their changes. But I've never played Lacerate. But it's always looked cool, but I've never played it.
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says. Did you play Bone Shatter?
Yeah, I've played
my spirit
Bone
is
Shatter a little bit. Never leveled. Oh, just got frozen. I've never leveled as a Bone Shatter, and I've never put a serious build into Bone Shatter. But I played it a little bit. It's pretty cool. Has a unique feel. It's different enough from something like Heavy Strike.
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says. I mean Lacerate feels good, but there's limit with damage.
Yeah, I like that. I like when there's limit with damage, because it allows me to be creative and push it in ways other people might not see, or might not attempt because they would just rather build a different build. If you're only focused on damage, then you're basically going to play Claw Spectral Helix every league, if you want to go physical. And if you want to go spells, and you're just going to do a regular spell build, whatever the popular spell is right now. Sparking Quiz. But I kind of like the limited damage of some of these skills that aren't overtuned. Like, I think most people go high attack speed, Crimson Dance, dual wielding Gladiator. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do two-handers. And see what I can do with the fucking two-handed Lacerate build. Stone Axe. I already got it. And I used my thing for the amulet, which I now have.
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says, I'm gonna do next league the most tanky build I can do.
So you're doing Bone Shatter Juggernaut?
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says, so it has 3 MLN plus EP. Joe Sneck to Nijabula says, yep.
Yep. Juggernaut's a pretty tanky class. I'm looking at some potential Juggernaut builds. I'm not exactly sure just yet.
Couldn't ask for a better training ground than Rayclast.
I've never done the accuracy stacker, and it's broken. Like, ridiculously broken. It just takes a lot to get those jewels up at the top. So I could just do a super damage as my starter. And then farm up a fuck ton of currency to fuel all my other builds that I plan to make. It takes a lot to get the currency to build all the builds that I like to put together. So I might do an accuracy stacking Juggernaut in order to fuel my currency for all my other builds that I want to do. We'll see.
My spirit is spent.
That was fucking electrifying.
Joe Sneck to Nijabula says, yeah, I love Venom Gyre, so I was also thinking about doing it with accuracy stacking, but I played whole league strength stacker, so I felt like I can either make new build or gamble everything.
A strength stacker might be a little harder with the jewel change, but only a little. Should be just fine. Also be a little harder without this league mechanic. Stackers are always a little, they're kind of nice to start out with, because not a lot of people start with stackers. But they get pretty expensive later on. But attributes are always a little bit pricey on the beginning, too, because people need to get those attributes to fill out their build. But that, I forget what it's called. The staff that does this damage with strength, attack
Mahar
speed
says,
with dex.
wow, that guy is level 58 already.
Yeah, I got started late. Not that I would be competing in levels with them, but I guess I should have did hardcore because I have a better chance of doing something cool since I started late. But it don't matter.
I believe in traveling light.
I believe I can fly. We all don't get what we believe, dude. My dude.
Joe's neck to Nijabula says. I don't remember the staff, but stacking builds in Sentinel League with boots were up.
Yeah. The staff is Pillar of the Caged God. I just remembered it.
I don't know. While we live,
So,
Guess I'll do some sailing. Get some identification scrolls. There we go. That's hot. And I'll just identify this ring. Identify this ring. There we go. Good start.
yes?
Sell all this other shit.
While we live, we are blessed.
Get this currency going. Oh, god damn it. I fucking hate this shit. Currency. Control. Right click. Move it up to the top. Excellent. I want that. Give me my movement skill. Give me my movement. Oh, I get a movement skill later. Wait, what skills? Do I have a new skill to buy? Frost blades might be kind of cool. Splitting steel. Nope, I don't have a new skill just yet.
Take care.
Released my first consumer daily show. Oh, what the fuck? Why can't I use this skill? Looks like I'm not using this skill. Not allowed for two-handers? Splitting steel. Requires a sword or axe. I have an axe.
Joe's neck to Nijabula says. I really like to play new builds each time. I only played Venom Gyre more than once.
Oh, this is a fucking mace. Okay, it's not an axe. I thought it was an axe. Oh well, I will buy something I can use with a mace.
Myhar says. You don't have charges.
What little help I
Nah, I have a mace. That's what did it.
while we live.
still composing that.
What little help I can offer is yours.
Give me perforate.
Myhar says.
I'll do ground
Gotcha.
slam. Ground slam. Oh, I don't have one of those.
Farewell.
And this is why I could never win a race.
Joe's neck to Nijabula says. Maybe you can also play with Smite?
I'm going to be doing bleeding to start with. Smite's awesome. I love Smite. Smite feels good. It plays good. I didn't want to go to the coast. Oh, I guess I did want to go to the coast. Yeah, I like everything about Smite, but with bleed, I want to be able to hit some bleeds, and Smite splits its damage half with lightning, so you're gonna reduce your bleed damage. Last thing we want to do is split our bleed damage in half. But I guess it'll shock with the other half, so maybe that'll increase some shit. But I found a pretty...
Chose neck to Nijabula says. Right.
But I got a pretty strong mace to start with, so I'll start with this mace. Slam these bitches down.
Joe's neck to Nijabula says. I thought it's gonna be much harder at the beginning, but it looks easier when I see you playing.
Yeah, it's just that first area that's difficult. Once you get a little bit of gear, it should be pretty smooth sailing. I imagine it's going to be hard for hardcore regardless the entire time. Because there's just some spiky, rippy damage and delirium. But once you get a little bit of gear, it should be super easy. And fun, since there's more monsters as you're leveling up. But kind of hard is kind of what I'm into. I like it. I like it difficult. Like it hard.
Myhar says. That's what she said.
It is what she said. No chicks like a limp noodle. Unless it's mac and cheese. Then they like a limp noodle. Something about women, they don't like it al dente when it comes to pasta. And that's just crazy. It's all about the al dente, but they want that shit soggy. They go to like the, I don't know what you call it. The buffet area in like Safeway and get the mac and cheese there. That shit is soggy and disgusting. Okay, well this one's pretty hard. That dude's whooping my ass. You gotta cook it al dente or no dente.
Pick up the lantern says. What's the death count looking like?
Oh man, 15? There's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to track it. It's probably over. Oh, never mind. I can track it. I think it's death or die. There's a key for it. I don't remember. I've never used it. I just know it exists. I think it's deaths.
Joe's neck to Nijabula says.
/ deaths. Yeah.
Pick up the lantern says. /D cheer.
10
Urine
times.
Mississai says. Yup.
10 deaths. It's gonna go way up from there, too. When I play softcore, I play completely differently. I mean, that's a stupid fucking thing to say. Obviously, I play differently than when I play hardcore. That's the thing about being live. You say some dumbass shit, can't untake it back. I need to be, Zach Morris. I guess he doesn't be able to time travel backwards. He can just stop time. Most powerful villain or hero, depending on how you want to look at it, in all of television history. Zach Morris, Time Stopper.
Pick Up the Lantern says, what do you think about the new Polyphia album?
Not very good. I like Playing God. I like the song they did with Chino. That's really good. I like ABC. It's all poppy and shit, but I like how she sings the A, B, C, D, E, F, G to the sound of his guitar loop. Because they make the music first, and then she just wrote lyrics over the music. And I imagine it was pretty difficult for her to figure out like what to write over that guitar riff. It's just hard to mix heavy guitar music with lyrics. Doesn't work out very well. I was let down a little bit with it. I was also let down with the new Muse album, too. It's hard to make good albums today. Don't get me wrong, Playing God is probably their best song that they've made so far. And it is on the new album, but...
I believe in traveling light.
Pick Up the Lantern says, what do you not like about the other songs?
They just didn't groove with me. I mean, I could open them up and play it and then talk about it, but then, you know, Fliffia gets all my revenues. Not that I get any revenues from playing, but Necra something is too metallic sounding, kind of grating on the ears a little bit.
You managed.
Just a little bit.
You want a boost to catch up to me?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take a boost.
Stay sharp out there.
Where you at right now?
Hello.
I just killed the Dweller of the Deep. I'm at Adele's face.
What? Hello.
Wanted to put that on. Oh well.
Be well.
It's to be a cage fight then. I can live with that.
I don't have my fucking shit for dash. God damn it.
Pick Up the Lantern says, I thought Ego Death was really good.
I didn't like Ego Death. Guitar wise it's good, but it didn't sound very good to me. I get that guy's a guitar god, but his guitar part was the weakest. Too much whammy. Too much shit going on. There's too many guitars, too much music. It's hard to focus in on anything that they're doing when there's just that much shit going on.
My fans in Orient will barely
All personal taste, but yeah, I couldn't really focus in too heavily on the instrumentals with all that wah-wah going on.
Pick Up the Lantern says, fair enough, I can see that.
Yeah, I'd probably like it a lot better if you just soloed each one of those guitars out, so I can hear each one of the guitar parts siloed and independent from each other, so I can focus in on what they're doing, so I can get a feel for it. But with all that shit going on at once, 3 guitarists at once, it got a little messy for me. A little bit messy. One thing Polyphia does better than basically any other band at the moment is that
Pick
real
up the lantern
clean
says,
guitar sound they got.
do you play guitar yourself?
I
My
do.
heart says, what is your bro playing? Just Vortex?
Yeah, he's gonna be playing Vortex Cultist. Yeah, I've been playing guitar for like 20 years, on and off. I started playing when I was 22, so I didn't have any of that child knowledge. When you learn as a kid, you learn a lot faster. It becomes deeper ingrained in your mind. Changes your brain patterns when you learn music as a kid. But I never learned music as a kid. Growing up in a large and poor family, my parents kind of didn't really give a shit about anything that I did. Because I was the 5th kid. So I didn't get music lessons or anything like that. They didn't really have music at my school. So I didn't start playing guitar until I was like 22. I needed multiple ways to get women. And I figured guitar would help. It didn't.
Pick up the lantern says, XD.
XD indeed. Yeah, chicks don't give a shit if you play guitar unless you're really good. And being really good is
Skills beat
extended
size
pretty
every
heavily
time.
nowadays. But I can play most of Master of Puppets. The second solo, it's a bit sloppy, and I'm not good with the whammy bar, so I just don't whammy bar it. It's got a couple whammy parts. I can whammy bar the last section of the final solo. There's a little middle section that hits the 4-string. And it does like a pull whammy and then a push down whammy. And it's difficult to get it to sound right. It takes a lot of practice. I don't want to specifically practice the whammy bar. So I mostly ignore that. And then I fuck up the intro a little bit, because it's pretty goddamn difficult. And one of the difficult things about playing Master of Puppets is it's a dual guitarist line.
Wait, what am I doing? Almost forgot I got waypoints.
And so you gotta cover the duality of the guitars. So you switch from James Hetfield's guitar playing to Kirk Cameron, who does the solos. And since I don't know any theory, I can't play along with a band or anything like that. So if I were to try to play with the band, they'd be like, oh, we're in the key of C doing, you know,
Pick up the lantern says,
whatever.
ever touched bass?
Yeah, I got a bass guitar. I bought a bass guitar to learn the Hysteria, Muse's Hysteria bass line. It was pretty easy. Learned that in like an hour. Then I learned it on guitar. They also have a really good bass line in Hyper Music. And then that stupid Charlie Puth song, Attention, I think it's called, has an amazing bass line in it. So I bought a bass specifically when I hear a bass line that I like. I learn that bass line. Sometimes they're too hard. My slap game's a little
My
weak
heart says,
on the bass.
can you play D's?
I can play D's nuts. Play D's nuts.
My heart says, D's nuts LOL.
Oh, this is so much better to have the audio chat. Because now I get it right away. And, yeah. Chat Ninja, much better than the other one I was using. Chat Ninja.
Pick up the lantern says, it filters out swear words as well, huh? Can you control which ones?
No, I have no control over that. I think it's just a universal YouTube chat feature. Which sucks. I see absolutely zero filtration mods or setups. Yeah, there's nothing I've done to do any censoring. Ideally, I would like it not censored.
It's not every day that...
Myhar says. Censoring at its finest.
Yep. Yep, I hate it.
For some,
But I can't control it.
Mervale, while we live,
Fair great. Farewell.
I should just go and get all that shit. I should just go and get all that shit later, but it's hard not to, you know, get free level up points. Need to look when I can buy Lacerate, too.
I can't do this just yet.
But I really like playing guitar. I find it extremely fun.
Myhar says. Censoring swear words is so dumb, like any kids would be watching the stream to begin with.
I've never understood swear words or why people wouldn't just say them freely. I think it comes from like a religious standpoint or something. I don't know. I've never gotten it. I've never understood it. I've sweared my whole life, and it has absolutely no impact on anything.
I'm starting to think there's more to life than prize or
And if there is a God, that means he can read your thoughts. And if you don't say a swear word and you think the same concept, he can read your thoughts. So saying it or not saying it doesn't matter to an omniscient being who can read all your thoughts and, you know, your mind. And I can't not think swear words. It's not how my brain works. In fact, I think kids swearing is hilarious. One of the funniest videos is this little kid talking about a monkey on his car. There's a monkey on the car. Get the fuck off. Absolutely hysterical.
Pick up the lantern says. Banger video.
Talk about my morning video. Yeah. I think I'm going to do that every morning. Every morning I wake up, I check the stock market, I go through some Google News, I look at some shit. Might as well just make a video on it, have my morning video channel.
We stand at death's door. Ladies.
Of course, they got mad at it for some reason. Maybe because I said that it's totally acceptable to fuck Britney Spears at 16 years old. Or Christina Aguilera at 17. But they hammered it. They said, nope, no advertisements. We're going to unpromote it. So basically, only people that are going to see that are people that are subscribed.
Myhar says. Did you see they recorded like 73 inches of snow in New York somewhere?
I did not see that. There's this guy, Ryan C. Hall or something like that. He does a weather channel on YouTube. He's fucking fantastic. He'll do like 40-minute weather channel things, and I like long-form content, which is why I'm on YouTube. I don't like that TikTok live, that short attention span shit.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, him. He does a lot of shit, and he was talking about the storm coming up, and he's actually a big part of the reason I bought natural gas. Because with this storm coming up, people are going to be cranking them heaters. They're going to need that natural gas. And because of him, I bought... Well, not only because of him. There was a lot of other things that went into it. Maverick of Wall Street said it was a good idea. I thought it was a good idea. So... Worked out pretty well. I sold 5,000 of that position. I'll slowly sell the rest as it raises. Assuming it continues to raise. I imagine it will. But you never know. Stock market's fucking wild. Bunch of bear market rallies happening right now, but the trend is definitely downward. Probably for a long while. Federal Reserve has to crash the housing market. Housing market's still holding on. It hasn't quite crashed. Worst affordability matrices, though, that have ever
Pick up
existed.
the lantern says. I gotta bounce. See you around and good luck with the delirium.
Yeah, thank you. Check you later. I think the stock market's going to get wild with these bear market rallies. Big hedge funds are going to pump up the stock market, then sell, make a nice little profit, bounce out, come back later, do it again. Bunch of mom and pop people are going to try to do the same thing and fail. Frenzy, Blood Rage, Herald of Ice.
Going?
I think I had a 7% profit for the first 5,000 I sold. And I might sell again at 10%, and then maybe 15%, assuming it keeps going up. If I see that it's going down, then I'll just have to wait.
A pity your mind wasn't as swift as your blades, bridge rat.
Bridge rat. Bridge rat. Now that's a fucking insult. That's a solid insult right there.
That look in your eye, the first ones are watching.
Fucking bridge rat, he says.
I can't do this just yet.
Samamer says. What we playin' today, lads?
I am playing Lacerate. Bleed Gladiator on a two-handed axe. Not getting Crimson Dance. Going for single big bleeds. Big boy bleed. It's an experiment to see how much I like Lacerate and how much I like bleed. I've never played a bleed build. Well, I played one bleed build, a puncture bleed bow build, but that was a long time ago. We'll see how it works out. I never even looked at other gladiator builds. I'm pretty sure they all use dual wielding and really fast attack speed with Crimson Dance to do 8 stacks of bleed.
Samamer says. The bot is new. Hi bot.
The bot is new. It's Chat Ninja. I was playing around with the other one, which was I forgot what it's called already. Bad with names. It worked okay, but it made it difficult for me to read the chats. It displayed it very well, so other people could read the chats, but it made it very difficult for me to identify the fucking chats. But this one says the chats out loud, so I don't have to look at anything. Just play my game, and then whatever you guys say, it will go right into my ear holes. Be nice and beautiful that way. Got my brother power leveling me. I was late to the party. He's much faster and better at this game than I am. He plays more Type A personalities with the min-maxing and going fast and optimal loot strategies. He was had better personality, or just unlocked his personality and stopped being so fucking shy, he'd be far better at YouTube videos as well. But he doesn't want to do that shit. Probably a smart move.
Samumer says, play in hardcore or soft?
Oh, I'm wicked soft on this one. I didn't want to play the first little area in hardcore. It seemed awful and hard. Would be awful in hardcore, so I just went soft. Full softy. Hardcore is more interesting, for sure. You can get your little rip videos, too.
Samumer says, well, I died 10 times to Hillock, so I fell you.
Yeah, I'm at 10 deaths right now as well.
I believe I could give the great Duresso a run for his money now.
Kill the spider bitch. Yeah, I think the Midwest is gonna fucking freeze this entire winter. And natural gas prices are gonna shoot up to the moon. By which I will already be out of the stock. Mostly. I might hold a little bit.
Samumer says,
till it blows up all the way.
Wait, I am faster than you for once.
I'm a slow player. You should always be faster than me. I got a 2 hour... I started 2 hours late. I didn't know it was today. And then I saw my brother log on. And I was like, oh shit, I think it's today. And I was in the middle of making bacon, chicken, mac and cheese, and a bunch of other shit. I have to piss so bad, but my brother's racing me, so I can't. Don't want to waste his time, so I'm just gonna hold it. I need to get a fucking piss bucket under my desk. Like a true gamer.
You and that. I gave piety. Keep
A beast, be kind, if you can.
Juan Manuel says, gamer bottle.
Oh, I need a fucking bucket. I'm too lazy for a bottle. Bottle will have to get changed too quickly. I need a full 20-gallon piss bucket. Just lean forward in my chair a little bit, flop the cock over the edge, let the fire hose go. Lean back. I rock a robe all day long too, so I ain't even got no pants on, just a robe. It's easy to whip that cock out. Take a fashionable piss.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
There, you see, I am sure. Keep your wits about you.
Yeah, I should have used the portal, but oh well. Oh, my Steam chat's not working. Disconnected from Steam. Annoying. Reconnecting. Nothing I can do about it.
I can't do this just yet.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt! Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Steam chat probably doesn't like the fact that I have Discord, Twitch, and YouTube all opened. And OBS. A bunch of shit accessing my audio systems. Be pretty nice to have where to go memorized like he does. He just fucking knows where to go. I never bothered to memorize the campaign. Typically only run one or two characters each league, so I only got to go through it once or twice every 4 months. If I play more hardcore, I'll definitely have to learn the campaign, where to go, what's the fastest methods, what quest I can skip. Shit bucket. Shit bucket, highly, highly important. All the pro gamers use a shit bucket.
can't do this just yet.
Shit bucket, you're the one. You make taking shits lots of fun.
Samumer says, don't worry, I play like 10 character per league in the past 4 years and still don't know the map's layout.
Shit, you gotta learn the map's layout if you're playing that many fucking characters. That's a hassle right there. That's a bad time. Should I go this way? Yeah, I think I'll just... No, I want these bleed notes. I'm gonna go this way. Bleed, impale. Do them both. I don't have enough identification items. Not enough identification scrolls.
I believe in traveling light. A duel like no other. I think I'm starting to like this ray last.
Samumer says, it's fine, I bore myself easily so most of them I drop at maps.
Well, that seems like a fucking waste of time. Maps is like the main reason to play the game.
I can't do
Going
this
through the
just yet.
campaign just to get the maps and drop them? I mean, that sounds like a fucking terrible idea. Terrible plan. I mean, I don't even have fun through the campaign.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
My whole objective is to try to get through the campaign to get the maps. Which makes no sense because I don't get through the campaign quickly. But
Samumer says, of you implying I am stupid?
no, not at all. I'm implying that going through the campaign and then giving up on your character is not as fulfilling as building out a full character. Playing maps is more fun than playing campaign. Different strokes, different folks, obviously. But for me, I'd much rather run a bunch of maps than to try to go through the first 10 acts. And if you build a character to go through the first 10 acts, then you get to maps and you stop. You're kind of stopping before you... It's like getting a blowjob and not coming. And then you don't come, and then you wait a day, and then you get another blowjob, but then you don't finish on that one either. Getting to T16s and running the maps, that's the climax of this game. Playing the game without the climax.
Samumer says, like the sound of that. Samumer says, gotta try it.
That somber expression doesn't become those fetching features at all. Tear up and dance with me.
Yeah, she definitely does want to fuck the duelist. Normally I have the audio off, so I don't ever hear that she wants to totally bang the duelist.
Enough of this!
Juan Manuel says. Duelist
Careful.
hot AF. Sam Umar says. How SRE you there already?
My bro is leveling me up. I got a
can't see this
2 hour, I was 2 hours behind. And my brother started on time, and he was like, hey, you want to get power leveled? And I was like, fuck yeah, I want to get power leveled. Now I think my Steam chat is back up. Fucking dash. And it's low ass range.
Must bear two blades. Hope in the
Still busted up. Won't let me leave, and it won't let me join. Hey, can you hear me?
I can't do this just yet.
Doesn't seem like it.
Myhar says. Got the Lexus home, need coilovers bad, thing sits like a monster truck way too high for my taste, runs good though.
Nice. I'd love to have a fucking old school V8 Lexus boat.
What is that? The cock. I like a dash. Goodbye, not a cockroach.
Myhar says. Also way too quiet for a V8.
I like quiet. I like sleepers. I like quiet. I want to get that V8 silent as possible.
Please, remember.
I'd ghost out that muffler so hard. Of course, they're not the fastest cars. It's more of a stability V8 than it is an ultra performance V8.
Myhar says. Need to get a freeze flask ASAP LOL.
Yeah, fleet freeze is gonna happen for quite a bit. But I ain't gonna fuck with that. My brother's power leveling me. I'm just gonna let him power level me. Then once it's time, I'm gonna put on a Purity of Elements just so I don't get frozen. I do hate the feeling of being power leveled though. Like I'm useless. I'm just running around. Because I am useless.
Lenandov says. Does all this get deleted? Or
Yes.
your items goes to standard after?
All deleted. I think they call it a void character. Try to join my voice chat again.
Juan Manuel says. Are slam skills good for bleeding builds? Lenandov says.
Don't know.
I hope you have fun. I have a quad tab of lakes to feel bad about P. Samumer says. Is your brother playing Cold Dot?
My brother is in fact playing Cold Dot. I think Steam is having some fucking issues here. Because it's like not showing any of my friends online. They're all offline despite him definitely being online.
Myhar says. That is why I stopped playing Days on Steam. Myhar says. Path of Exile not Days.
And my brother doesn't play it on Steam either. But we typically do Steam chat. Just because, you know, he refuses to join my Discord. I really did like Steam chat though. Steam chat was great.
Samumer says. And he is right about that.
I've never had Steam have any performance impacts on Path of Exile. Just the Steam chat fucks up. I think their Steam chat is just experimental. They don't really give a fuck about it because everyone else just uses Discord, so they don't care about their Steam chat.
Myhar says. You know Peter Pan's story, right? Juan Manuel says. Does your stepbro help you out when you get stuck? Myhar says. Do you know where Captain Hook got his hook?
I don't know where Captain Hook got his hook. I don't know the full Peter Pan story. I only know the cartoon and the movie Hook.
Myhar says. A second-hand store.
I wasn't expecting a joke. Nailed it. I don't really get stuck. I guess if I was stuck, my brother would help me, but
Samumer says. Good one.
I don't know how good slam skills are for... Did I get the library? I did. Don't know how good slam skills are for... I can't fucking talk while I'm dying. Don't know how good slam skills are for bleed. Well, I can't be in the library then. Time to do a new instance. I've never played a bleed build, and I'm doing lacerate at the moment. Lacerate. There we go. I can level up lacerate. Looks like it. Oh, I still have a mace on.
Life is precious.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Samumer says. Do you know at what LVL do we get bone chatter?
I do not know what level. Oh, gotta close my door. I do not know what level you get bone shatter. Oh, looks like group chat might be up again. Boop bloop.
Myhar says. 28.
General Talakora.
The Beatles. Bring me back something nice, huh?
Hello.
Myhar says. What do you call a fish wearing a bow tie? Samumer says. Tie.
A fish wearing a bow tie. Fucking sushi? Kind of looks
Myhar says. Sophisticated.
That is funny.
Be careful.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Greetings.
What's going on?
Beep beep.
Bleep bleep. Finally works again.
Bring me back something nice.
I'm assuming you heard me.
Yeah.
What is it?
Snacking.
Myhar says. Nice axe has bleed buffs on it.
How you doing?
Samumer says. Why are there two of you now?
Bring me back something nice.
That's my little brother playing. He's leveling me up. Alright, I'm ready. Let's get this party started. Zoomer party. Where you at, Act 3?
I'm right where I'm at
Anandov
right now.
says. I wish they would eliminate the EXP death penalty. I also wish they would give us more view zoom out for tactical play. Hasn't been the same since Necro Nets.
I fully agree with the zoom out. I wish I can zoom out just a little bit. I just want just a little bit of fucking zoom out. Not even too much more, just a little bit more than where it's at. There's one of the boss battles that it zooms out when you fight the boss, and I want that level of zoom. I disagree with the experience penalty. I like that they have an experience penalty because it makes people that want to get to level 100 at least have some type of honest defenses, or else they'll never make it to 100. It's fine if you want to go full DPS, no defenses, you know, up into a point. But you'll never get above like 96 without any type of proper armor and defenses. It's a form of like playing a dishonest build.
I can't do this just yet.
But I would like to have more visibility options in this game. But the core engine came out in 2012. Obviously, they've made updates to it, but there's only so much they can do with such a
Lenandov says,
old code
what
engine.
about SSF for no EXP penalty?
I
Samlimer says,
still
I
like.
just wish for a better marketplace.
Guessing better marketplace.
Society's home away from home.
I don't know what that
Let's see if the
means.
sick witch is in.
I think the marketplace is great. Like POE trade. POE official trade is fantastic. I haven't used that many games marketplaces, but I can't really imagine a marketplace being better than POE trade. Yeah, I only have very minor complaints about this game. The engine's old. Diablo 3's engine plays better, feels better to play, has more visibility, visual clutter is less. So that one is something hopefully they fix with PoE 2. Second main issue is probably on death effects. I have several years of playing Diablo 2 with my brother here. As you see, is much faster than me.
Samlimer says, do you really think having to be online go make a trade is good?
Yeah.
Lenandov
how else
says,
would it work?
EVE Online Market with buy/sell orders was very good.
Oh, it could be my ignorance. I've never played an MMO. I don't want to play any game where I have to pay a monthly subscription fee to play it. So I haven't played. I don't know if EVE Online has that, but could be my level of ignorance. But I think this trade works great. You might be a console
Samlimer
player.
says,
Are you a console player?
also the fact that you can't sell anything if you are free to play or are not always online.
Everyone is free to play. Oh, I see what you're saying. Without the premium stash tab. Yeah. Free to try. It's not free to play. You need that premium stash tab. That trade tab. That is such a minor complaint that I don't have it.
Well, market is good like that. Just pay the asking and you get item immediate.
Oh, he's talking about haggling. Yeah. Yeah. You just. There's no auction house. You just pay what they ask for it. You get the item. If you're a console player, I can maybe understand your gripe, because I don't understand how the console trade works.
Samlimer says, I think trade is one of the rawest part of PoE, honestly.
Someone had to put a stop to all this ugliness.
You're probably coming from a place of more expertise than me. But I've never played any other games with trade, aside from the Diablo 3 auction house. And the Diablo 3 auction house was far worse than PoE trade, PoE official trade. So that's the only reference I have. I have.
Samlimer says, console should have an auction house.
Yeah, if you play it on consoles, I have no advice. I have no input. I would never play a game like this on console, except for maybe the Switch. Playing this on the go, but you have to be connected online, so even then, it'd just be playing it in my bed. And get a Steam Deck for that if I really wanted to, but this is a PC game.
Samlimer says, D3 auction house is fine if you don't let real money get in.
Yep, agreed. The way I'm quite certain they designed D3's items with the auction house in mind, specifically to make the auction house mandatory. So from a design standpoint, the auction house was a piece of shit because it led them to build a very extremely rare drop pool. And almost everything you found wasn't for you, so you had to sell it so you can buy something for you.
Lenandov says, LOL, I bought gold on D3. Next day they moved the decimal and I lost 90% of the value. Sad face.
Bought gold with like cash. Yeah, you never use real money to buy stuff like that in a game. Unless you're rich. Time is money, so if you have more money than you have time, then yeah.
Samamer says, I mean PoTrade is a great site for searching items. Lenandov says, yeah, it was official purchase, not RMT.
I used to use POE .trade. I like that site a lot as well. But a POE official trade since they synced it with your character, it works very well. Very well. Now that it syncs it with your login, and you just click, and it will highlight what item they want to buy. It's extremely good. Now with Diablo 3, the auction house was incredible in my opinion. Until they put the real money auction house in. I had a lot of fun farming gear and putting it on the auction house, getting some gold, and then buying my own stuff. Worked very well in my opinion. Then
Pixel Smith says,
they put
cheers, good night.
Yeah, check you later. Then they put that real money auction house in. Kind of ruined everything.
Welcome to the greatest of arenas, duelist. God is watching.
Samamer says, night.
Yeah, I didn't pick up any loot. I'm running tier level 1 shit. Except for my axe.
Samamer says, change of subject, what do you think of PO2?
I actually don't know much about PO2. Someone's telling me some shit about it. I don't have any information. I don't want to quote what other people have said because I haven't verified it. They were talking some about how the new gym system works. Seems pretty cool. Basically, it levels up with either the gym or the equipment. I can't remember. And then once you just level it up enough, you basically automatically get a 6-link. Getting a 6-link is a huge pain in this game. Increases the longevity, but for a lot of the stuff that I build, I have to constantly get 6-links, so my build quality is always a little bit lower than it would be if it was maximized, because I typically just get a unique chest piece or a rare chest piece and use it on every character, just so I don't have to 6-link it fucking again and again and again. My luck with 6-linking is absolutely abysmal. I always say I'm just going to pay the flat cost, which is like 1,600 fusings, and I never end up doing it.
Only got a number of 6 links in Delve, just nothing I could use.
I didn't get any.
Samamer says,
I got a tabula rasa.
Says hello.
Yeah, I
says,
definitely got a tabula.
Got a number not only.
Definitely got me a tabula in Endless Delve.
Samamer says, what other games do you play?
Oh, I mostly play nerd games. I'm playing Tactics Ogre right now. I fucking love it.
Lenandov says, also on my PO wish list is a companion with affinity to pick up loots. And maybe a INV button to dump all into stash or vendor sell window.
Yeah, maybe. Playing Tactics Ogre right now, having a fucking blast with that. Taking a break just to do this Delirium Everywhere. Absolutely love that game. I play League of Legends with one of my older brothers sometimes. Last time I played was in July. I played again a few days ago.
Samamer says, no companion don't belong in 4.
Don't die.
Play a little Warzone from time to time. The new one, none of my weapons are leveled up.
That is my opinion.
Yeah, you don't need to say. You can, but When you say something, it's obviously your opinion. Can't have a factual statement like that. I do that too. I'm trying to break myself of that habit, saying in my opinion, because I'm saying it, so it's obviously my opinion. If it's something that can't be a fact, it's like not saying It's hard to break the habit. But then again, there are some pedantic people who think that you're trying to claim a fact when it's just your opinion. You shouldn't need to say that's like my opinion, because obviously it's your opinion. So Warzone.
Samumer says, if you can get them with in-game currency, fine, but otherwise I don't like it.
Hey, you talking about the pets to pick up loot? I don't know how I feel about that. I've never played a game with pets that pick up loot, so I don't really know what that would do. I played a little bit of Phantasy Star Online 2, which is technically an MMO, but I only played with my little brother. I didn't play in a group or anything.
Samumer says, yeah.
Played nerd JRPGs. Played Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Wasn't a huge fan. Story's really good, but everything else in the game left a lot to be desired, especially the side quest and the world design. And the music. Music had way too much flute action in it. Constant flutes blowing in my ears. Put pride on.
Did you get all the trials?
Yeah, I believe I did. I'm not sure I can survive with my gear set, but
Samumer says,
I'll go with you.
One of the good things of POE is that it is not pay to win but pay for convenience.
So we'll just go a bit more until you get better gear.
We opened the gates pride. Go where you are needed.
Lenandov says, the loot picking up and the identifying and the EXP penalty are examples of time theft pretending to be rewarding gameplay experience.
No, this is
EXP theft, I disagree with. Identifying, I think that's more about trying to make people feel excited about identifying an item, like the waiting for the potential of how good the item can be. So you kind of have a point there. Losing EXP doesn't happen until you reach the second act and then the final part, and it progressively gets worse. And the losing EXP is so you don't just do glass cannon builds. It's nothing worse than a softcore character that has absolutely no defenses, and it's nothing but glass cannon. Some people play that way. I don't like to play that way. I like a well-rounded character that can survive in multiple situations.
I agree with the fact that they are old-style mechanics, but also POE was based on Diablo 2.
Yep. It used Diablo 2 as an inspiration, and some of the Diablo 2 aspects definitely need to be abandoned. Reflect damage is a big one. I don't like reflect damage at all. I think it's shit.
See ya. There'll be time for that.
The on-death effects, when you kill an enemy, the enemy then just fucking explodes. I think that's kind of a shit mechanic they need to abandon.
Samumer says, I disagree with the identifying. I think it is better without it.
I didn't say it was better or worse. I just said they're objective. I probably agree with you. I'd rather to not identify items.
Lenandov says, just curious, does someone else glass cannon debuff your experience?
Yes, it does. To an extent. The same way that Ubers debuff everyone's experience. You make a build, and now, because Ubers exist, it's, is it Uber viable? Is a concept. So if you have a bunch of people Is that a fucking... Oh, that's a 4-link. I'll take a 4-link. Bunch of people playing nothing but glass cannon, and they don't give a shit that they die. I mean, I guess the portals kind of prove a little bit of that point. You can only die so many times before you run out of portals. But having the level cap, having the experience loss, means that any glass cannon build that ignores all defenses and just goes for high damage will never make it to level 100. Meaning that you see a character at level 100, you know that they have at least some either insane skills or some solid defenses. I just disagree with you on the experience loss.
Yeah, Ubers are killing build diversity.
It's not the Ubers that's killing build diversity, it's the perception about what build diversity means. In people's mindsets, they're like, oh, it's not a real build if it can't do Ubers, which only theoretically kills build diversity. You can just ignore Ubers and then build diversity exactly the same.
I can't do this just yet.
And if you remove the experience loss, the game will move more towards just flat DPS.
Is it still a game for anyone? Or is it GGG trying to make POE unbeatable by the Super Friends?
It all depends on your mindset. If you think the end game is Ubers, then it's GGG giving people more content by giving them Ubers. Because the Ubers don't really do anything to take away from an experience. You have the exact same game without the Ubers. Just now you also have the Ubers.
Samumer says, well, I mean, if S build is not able to do a part of the content of the game, it is technically bad build.
No, it's technically not.
Or off meta build.
It's almost like saying if a build can't do rooflets, it's a bad build. Because there's so much fucking content in this game. And no build can do... Well, not no build. There's only a few builds that do all of the content very well. Which is why when you look on a lot of build guides, it says pros and cons. What kind of content this build does well. The other kind of content this build doesn't do well.
Always happy to help a damsel in distress.
And Ubers are just limiting the extreme high-end builds to the people that want to do Ubers.
Samumer says, I mean, I like melee build, especially Frostblade, but it is in kind of a bad spot RN.
Yeah, that's true. Still works though. Comparison's kind of the thief of joy.
Says, I've never gotten more than 2 favorite maps on my own. I'd like to enjoy some of the good rewards. Maybe it's because my computer is a little old.
I don't really know what that means. Play the game, you'll get the maps. Just gotta play the game. Need to get purity of elements.
Samumer says,
Brother's too fast. I gotta try to keep up.
Like it's working. Your build, I mean.
Oh, it has nothing to do with that. I'm super low level and trying to keep up with my brother. I have level 1 loot on. But because I'm trying to keep up with my brother, I can't sustain my loot quick enough. What's up, pretty? What's happening? A new league came out today. A new league content came out that I forgot about. I'm playing it with Jordan. What you doing today? Yeah, just doing this. Oh no. She shouldn't be cold, she's fat. You didn't get enough consumer time over the weekend? You love me too much, is that what it is? It's what it sounded like. You're in here like begging for my attention. You're like, I wish I could have you.
You know I want 5 minutes and then it will go away.
Yep, that's why I'm not gonna stop playing, because you would definitely want 5 minutes.
Lenandov says, thanks for the hangout, man. I enjoyed the chat too. Sil. Salimer says,
that's nothing to do with you.
Bye.
She wants to stay with me. The bitch wants to stay with me. I don't blame her. I'm a good time.
Fine. You stay here though. I'm not coming back to let you out.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck.
Daddy.
You good?
I got stuck on the
Salimer
map.
says, let her stay.
No way. She doesn't want to stay. My wife just wants like 5 minutes of attention, and then she'll go away. But yeah, my brother plays so much faster than me. Whenever I play with him, I can't identify items quick enough. I can't gear up quick enough. So I'm constantly playing keep up. So it's always kind of a worse time for me. But I get through maps. I get through the game faster. I just die a lot.
I can't do this just yet.
I'm an old man. I play slow. He plays fucking turbo quick. But I don't like running through the axe, so faster I get through the axe, better. It's all about that in-game content for me. I really hate this area too.
Salimer says, forgot if I already asked, but what is he playing?
He is playing cold occultist, damage over time cold. Cold dot, that's the word I'm looking for. I don't need to say damage over time, I can just abbreviate.
A king of swords is nothing if he cannot defend his crown.
I'll let him kill this. I'll identify some of my loot. Get rid of some of these fucking small potions, medium potion. I'm just trying to fucking gear up a little while he fights you. Let's see. Oh, another potion.
That helmet's pretty good.
Your glory will be remembered in song forever, Duresso. I promise you that.
Yeah, just trying to put some loot on while you fight that boss.
Dash may fear guide you.
Gonna go buy a purity of elements real quick.
There'll
Yeah.
be time for that soon enough.
Samumer says. TH.
My knowledge.
Samumer says. What is that portal effect?
Can't even use purity of elements.
Let's speak again soon.
My portal effect or my brother's? My brother has it on random. I have no clue what his portal effects are.
I once heard Akadoi mention their Island of the Dead. Perhaps this is it.
I should put Frostblink on instead of Dash.
I can't do this just yet.
Where's my fucking lacerate? Oh, it's right here.
Samumer says. The one that looks like the sun.
Yeah, I don't know. He's got a lot of effects. I don't know which one that one is. I don't pay very close attention to MTX. Yeah. Level am I? 37. He's 42, and the map is 38. Great. Just gotta make sure I don't go too low to where the point not getting experience. It's a pretty smart idea doing cold dot. Spawning monsters all over the place, and these portals kind of take a while to get the monsters to spawn. So you spawn your vortex on it, and as they follow you, they just die in the vortex. That's definitely a good build for this league mechanic.
I believe in traveling light.
No, I ran out of run potion.
I can't do this just yet.
Samumer says. Too low. Do you get no EXP if you are too underleveled in a zone?
Yeah, I think it's 10 levels. If you're 10 levels under a zone, you don't get any experience. I think it's a gradient slide, though. I don't have any more fucking identification scrolls. I can get that out of my inventory, though. Too much int for those bad boys. Too much int for any of this shit.
Samumer says, 4 years of playing and didn't know that.
Just be happy that you got a warrior's death, Calm.
I think they modified it a while ago. They changed it. I don't know if it always worked that way. And if you don't play with a group or you don't play with friends, you're never gonna know.
What is it, exile? Go
There,
where you
now
are
I
needed.
got some fucking identification scrolls. Don't have any portal scrolls, though. There we go. More life.
Samumer says, I mean I know about the
What
over-leveled
do you
one
want?
but not this.
You will be remembered.
Ta-ta.
Ta-ta.
Approach.
I have a feeling I didn't pick something up, Jordan.
Your nutsacks? They dangle kind of low.
That is a very factual statement.
Oh, which one?
Both, probably.
Come on now, you could have not done both.
Samumer says, that portal there.
Yeah, I don't know what it's called. It's not mine. Yeah, I've been full on inventory this entire time. Just trying to keep up and put gear on.
I can't do this just yet.
So I clicked on it and likely didn't pick it up and I just didn't notice. Because I'm dumb. But I'm almost there. Almost geared up enough to where I can catch up. Really fucking hate these places. I mean, you could have kept going.
Could've. I didn't know the zones were still intact. And I'm already here, so I'm going.
Yep, didn't get this one. Hopefully I got the other one. Oh, good. I don't have any town portals, so that'd be great. I can use your town portal. Yep, I just missed the one. Now I can get in it.
Get in the
I'm
belly.
excited. The beast itself.
That's some fast attack speed. I like it. Yeah, Endless Delve and Hardcore kind of sucked. That was really difficult.
How far did you get?
Level 74, and I died on a 77 depth. Page 1 of Slayers. If you go to POE Racing, I think it's called.
Samumer says, well, this was a good session, but I gotta go. Good luck. Hope you catch up and win.
Check you later, my dude. Yeah, I did multiple builds. Slayer cast while channeling Reap. Did that 3 times. Then I did a Golem Mancer. I found the Golem Amulet. So I did a whole Golem Shock Nova Conduit build. That was really good.
I can't do this just yet.
Lightning Conduit might be a little overtuned.
My spirits are spent.
My beautiful champion. I knew I could rely on you.
Heidi really wants to fuck the champion. People in my chat were telling me that Heidi wants to fuck the champion, but I always have it muted, so I unmuted it.
And she's checking his ass out all day.
Just called him my beautiful champion. My beautiful champion. I knew you could do it. Fast as fuck, boys. I attack fast as fuck, boys.
I didn't catch a word of what you said, Doedri. That's probably a good thing.
Oh, she's called Doedri. I never once pronounced it right.
No surprise there. Guessing you pronounced it donut.
Just Dodri, not Doedri. I do want a donut, though. Good jelly-filled one. Krispy Kreme.
Flattery will get you nowhere with me.
Weird way to say top pot. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Krispy Kreme better than Top Pot. Come on.
You wish.
can't do this just yet.
You have murdered an artist.
Take comfort, Meligado. An artist's work is always worth more when he's dead.
You. Now, exile! Kill me!
What?
Now, exile!
My spirit is spent.
Still running on Act 1 Mana Potion. Haven't found a better one yet.
Buy one from the vendor.
How do you, which vendor sells potions?
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
And that build's gonna be really good for this league mechanic now that I think about it. Drop your fucking little circle, hit them stupid things that take forever. Little poison pumpkins. Take forever to spawn the enemies.
Accept the gift of immortality.
Delirium gourd. That's what I'm gonna call it. A delirium gourd.
Nightmare is the true eternal. Why? Are you so in love with death?
Watched Barbarian. It was good. Watched Tusk. It was good. I recommend both to you.
Tusk is that weird one, right?
Yeah.
With what's his face?
Edward Long.
Radcliffe?
No, not
Oh, never mind.
Radcliffe. That's Horn, I think. This one's got the guy from Jeepers
It's a
Creepers.
strange feeling when the fighting is done.
He gets caught by a serial killer who turns him into a walrus.
I'm watching you.
And I've never heard of Barbarian.
I think we watched trailers last time you were here
Until
for
next
it.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
You are a hunt well.
I think you'd like it.
Oh yeah, now I remember this.
No love.
The gate is... Our hopes are with you.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Did you watch Witch yet? I'll probably watch that when you're down.
My spirit is spent.
One
Nah, I
man
haven't
well
watched it yet.
says. Nice hardcore run.
Yeah, this ain't no hardcore. And the hardcore on the other two. I'm doing softcore this time, so I can play less. Get to maps faster. Get to the fun of the game faster.
I can't do this just yet.
I need those fucking portal scrolls.
Captain Tavares. Altitude is imperative to forging a stable connection with the Prime Resonator in Theopolis. Captain Tavares.
This is not exactly how I pictured my triumphant return to Arieth. I can't do this just yet. Ah, it feels good to have an audience again.
Ha! Blood they can.
Unlike some Tootles.
Uh-huh.
For vengeance.
Greet. Hello.
Tullamore. You need something? For vengeance.
There'll be time for that soon. I can't do this just yet. Daring dark and dingy spaces for science.
Got like 100% movement speed boots or something.
Not my proudest trophy.
Nah, only 15.
Fast son of a bitch.
Got Quicksilver though.
I got one too, but I ain't killing no one, so it ain't popping.
I see the ugliness of Oriath has finally reached the surface.
You know left ain't the right way to go. Come on now.
I should think of something flashy.
Upgrade an axe real quick, I just found. I'll tell you when to drop me a portal. Is that armor scrap, rare belt or regular belt?
It's a whetstone,
That's
rustic belt.
Regular or white? White or blue?
Magic or rare. A rare one will give you higher damage. Maybe it could be white as well. I don't remember. I think it has to be at least magic.
Oh, whoops. Accidentally just hit my axe with a unique instead of the belt, and it worked out well. So whatever.
Wessel Rustbrook says, "Yo my man."
What up, dude? I drive me a portal.
Thank you. Remember,
TB
we
down.
do this for freedom.
I can't do this just yet.
Just running delirium everywhere in softcore. Trade enabled. So, you know, I can haul ass and die.
Time to take my grievance right to the top.
You know if bleeds damage over time ticks with attack speed?
Don't think so.
I didn't think so either. Someone had
But I've
mentioned...
never done a bleed build before.
Yeah, I've never done a bleed build either. Someone mentioned it in chat. That didn't seem right. God damn it.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
One Manuel says, "Nope, but you can VE multiple stacks."
Now, where was I?
Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try a two-hander without Cransome Dance for a single big bleed and see how that works.
This is new. I can't do this just yet.
What in damnation?
Nice.
You deserve. Once Kitava has gobbled up every
Oh, they saved me the trouble of burning this place down.
Oh, they saved me the trouble of burning this place down.
Wessel Rustbrook says, what anime do you recommend for a new anime watcher?
Naruto.
I can't do
Or
this just
My Hero Academia. But that's a very weird statement. That would be like saying, what movie would you recommend someone who doesn't watch movies? Now, my favorite movie...
Wessel Rustbrook says, I already watched Naruto LOL.
Well, then you haven't not seen any anime. So anime spreads all genres. So saying something like, what would you recommend someone watch anime?
Wessel Rustbrook says, true.
So do you like comedies? Do you like action? Do you like psychological thrillers? Death Note's pretty good, but if you're looking for like action Naruto style, Death Note doesn't have any of that. It's more like a crime psychological thriller. Mob Psycho is a
Wessel
comedy
Rustbrook says,
action. That one's really good.
I like action.
Pure action anime. I like the action in Attack on Titan, but it's not pure action. There's a lot of political drama in Attack on Titan, but when the action hits, the action's pretty spectacular. Oh, shit. I forget the name of the really good one
Manuel
that's out.
says, Mob Psycho and Made in Abyss.
Yeah, Mob Psycho's not exactly pure action either. There's a lot of comedy in there. A lot of personal growth. Never seen Made in Abyss. Oh, Fate Zero. There you go. Fate Zero is spectacular. Jujutsu Kaisen's really good too. Demon Slayer is, it's alright. I think I like Jujutsu Kaisen better than Demon Slayer. But Fate Zero is a really, really good action anime. And Fate Zero probably would be the anime I'd recommend someone who's hasn't seen a lot of anime. I typically like anime more for story bits than action bits, but I like action as well. But Mob Psycho is good for its comedy elements, its story elements, and its action elements.
Pretty sexy axe.
My axe might be hotter, but I will take a look.
I can't do this just yet. This feels like power.
What anime would you recommend someone who doesn't watch anime that's an action anime? I said Fate Zero would be my number one.
Probably Attack on Titan.
I was thinking that too, but action dips off a lot and becomes more like a Game of Thrones political drama, especially for like season 2. So a pure action fan might not be that big of a fan. I guess you could say the same for Fate Zero.
Yeah. Especially early on. Early on, Fate Zero is pretty slow. If I'm remembering correctly, it's been a while since I've seen it.
Oh, obviously Bleach would work too.
Oh wait, never mind. It'd be One Punch Man, obviously.
Would tend to agree to that, but I think One Punch Man is better enjoyed by people who've watched a lot of anime, because there's a lot of anime shit in there. And if you haven't watched any anime, you're gonna miss on a lot of humor. Probably translates well to non-anime fans, but you know what I'm saying.
Where Lani's innocence blesses your journey.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Yeah, my axe
Wessel
is hotter.
Rustbrook says, I heard a lot about Bleach looks dope.
Yeah, Bleach is awesome. When you do it, check fillers. Someone's got a list up of what episodes to not watch because they're fillers.
Freedom.
I hate anime fillers. Some people say they don't mind them, and I think some people are crazy. I think fillers are absolute dog shit.
I can't do this just yet.
I mean, if you want to never, ever, ever, ever leave your house again, you can go One Piece. But that's only if you want to watch 1,000,000 episodes of an anime.
Wessel Rustbrook says, I tried watching the first episode of One Piece and got bored. Wessel Rustbrook says, the animation looks so dumb.
It's old. Yeah, first episode, I don't even know when the first episode of One Piece came out. But if you're expecting old animation to look like new animation, it don't. You cut out a lot of classic animation if you choose not to watch it because of the animation style, which I can understand. But Rurouni Kenshin, Trigun, Cowboy Bebop, some of these old school classics, if you only care about the animation quality, you're gonna miss out on all those classics.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
Team 4 stars Dragon Ball Z Abridge. I actually
Wessel
recommend that.
Rustbrook says, did you ever play Monster Hunter World?
No, I don't. I haven't played any Monster Hunters. Seems like a game I'd probably enjoy, but I have a difficult time with games like that because I play a game called Dark Souls. And Dark Souls' combat is now ingrained in me. And if the combat isn't as good as Dark Souls, whenever I play it, I'm like, why don't I just play Dark Souls? So Monster Hunter's combat seems somewhat similar to Dark Souls, a little bit. So the whole time I'm going to be comparing it to Dark Souls. Same reason I can't play The Witcher. The Witcher's combat is dog shit compared to Dark Souls' combat. I don't play too many games, actually.
I can't do this just yet.
Couple nerd games here and there. Probably go 3 to 4 games a year. This year I've played Xenoblade 3, Age of Empires 4, couple cheap strategy role-playing games I don't even remember the names of. Elden Ring, which is absolutely incredible. Obviously, Path of Exile. I think that's it. Might be missing something, but I think that's...
Wessel Rustbrook says, kinda it depends on the type of weapon you use, TBH it plays for like a fighting game and an RPG game.
Yeah, Dark Souls plays like a fighting game and an RPG game. Well, I don't know what it means to be an RPG game. To me, that means Final Fantasy VII, turn-based. And I don't think Monster Hunter is turn-based. But RPG means something different to everybody. A lot of people in the West, when they see RPG, they think Fallout. That's not what I think when I think RPG. I think that's a open world to me. Some people might think World of Warcraft when they hear RPG. That's an MMO to me. Being an old man, first RPG I ever played was Phantasy Star, followed by Final Fantasy, followed by Dragon Quest. So that's always going to be what RPG means in my head.
Wessel Rustbrook says, well, both are really good. Monster Hunter World is different, not better or worse, just different.
Both of what? I forget which one you're referencing. Yeah, Monster Hunter World got great reviews from credible sources. Obviously, you can't use like IGN as your source of whether a game is good.
Wessel Rustbrook says, DS3 and MHW.
Oh, yeah. Path of Exile is an exception. I typically don't like games that don't end. And Monster Hunter World seems like it's a game that doesn't really end. Like, you just kind of keep playing it, keep grinding. Doesn't have a clear ending. So when I play a game that's similar to Monster Hunter World, I kind of want it to be like Dark Souls with a curated experience. And that curated experience has a good ending. For things that don't have an ending, I have Path of Exile. And I don't really want to play any more games that don't end beyond Path of Exile.
Remember?
If that makes sense. I really enjoyed Resident Evil 2 when that came out. That was a very curated experience. I enjoyed the original PlayStation, but the remake was extremely excellent. I think I beat it in 10 hours, 8 hours, so it wasn't that long, but it was a very good, curated 8-hour experience.
Back to where it all began.
Same with Nier Automata, which is probably my favorite game. Very curated experience with Nier Automata.
Wessel Rustbrook says, well, you can always get better, your timing gets better and you become more skilled. First game I ever played that I tried to get better rather than just completing the game.
Yeah, but unless Monster Hunter Worlds is a PvP. Getting super good at a PvE is not that appealing to me. Which I guess kind of defeats the purpose of me liking Dark Souls, but Dark Souls is more about the triumph and accomplishment of beating a boss, which I guess Monster Hunter could have a little bit of. But if I played Monster Hunter, then I'd have to unplay something else. And it's always a battle. Want some Campy Frozen shoes?
No, I got the Aura.
Yeah, I just got 90 life boots. 90 life. So I'd rather have 90 life than Can't Be Frozen. Yeah, we live in a world of near endless games to play. You can recommend games till the end of time, and there's so many good games out there that you can never play them all. So
Wessel Rustbrook says,
pick and choose.
Well, it's harder than DS1 and DS2 and tied with DS3 and close to difficulty with Elden Ring and easier than Bloodborne.
That's a take I've never heard. Not saying it's not true, it's just a take I've never heard.
Wessel Rustbrook says, again depends on how good you are and what weapons you use.
From what I've seen of Monster Hunter, it seems it's all about the loot grind. You get the right loot, then the whole game's easy. That's not true for Elden Ring and Dark Souls. Especially not Sekiro. Sekiro doesn't give a fuck about your loot, because you don't get loot.
You there, local, come here.
I don't think I'm going to play Monster Hunter. Another reason I didn't play Monster Hunter when it was brand new is PC and consoles were not synced up. And I really don't like when they don't sync up the PC and console releases of a game. So the PC was always behind the console, so the console would get the new patch and the PC wouldn't get it. And the player bases were split as well. Jesus fucking Christ. What kind of reses do I got? Oh yeah. My reses are dog shit. Gonna have to spend the next few levels upgrading specifically my resistances.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Nah, it's all about getting better. The game is brutally hard, and after I finished it I was still pretty trash, but then I got better. Then I started styling on the bosses.
Yeah, I don't, that's like kind of like the Devil May Cry Bayonetta mindset. Never really liked that kind of game. Or Ninja Gaiden.
Using purity of elements, right?
Yeah, but I don't have enough int to pump it up very high. I'm just gonna level up a few resistance. Alright. Talk to Bitchface for a reward. I'm gonna just level up a few resistance nodes. I'm close to a bunch of really good ones.
What levels do you have it at?
2. Three. Just level it up again.
You want this amulet?
Wessel Rustbrook says. As something to think
Maybe level
about,
10.
just curious because you
Yes.
seem like the guy that might like the game.
Yeah, I probably would like the game. But in playing Monster Hunter, it's not a small endeavor. It's a big game with many hours. You probably have, what, 300 hours in Monster Hunter? And by putting 300 hours in Monster Hunter, I'm not putting that 300 hours elsewhere. And if I could choose to put 300 hours into Monster Hunter or 300 hours into Path of Exile, probably choose Path of Exile. And my backlog of games to play
Wessel
is
Rustbrook
ridiculously.
says. 422 HR and I'm still hot trash.
Yeah, see, I ain't currently I ain't got the time to put 400 hours into a different game.
Wessel Rustbrook says.
There'll be time for that
LOL,
soon
true I
enough.
guess.
Stay sharp.
That's
out there.
definitely true. One of my friends wanted me to play Vampire Survivors with him. Another one wanted me to play fucking one of those stupid Assassin's Creed games with him. Another one wanted game I will never play because I don't like it.
Time for an encore.
It's like the King of the Towers Far Cry. There's a new Far Cry he wanted me to play. Said nope onto that. Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm noping on that one. Talk about the new Horizon Zero Dawn. God, fuck you. Assholes won't even let me cast my auras before they kill me. Gonna have to refund some skills to get more res. Since it appears your way, I'm gonna do my fucking labyrinth.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. Within these walls, the Lady of Justice doth preside. Ascend with precision.
I can't do this just yet.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. Some things that slumber should never be awoken. My goddess, what ambition! Pity the Emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Oh my god. Guess I'll go the long way.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To enter his lent strength to wins. Be singular of purpose. Such resilience. Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
I can't do this just yet.
Lacerate kind of misses pretty easy.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those. Our throne is the most devious trap of them all. Give up yourself. In your gilded dungeon, Ascendant.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah, strike skills are rough at the start.
Goddess of justice, you
I'm not sure that counts as a strike skill,
receive our blessing.
but you are correct.
Embrace our gifts and raise your hand to the roaring this is the ending that we all deserve.
Yeah, it's just an AoE melee.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Yeah, special guy for me to kill. I got axe for you. Am I no longer in chat?
No, you're good. Just need to buy some shit.
Yeah, I forgot all about this league here. I was gonna play Tactics Ogre all day.
I can't do this just yet.
I haven't looked into that any. What's it like? Is it a remake? Or is it like a remaster? Or what?
Remaster, re-graphics. And they tune it up a bit. I don't know how much you like that kind of game. Pretty sure you still haven't played Fire Emblem Three Houses, so you're not a huge fan of it. It's one of my all-time favorites. I might even like it better than Final Fantasy Tactics. Maybe.
Three Houses?
No, Tactics Ogre.
Oh.
They're very similar, because Tactics Ogre came first, and then Final Fantasy Tactics copied a lot of what they did. Three Houses is good, too. Three Houses is cool because you get 3 playthroughs. You get a pick.
Who do I think they are? Shining Force?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like Shining Force. And then you fight each other in each one. So you go to school together and you become friends, and then you gotta go fight your friends. But you have a 120-hour bite that you gotta take with Persona 5.
Yeah, I'm gonna need some time for that.
Yeah, that's the way that game works. You want to play it all at once. Do fucking 10-hour sessions. So you really gotta plan it out for when you want to start playing that thing.
Wessel Rustbrook says, Hey, is it just me or most anime character are almost all children?
Not just you. Japan has a weird thing about it. But depending on the anime you watch, there's a lot that don't have children. I was gonna say Cowboy Bebop, but then there's Ain, the gender fluid child, little girl, acts like a boy. Well, I guess it's just a tomboy. But at least it looks like a little girl and doesn't partake in adult stuff. Don't think there's any little kid stuff in the anime Monster about a serial killer. Yeah, I fucking hate that shit that they do in Japan. Lolly garbage, lolly trash. But most people that watch anime in Japan are like kids, young age. So they cater like 12 to 25 in like the same demographic, in the same bucket. There's a word for adult animes. I forget what it's called. But something like Psycho-Pass. It's a really good anime. I don't know about season 2. I haven't watched it, but season 1's very solid. And I'm pretty sure it has no kid shit in it. It's adult. Yeah, only 2 reasons the anime is as popular as it is today. The West gave up on creativity and bowed down to a mob of Puritans. So their content's not any good anymore. And then streaming allowed for anime to release almost at the exact same time in the West and in Japan. So Hulu has like the new animes in it. So regular normie people can watch anime on Hulu. And they'll be like, wow, this anime is way better than anything else the West is producing.
There's a lady in a tower, but this is no fairy tale.
Wessel Rustbrook says, did you ever watch Justice League and Justice League Unlimited?
I did not. I watched Batman.
Wessel Rustbrook says, that was dope cartoon.
I watched X-Men in the 90s. That was radical. Superman kind of bores me.
I can't do this just yet.
Unlimited power. Weak to kryptonite kind of bullshit stuff. I don't know. I'm a big fan of Superman. Batman is more interesting to me since he's just a normal rich guy trying to be a superhero. And he gets to fight the Joker. And Superman never fights the Joker as far as I'm aware. And the Joker is probably the most interesting villain, because he's almost always right. But in terms of content, Japan, no matter the anime, has nothing on Iron Man 1. Even with some of my favorite animes, they just don't compare to the quality of Iron Man 1. You may say it's unfair to compare Iron Man 1 to an anime, but I disagree. Animes aren't even limited by the CGI and physical acting of the characters. Anime can do whatever they want, boundless by physical media.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah, I don't like Superman either, but he really good in the comics.
Yeah, I don't read comics, so I can't answer that. But I imagine it would have to be a lot more interesting than he is in the movies. I mean, I like the movies, don't get me wrong. It's just, by the choice between watching a Batman movie or a Superman movie, I'd always choose the Batman movie. Maybe Henry Cavill will change that with his next Superman portrayal. I did love Smallville, though. New Superman is trash. Super woke. Maybe not super woke, but woke enough that I'm annoyed enough to stop watching it. Turning Superman into a bad dad with kids on antidepressants who are all emo and mopey. Not the take I wanted.
I can't do this just yet.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah, I think Smallville Clark Kent was the closest thing to the one in the comics.
He did a good job. But more importantly, Lex Luthor did a good job. Turned him to a more complex villain. Show's only as good as the villain, and that's where Superman almost always falls flat. They don't have good villains.
Always a pleasure, milady. There'll be time for that soon enough.
Good. Stay sharp out there.
A wretched. While you be skulking about, time and tide wait for no man. Good tidings to you.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Godslayer.
I could hardly hope.
Keep your life to your own.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Are you going try Ruthless mode next league?
Without a doubt. I'm not going to start Ruthless mode, but I will be playing Ruthless mode. Ruthless mode seems completely awesome to me.
I can't do this just yet.
I think I'm going to go soft core, trade enabled. So just the standard league for it. Hardcore might be a little too much for me with the limited loot drops. I put in for the beta. I think they've already called the beta people, so I didn't get into the beta or the alpha, whatever it's called. The increased difficulty of Ruthlessness. Actually, I don't think the difficulty's increased, but the rarity of items increase is going to change the dynamic of picking up items and looting. I like the idea of gear being extremely rare. So that way, whenever your shit drops on the ground, it's going to be super exciting. Especially with trade enabled, because then you're gonna be able to trade that shit. If you get something really good and really exciting that you can't use, you can just trade it and then buy something really good and exciting that you can use. And the prices will be super high for like the most basic of shit. Be like a divine. Actually, currency is gonna be super low too, so maybe prices won't be super high. I think it'll be bot free as well. Maybe not bot free, but there's not going to be a lot of bots in Ruthless mode. So you have the choice of farming regular or Ruthless. Bots can't farm both. So they're more likely to put all their bots to run the regular game, the regular season. Leaving Ruthless mode wide open to non-botted trade. I don't even know what non-botted trade would look like.
Wessel Rustbrook says. I think the devs are trying to artificially increase the time span it take for completion for the league.
What do you mean by artificial? What makes it artificial? Time in game is always a balance. You have to choose how long you want it to be. I don't view it as artificial, I just use it as a decision making. Diablo 3, for instance, I don't know if you play that. If you play Diablo 3, it's hard to play a Diablo 3 league more than a couple of days.
Says, prolonging the game but putting friction between the players.
There'll be time for that.
Yeah, they definitely want to prolong the game, but I don't know about that, putting friction between.
Another. Stay sharp out there.
So Diablo 3, for instance, the game is purely set around set pieces. You play the game, you find your set pieces. Actually, they give them to you pretty much. They give you a full set once you clear level 70, basic. Well, clear level 70 and do a couple other things, you get a full set.
Brooks says, this is me Jason assuming BTW not a fact.
Oh yeah, I know. And in Diablo 3, I think I could probably play a season a week, and then I'm out. So I'm at max gear, and the only thing left to do is grind Paragon. So that's too short. And for this, this is the only league I've played, pretty much the entire league. That's because I made video builds, and that was really fun. So Path of Exile, I can do 2 to 3 weeks before I'm usually done with the league. So them reducing the drop rate and making it a little slower, as long as it doesn't make the game less enjoyable, I view that as a good thing, because then I can put more time into the game. My objective is not to reach the end state. It's to enjoy the journey to get to that end state. My objective was to reach the end state of the game, which kind of doesn't make a lot of sense. You play the game as quickly as you can to not play the game anymore. But if my objective was to get to the end state, I would just pick the most overpowered build, fly through the game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the 3 play cycle is pretty repetitive with POE. You have a lot more content to push.
Yep, lot more content, a lot more to do. So yeah, if I just, let's just say Spectral Helix, so just grab Spectral Helix as, I don't know, Assassin. Abuse Nightblade. Beat Maven in 4 days. And then just done with the league. Though I do dislike this Act 10 shit. I think they need a way to have your second characters be able to skip this. Like maybe do a second character in Delve. You start in Delve, and then you can just level up your character in Delve. Kind of like Endless Delve, you can choose how to start a new character. Choose to start in regular game, or choose to start in Endless Delve.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah, they need to do something about Nightblade, it's stupid broken.
I think they need to buff regular melee up to the power of well, just below the power of Nightblade. Because Nightblade does need to be strong, because it has some downsides to it. Because Nightblade is still weaker than spells. A basic lightning conduit build is probably going to get more power than Nightblade Spectral Helix pretty quickly. Maybe. But Nightblade Spectral Helix is really, really busted. Maybe not busted, but really powerful. But Nightblade Reeve felt pretty balanced. I played Reeve this league with Nightblade. Did feel pretty balanced. I was clearing content, but I was only in the 5 to 6 million range towards the end. And Nightblade doubled it.
can't do this
Nightblade,
just yet.
same setup exactly, pretty much, and it went from 5 million to 10 million. I think I said that wrong. Oh well. Spectral Helix, going from Reeve to Spectral Helix was 5 to 10 million. So the whole time I was sitting there playing Reeve, like, yeah, this is awesome. This damage is great. The clear is great. Then I put on Spectral Helix and I was like, shit, never mind. It's just okay.
Wessel Rustbrook says, Nightblade is very easy to level with no gear, but Lighting Con takes a little longer to build up.
Yeah, that is true. Nightblade, very powerful for leveling. But if you're looking at his Vortex Cold Dot, that's faster than Nightblade. So Nightblade isn't the absolute top of the line. Actually, I don't even know what the top of the line is. I don't really follow the speed people. The speed demons. You have to see what the speed demons do. They're going to know the top of the line shit. They have different objectives than me. That's not to say that I'm a better player. If I had the same objectives, they would still be better than players. But their objectives are different. Oh shit, I could have worked on the second one. Yeah, the speed players, they min-max the shit out of it. I think some of the speed players do play Spectral Helix Nightblade, so it might be in the top runnings. I don't know. I'll pay closer attention this league since I'm making videos on it. Not this league. On 3.2. I think it's hard to say what deserves the biggest nerf. I don't really like the concept of nerfing. I'm more of a fan of buffing. Instead of nerfing skills that are overpowered, you look at the skills that are not overpowered and either reworking or buffing those.
I've never dueled a king before. First time for everything.
You are a welcome omen.
Wessel Rustbrook
I can't
says,
do this just yet.
Lighting Strike Nightblade is pretty effective if you speed running, but it thinks Sparks is good too.
You are well prepared for the end.
Yeah, I'd never play Lightning Strike. I fucking hate that skill. Having to position yourself in the specific position to get optimal damage. And it just feels wonky to me. I don't like it. Don't really like Lacerate that much so far, either. I think there's a jewel you can get that makes it bigger. Makes the strikes wider, so they hit more people.
Ready?
But I'm mostly just following at the moment. We'll have to wait till I get to maps to determine how good this Lacerate is.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah, I think LS and Spec Helix are balanced in a sense that they feel like crap to play, which is fair.
Yeah. I like Spectral Helix better than Lightning Strike, though. Spectral Helix feels pretty fucking good to play on a boss. And there's a lot of league mechanics where you can pre-pump a lot of that Spectral Helix out. Actually, I think you can do that with Vol Lightning Strike as well. I think you put the Vols down and then you can open like an Essence. Not positive though. I didn't play a lot of Vol Lightning Strike because I was not enjoying it. think the Inquisitor passive deserves a nerf. That ignoring elemental resistances is just really, really powerful.
So strong, so dedicated. A man like you would never disappoint a lady in need. You're a gift.
You're gross. You are gross. You nasty,
Wessel
nasty
Rustbrook
mermaid.
says. Yeah, but mapping with spec helix can give you carpal tunnel.
Yeah, it definitely can. Yeah, spectral helix mapping, especially during certain maps, is a fucking chore. You really got to pick your maps with spectral helix. Can't do like waste pool or any of the tunnel ones. It's pretty great on Strand though, or Strand open area maps, which I don't think they had that many open area maps this league. 3.19. I think they got rid of a lot of their open area maps and went to more less popular maps, I guess. I kind of like the...
Wessel Rustbrook says. And yes, I agree, Inquis needs a nerf.
Yeah, kind of... For me, it makes it really difficult to play an elemental build as anything but Inquisitor. Because the power advantage of the Inquisitor's Ignore is so strong that the only reason you wouldn't run an elemental build as Inquisitor is if you're using that stupid lightning chess piece, Doriani's prototype, because that doesn't mesh with Inquisitor. But even then, you can use Inquisitor for the other stuff that's on the Inquisitor. Wonder if they'll keep Doriani's prototype. Doriani's prototype got abused a lot this league.
Or if you're an Omni build.
Yeah, Omni I don't count too much because that Omniscience is so fucking pricey.
I believe in traveling light.
I never really minded extremely pricey builds that were really powerful. Because there's so few people that can reach that level of power, it didn't bother me as much. Which is stupid now that I say that out loud, but I think the time, like the Aura Stacker, for instance, you had to get a lot of fucking cluster jewels, and you had to get a lot of Aura jewels, and it just took a lot to get your Aura Stacker fucking going. And you couldn't level with an Aura Stacker, but Lightning Strike and Spectral Helix, you can level with Lightning Strike and Spectral Helix and just go right into the end game, super easy like. What kind of boot you got?
Pretty decent ones. About the same.
I think I'm going to use them. They're not as good as my other ones. My other ones have 98 life on them, but these have movement speed and 4 sockets.
Turn your back. Farewell.
It is softcore after all. Playing hardcore all this time, it's difficult.
I can't do this just yet.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Me neither, high budget like a reward Basiali because you mastered the game. Essentially you don't need the power, you just want to use it.
Yeah, that's kind of it. It's like a min-maxer's paradise.
Axe with bleed damage. Damage isn't great, but
I think it's
bleed
better.
chance, bleed damage.
I think it's better than mine. Might be able to roll something on it too.
It looked pretty full. May have been a hybrid though, not sure.
Yeah, it's full. Yeah, I think it's barely better than mine. I kind of like the delirium everywhere, but I don't think it's going to be as popular as the other two in terms of people playing it.
Wessel Rustbrook says, the damage between a spellcaster and a melee character is so noticeable watching this gameplay.
That is a accurate statement. However, I'm still like super behind. But spellcaster's leveling is pretty strong. It's just a lot easier to gear it because you're getting most of your damage simply from the level of the spells. Makes it very difficult to balance the two because attacks get all of their damage from the damage on the weapon. So it's entirely dependent on the damage of your primary weapon. Mostly. Nightblade's an exception.
Wessel Rustbrook says, their endgame is pretty strong Oswell LOL.
Yeah, but melee can get pretty absurd with in-game items. I don't know if you've ever played with any of those like mirror-tiered 1200 DPS dual-wielding weapons. The damage gets pretty fucking nuts with those things. And they don't have a replica, the same kind of thing can't be done with spellcasters. Like the ultimate spellcaster shit is doing plus to levels. So getting a wand with +2 to whatever your skills levels are, and then an amulet with +2. That's kind of how you milk the system with a spellcaster. With melee, you just get a giant two-hander and get lucky with the damage, or be a crafting god. And once you get like 1000 DPS two-hander, you can really get pretty fucking nuts with it. And balancing those two different type of mechanics is difficult, I'd imagine. So when they buff melee, if they buff melee, they're going to have to do something about that
Wessel
extreme
Rustbrook
top
says,
end.
my most expensive and strongest build is a Raider LS Omni with Mage Blood.
Yeah, that's a melee character. Melee / projectile. So while melee is underpowered in compared to spells, melee seems to be a little more enjoyable for me and probably a lot of other people. So melee still gets plenty of usages. A lot of people still play melee. So it can't be in that bad of a state if it's as popular as it is. Not denying that it's in a bad state. It is in a pretty fucking bad state. But when they fix the melee state, they're going to have to do something about the top end melee damage.
Wessel Rustbrook says, enjoyable depending on the skills, fun ones like Cyclone are bad.
Yeah, Cyclone's a very unfortunate story. Cyclone was the most popular skill for like 3 leagues in a row, and a big part of that was Cock. So Cyclone got punished because Cock was so popular. So they hit Cyclone with an AoE nerf, they hit Cyclone with a damage nerf, I think they hit it with another AoE nerf, so it just got fucking destroyed. So Cyclone's only good for Cock, maybe a high attack speed Impale build, or a high attack speed Poison build, just maybe, but even then, I don't think so. And Shockwave. They got rid of Shockwave, there's virtually no way to play a valid Cyclone build without just overgearing. You can get like 5 million damage with Cyclone, but if you switch to any other skill, it'd be 10.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Yet even with immobile stacking it's still hot garbage.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. They did Cyclone dirty. Which pisses me off because I love Cyclone. But I guess you could say one of the reasons they did Cyclone so dirty is the defensive layers that come innate with Cyclone that other ones don't have.
Where am I?
If Cyclone did equal damage to every other skill, plus the innate defenses you have from being mobile the entire time, then it would be overpowered. So it should do a little less damage than everything else, but just a little. Right now it's doing at least probably an average of 20 to 30% weaker than most other skills that get used. It's obviously like 100% weaker than Lightning Strike or Spectral Helix, but it's probably 30% weaker than Reeve or Cleave. And I think it should only be like 5% weaker than the Reeve or Cleave. I think they need to rework it completely. Up the damage a ton, reduce the attack speed a ton, so that way Cock players will have to invest in a little bit of attack speed in order to Cock with Cyclone. Not that I want to punish Cock players. I don't want to punish Cock players. I don't know what's the best decision to do with Cyclone, but it needs more damage. And the thing is, if they pumped up just the flat damage numbers, Cock builds aren't going to benefit from that. So it's only going to be base Cycloners that benefit from that. But I do think GGG doesn't like Cyclone. I think they don't like it because it's simplistic and effective. They want something with more engagement and more interaction.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Yeah, but minions, trappers, and mines also have those innate defensiveness layers.
That is true. I've never played a minion or a trapper, so I assume that is true. But I do believe it is true. Can't argue with that. Fuck it. This would have been a good league a good mechanic to play a trapper on. Or a miner. Just run and throw fucking mines the whole time.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Trappers and minions were broken when I last played it.
That's 2 for me, artist, but who's counting?
That's pretty good. Do I need that green? Yes, I do.
Wessel Rustbrook says. Way more busted than Clacone.
Back out to level 1 and drop
Wessel
me a portal.
Rustbrook says.
Oh, never mind.
Cyclone asterisk.
Yeah, I forgot where we was. Shit, I missed what you said.
Whichever way the waypoint is. Right, I think it was.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry, I right-clicked. I was talking to someone on stream. 'Cause I'm all streamer boy now.
I can't do this just yet.
It's difficult to maintain entertainment. What I need is help. I need someone who can make additional content, like maybe an anime section in my consumer section.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
I don't know. Too boring for animes. I got boring takes on all of them.
Sometimes the boring takes the right take. You never
Wessel
tell me
Rustbrook
about
says,
animes to watch.
I can edit videos if you want.
I did. I told you, Mob Psycho season 3.
That you did. But I'm saying we can do an anime channel, an anime show, just one show, once a week, or maybe that's too frequently. Maybe once a season, where you just fucking tell me about the animes you watch and which ones I need to watch and which ones are trash. Since you probably watch never mind, you're probably picky like me. You probably don't watch most of the animes that come out. You probably watch a pretty good chunk though.
No, not really. Maybe a little bit. It depends on what's going on. I've said it before, like the past. Not this season. This season's good. But prior, it's been pretty trash for the past. Well, you know, like since COVID started.
Thanks for the video editing offer. But
Never mind, it's not that long. It's only been about a year.
I have no way of paying you, and I would not like to have people edit my videos for free. The guy I'm playing with now is my brother, so he can do shit for free. So we're related. Yeah, my channel got pigeonholed into Path of Exile content, trying to break out of that, and YouTube does not like it.
Wessel Rustbrook says, yeah, it's up to you. I
Yeah,
don't
trying to do
mind. I
variety
find your
does seem
content
to be
pretty
much more
cool.
difficult.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be happy with just a Path of Only Exile. I mean, yeah, Path of Exile only channel. So variety is something I have to force. Because I want to talk about movies, I want to talk about food, I want to talk about fucking finance, I want to talk about everything. Do anime review, fucking porn review. No one's got a porn review. I find the porn comments on the porn sites absolutely hysterical. There's people that are just like very passionate about the porn videos that they're watching that they go and leave a comment.
Trash Chase did a hentai episode.
Did the one where they had the guest star with the porn actress? I think I might have seen that one.
No, I haven't seen that one. Or I didn't watch that one. Just one where they rated their... Well, they didn't really rate. They just picked 3 hentais that they liked. And, like, ones that were funny.
Never actually watched hentai. I'm always afraid of there being a little fucking girl in it. Fucking Japan.
I should make you watch one of them that they talked about. It's pretty funny. It's basically a meme hentai. Stop killing me. I'm talking.
You can promise
Wessel
there's
Rust
no
Brooks
8-year-olds
says,
in it. I'm all down.
I think in that case you should make separate channels
she's
for each of your content
13,
type.
14 probably.
Nope, nope, nope.
Ranakesh.
Yeah, the problem with making separate YouTube channels is it takes a long time to get to 1,000 subscribers to become partnered.
I believe in traveling light.
When you try to control everything,
Like a
It's
long
mostly just
time.
funny though.
Ranakesh has never quite been able to grasp that concept.
Wessel Rust Brooks says,
Maybe I'll edit it
YouTube seems to like that
so it just
tenet.
has just the funny parts.
Yeah, YouTube definitely likes that better. They want you to be pigeonholed into a hyper focus and not a generalized station. But if you get popular enough and have a good enough personality, which I probably don't, but I can try to improve in that, then people will follow you instead of following the content. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. People to follow me as a person, regardless of what I say or what I play.
Wessel Rust Brooks says, because it links you to other popular channels that are similar content to you.
Yep. And it's more than just that. They have a whole algorithm system. Drop a portal.
What are you talking about? You're right on me.
Yeah, but I don't have any portals to go to town, and I'm full. I only get arbor scraps. I never get portals.
Goodbye.
Don't know if you want that. 26 damage, 15 if you're going int stacking.
Nope.
One less twisted in. Yes, there's an Asmeri. Farewell.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
There, now I have 7 portals. Yeah, I thought the Endless Delve was kind of cheap. That people were winning it with Dynamite and Detonate Dead.
Dynamite, that does something?
Yeah, that's how people got super deep. They just pumped up their Dynamite, and I guess the damage with Dynamite is so strong it kills mobs. So you just go full tank and let Dynamite kill all your mobs.
Interesting.
And then Detonate Dead obviously does damage based on life percents.
Yeah, that one was obviously gonna be good.
I can't
I think
Don't think I've ever delved deep.
Yeah, I haven't. I wish I would have played during the Delve League, but I didn't play during the Delve League. I don't know how much.
Even during like Delve League, I don't think I ever did like to the point where I was dying much. Could you be misremembering? Early on, it usually took too long.
Yeah, now that they've improved it, definitely be easier to go super deep. I think they need to get rid of. Obviously, POE 2 is coming out, so it'd be stupid to do any big changes like that. But probably need to get rid of all skills that do percentage of enemy's life. Except body swap. Goddamn butterflies. I haven't looked at anything on POE 2, but a lot of people be talking about it, and apparently they're changing quite a bit. A lot more than I thought they would. Like, I guess you can get unlimited 6 links or something like that.
Get 9, I think it is.
Yeah, unlimited. Yeah, it's being hyperbolic. But yeah, like 9.
Yeah, it seems pretty crazy. Supports go socketed into the gems themselves instead of your armors. And then you'll have 9 total sockets.
Know what that smells like to me?
Smells like a 9-button build time.
It smells like carpal tunnel.
Yeah, exactly.
It smells like macros in the morning.
Rustbrook says, I like that better.
I don't know if I like it better, but I probably do. I do hate getting a 6 link, and I think the way this is set up, you're gonna automatically get a 6 link.
I'm not sure I've seen
play.
anything since ExileCon, which was like 3 years ago. Not sure if they showed anything else since then.
Yeah, I haven't watched anything. I didn't watch ExileCon either.
I guess they're all saving it up because they wanted to dump it all up on the next ExileCon, which I think is March. I don't remember when it is.
That'd be kind of cool to go to one of those, but flights to New Zealand are pricey.
I can't do this just yet.
I bought me a little mask. I might go live with my face in the future. I guess I could have just used like VTube, but that's too much work. I just bought a $10 mask, cover my face. Then
Is it a cool mask?
I find it cool. It's like creepy and clear. It's one of those like clear face hiding ones. It's a woman. I got this nice ass camera. I might as well use it.
I think VTuber's the way. You go with the VTuber, and then you give yourself big tits.
Yeah, I need a voice modulator though. I mean, I already kind of sound like a little bitch.
They don't do that. They just give themselves a big old titty VTuber, and then speak like a man.
I mean, you're onto something.
I'm not onto it. The people do it. I'll show you. plenty of people who do it.
No, I mean, you're onto something for me.
Oh.
Do they ever have a full body VTubers?
Yeah, I think so.
Put a big old fat cock on there too. Big old
Oh.
dick, big old tits, and you got the winning championship right there.
Now you're ruining everything.
Or do a double dick, so it kind of looks like a camel toe at the same time, like a big thick camel toe, but it's got two heads at the bottom. And 4 nuts. God, you know how bad it would suck to have 4 nuts. All 4 would be clanking against each other all day long. It'd be nothing but pain.
I don't know if that's ever happened. I would get that shit removed. They wouldn't. If I could, if any doctor wouldn't do it, I'd do it myself. Fuck that.
Thought about that with my tongue. I have a super, super short tongue, and I got that little piece underneath it. It makes it so I can't stick my tongue out a lot. Just wanted to cut it with a razor blade, and then I could stick my tongue out more.
I'm not quite sure that's how it works, but maybe. Go for it.
It is with mine. When I stick my tongue out, my teeth, my bottom teeth hit that little dangler thing. That is what's... Try to touch my nose. I can't even come close because that thing's all tensioned and tight.
I can't do this just yet.
I fucking hate this place.
Is it really in the middle? I thought we got close enough there for it to indicate that it would be there. Looks like it's in that middle spot.
No way, it's way the fuck over here where I'm at.
Oh shit, that still goes more to the right? Fuck.
Yep.
This place sucks. Next league will be interesting.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it.
Somewhat reverting arch nemesis. See how that goes.
My biggest problem is always a little bitter with those fuckers getting 50 divines. And they say that you can no longer predictively determine which one's going to drop a lot of loot.
Yeah.
For me, that's the biggest one. Because all the arch nemesis mods, everyone was kind of equally fucked, so I didn't mind that much. But not everyone was equally benefited from a fucking, what do they call them? Coaling loot goblins. I never even knew that something like Sentinel had multiple properties within it. I just didn't care, didn't look.
Yeah, doesn't like all of them have multiple properties?
Yeah, I didn't know that until they said that they're removing the multiple properties, and I was like, fuck.
I haven't bothered to look either, but I was aware that they had multiple properties. I don't know if every one of them did, but most do.
I guess they expected everyone to memorize all the multiple properties within individual enemies. And if they did, they don't really understand their player base that much. Though I don't know if I'm their player base. I don't know who they cater towards, the hardcore players, or it's just like the casuals.
A lot of the properties are just stats. Magma Barrier has fire res as well, shit like that.
But doesn't Magma Barrier also have increased chance to crit and ignite and fire resistance and explosions?
I haven't read them. I just know it has the explosions and like the barrier and like fire res. Chance to ignite sounds like it'd be something it'd have as well.
The one that fucked me up is just one that I don't know if it's lucky or it hits through evasion really well.
can't do this just yet.
I was wondering why people were going so fucking ham on Grace. Some people with like 80,000 evasion chance. No, I can't teleport over there.
I wonder if they'll make any big changes, though. Or if they're just kind of gonna chill slowly until POE 2.
My theory is that they put either Tencent on it or new developers on these individual patches. I only have very anecdotal evidence to support this.
I mean, yeah, it definitely seems to be somewhat the case. Last few patches have been a lot less content in them than...
I don't even mean the less content. Mine's more so the quality. I've been thinking about their Harvest Craft mods and the original pricing for all that shit, and how the hell that could even happen. And the only way I see that happening is whoever set the pricing for those Harvest Craft mods had never played the game before and didn't test it at all. Some of those prices were like 1 million Harvest Crafts, which would have taken all League just to get one of them.
None of them were 1 million. I don't even remember what they were.
I said like. That means hyperbolic. They were. Some of them were fucking ridiculous.
I didn't even know they changed it.
Oh, yeah, dude. Some of them were decreased by, like, thousands of percentages. Yeah, like the change a res to another res. That was like 15,000 or something stupid like that. And they reduced it from whatever the fuck it was. 15,000, 20,000, they reduced it to 500.
They're just trying to prepare people for when POE 2 comes out and there's no harvest.
Yeah, I wonder if they have any
Slowly
psychologists.
rip that band-aid off.
Or if they got any psychologists, because that is actually a thing that happens. A lot of people are theorizing they fucked up Sonic deliberately, so that way when Sonic comes out, their good press will be emboldened because they listened to fans about how bad the Sonic design was. I don't believe that theory.
Yeah, but I did hear that as well.
But in psychology, that is a thing. Government does it all the time. Say they're going to raise your taxes 40%. And then everyone's all mad. And then when they actually release it, oh, we're only doing 30.
Death is the true climax of perverted lust.
I can't do this just yet.
I don't know if it's been confirmed that Ruthless will be on League launch.
I'm not going to play it on League launch, but I'm very excited for Ruthless.
I'm not sure I'll play it at all.
I'm putting a lot of thought into what version of it to play, and I think solo, not solo, regular is the right way to go. Hardcore seems way too extreme, and the thought of losing gear that is that rare to find is, I'm not sure I got the cojones for that. And then
Yeah, I would definitely do it trade.
Yeah, and then since you're going to find something you don't need, and it might be like the only drop you get in a week, You're gonna want to be able to trade it.
Oh man, I'm just removing movement skills. Thinking of doing maps like the Graveyard map or Moon Temple without a movement skill.
Oh, it smells just like the
I love it.
Unless they remove those maps.
Be careful.
You know the
No,
premium, the premium
Premium
that movement speed is gonna have now.
Don't do anything I would.
yeah, Raider will be hot.
Watch yourself. Bye.
Yeah, take a piss.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Now, so. But always keep your eye. Many remember humanity needs us.
Yeah. The most glorious of piss.
When I'm always braving sewers. I can't do this just yet.
It's been pretty fucking cold lately. Was tempted to piss on my feet to warm them up.
Need to buy some more 4090s. Crank it up.
Tempted. Power supply adapter is just the only thing that stopped me from the 4090. I've heard there's been quite a few issues with the new power adapter.
Yeah. Does the 3080 use the same one? Or the 4080, I mean? Or is it only the 4090?
I think it's only the 4090. I think the 4080 is pretty close to the 3090. Don't know that for a fact. I got a Twitch account, and that shit's fucking confusing, dude.
What is?
It's just figuring out how to use it. Stream a fucking video. In comparison to YouTube, which seemed way easier to me. But I'm rocking dual stream, and they're real mad at my internet company. They're getting all butthurt about how much internet I'm using.
I need a bath.
They have some bullshit where they have unlimited with quotations, but past a certain point they throttle you.
No, I don't have unlimited, which is why they get mad.
Oh, you don't even have unlimited.
There's a section that one of my watchers showed me where I can get it. I didn't know how to get it. You have to do a special add-on to get it. But Sabrina created the account, and I don't have access to it, and so I can't do it. And I keep asking her, and she won't do it.
I can't do this just yet.
I'm excited for the name. I mean, now every one of my characters gets to have the name Rectum in it somewhere. Got Deep Rectum, Enter the Rectum, Into the Rectum, Saggy Rectum.
That just sounds disappointing. Saggy rectum.
Or just keep it simple. Sectum Rectum. Or Harry Potter nerd with Rectum Sempra. Is that a Sectum Sempra? Or whatever that fucking spell is called. You know what I'm talking about. Fucking Harry Potter nerd.
I don't know what to talk about. You gonna play Legacy of Hogwarts? You Harry Potter nerd?
Probably not. I might though.
Don't lie.
It looks pretty good. But I can't imagine it being good. Like, it looks pretty good, but I can't imagine it actually being good.
I imagine it'll have like a good world and exploration shit, but it looks like the combat's probably gonna be kind of basic and trash.
Yeah. Not only that, I think it's gonna be very childish and easy.
Yeah.
I don't want to put my time towards a game that's gonna be easy.
I feel like that's the type of game though that would have a difficulty. So maybe it'd have a hard mode that's not easy.
Yeah, but I guess it works okay. I'm a weirdo. I like a shared experience, and I dislike when people play the same game as me, but they're not playing the same game as me.
Yeah, I totally get that. I get that with this game. I don't like that they made Uber bosses have mods that you could roll on the maps. I think they should just have one dedicated boss. No mods.
I didn't even know that. I haven't run any Uber bosses yet. Might delve into it now, but
It's not even the Uber bosses, it's just the Eater and Exarch.
oh yeah, yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, you run the EDAR.
Wessel Rustbrook says, "Hey man, gotta go to bed. GGS for Tota."
Yeah, dude. Check you later. Good chats. You hit the wrong mods on a World Eater, Eater of Exarch. They're gonna fuck you up. I did that. I was doing it one of my trash builds, and I had a video. I don't know if it was the one socket build. No, I don't think it was one socket build. It was some other build. And it had like attack speed, extra damage, and a bunch of other shit. And there was the movement speed and attack speed that really fucked me up. Oh yeah, it was my 4-socket build with comms roots. I didn't have dash or anything, so the extra attack speed, I couldn't dodge anything, and everything just hit me.
Shit, I think we were supposed to do trial like 10 levels ago.
Trial! That'd be great. Now I could pop. That's the best part about the delve. It's not have to do the trials. Ooh, new boots. Got 30% movement boots just in time for this trial. Lightning resistance is stupid. It's 47. Fire resist is 133. I have the best helmet in the game. Maximum fashion helmet.
I love Buckethead.
I can't do this just yet.
Commit to your course. You are inexhaustible. Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
Fantasy Star Online 2 any good?
Nah, not really. New update's worse than the base game.
Yeah, I saw someone saying something like that. Can never really trust people's opinions unless you know their style.
Myhar says, "Hey consumer, not sure if you mentioned before, but have you watched Squid Games?"
Yeah, Squid Games was awesome. South Korea, they can do movies pretty fucking good. Old Boy, Squid Games. I saw The Devil. A couple others. I saw The Devil, left a nice little impact on me.
Myhar says, "Old Boy was amazing."
Yeah, Old Boy was really good. I need to watch Train to Busan, I think it's called. They might even have two. I don't know if it's South Korean, but the wreck movies, I haven't seen any of them. That's a blight on my watch repertoire. Might do a South Korean. I can't do a South Korean high-end vibe with the wife. She won't really like it. She likes Squid Game. But I don't think she would like much else. She might like The Wreck. And she'd probably like Train to Busan. She likes her zombie movies. If you haven't seen I Saw the Devil, I recommend it.
You're fucking crazy. I suppose you have
Myhar
Candy Frozen.
says, "How about Parasite?"
Yeah, Parasite is really good. Saw that as well. I think I put Parasite on my drama tier list, which you probably didn't see because no one saw it because it doesn't get recommended. You have to seek it out. Yeah, the social dynamics in Parasite are pretty fantastic. The juxtaposition between the life when they're in the rich people's house and then their life in their fucking flooded toilets and shit life. Apparently that's a pretty big problem in South Korea. It's kind of what the song Gangnam Style is
Myhar
about
says,
as well.
"I did. Was day or two after comedy 1."
Yeah, put Parasite on there. Because Parasite's extremely well made. I get very interested in the dynamics behind a movie. I wonder how much they paid those Parasite people. I think they won some kind of award with it. I'm guessing it's an absolute fraction of what they pay American actors, and every one of the actors in Parasite was better than most American actors. It's a little hard to tell because you got that language barrier and then you got to read the subtitles, but from what I could tell, their acting was very good. At a fraction of the cost. I think that's where Netflix is fucking up. Getting movies like The Irishman that are very expensive, got high paid actors, and they're not going to really generate that much revenue. Not extra revenue for those high paid actors. So Netflix, I think, has to reduce their...
Myhar says, Ju-on was so much better than American The Grudge.
Oh, I haven't seen Ju-on, but I like the American The Grudge. Scared the shit out of me. Saw it in theaters. I think Sarah Michelle Gellar's in there. I have a bit of thing from Sarah Michelle Gellar ever since Cruel Intentions, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and Angel, I guess.
Myhar says, Ju-on was scarier.
Yeah, comparison is the thief of joy, though. I enjoyed The Grudge, so I'm not gonna watch Ju-on to ruin my experience of The Grudge. Of course, I haven't seen The Grudge since I was a wee little lad. I don't really find much value in rewatching a scary movie. That's a one and done for me. Once I kind of know what's going to happen, I'm not sure I could be scared again. Maybe I'll watch Blair Witch Project and then go walk in the woods at night and see if I'm scared.
Myhar says, I saw Ju-on first, so biased, I guess.
It's probably not biased. A lot of times the originals are better. And if you watch a 10 out of 10 original movie and they release a 9 out of 10 remake, that 9 out of 10 is not going to feel very good compared to the 10 out of 10. And you kind of formulate things in your head. I watched the British Office before the American Office, and I can't watch the American Office because Steve Carell's character is just, it's too much for me to take. I can't. How fucking stupid he is in the whole show, it's too much. Which is dumb to say, because the other guys is one of my favorite movies.
American Office was lame compared to British.
Yeah, I felt the same way. The British Office just kind of seemed like the people were more real. Like, it's weird to say. I don't know how to explain it. It just didn't sit right with me, the American Office. Mostly Steve Carell's character. Which everybody loves Steve Carell's character, but too fucking much for me. There's certain kind of funnies that I don't find funny. British humor. I don't usually find British humor funny at all. I don't like any of the Monty Pythons, which is a blight on my taste, but...
Myhar says, my fave British comedy was Have You Been Helped or The Young Ones.
I don't think I've seen either of those. I don't typically watch British comedies, though. All of my friends love Monty Python and Doctor Who, and they've all recommended it to me over and over and over. So I've given them both multiple shots, and I like them less now than I did before. Monty Python has a few good skits. I mean, don't get me wrong. Can't be a full hater of Monty Python, but something about that British humor. I'm very British. My whole family line is British on basically every side. And by British, I mean American, obviously. I think we've been in America since 1700s. We're one of the first to flee religious persecution.
Myhar says, how about Benny Hill?
Nope. No Benny Hill for me. Mr. Bean, Benny Hill, Charlie Chaplin. None of that type of comedy does it for me. Three Stooges? Nope. think that it's hard to say. I just got eclectic comedy taste, I guess. Can't be that eclectic because I like a lot of very popular comedy movies, but none of those. Actually, I probably have very basic bitch comedy preferences. I'm not cultured enough to enjoy Monty Python. Obviously, I like raunchy comedy, and then I like character-driven comedy, I think. I like a comedy where I could say, I could predict what they would do in a specific scenario because of the way they developed the character. Sunny in Philadelphia, for instance. Each one of the characters in Sunny in Philadelphia has their own little personality characteristics, and you could say, what would Charlie do in this situation? What would Mac do in this situation? What would Dennis do in this situation? And since you become so attached to the characters and what they would do in specific situations, it's kind of cathartic when you see them do what you think they're going to do because you know their character so well.
My heart says, Trailer Park Boys.
I've only seen clips on the internet. I think that's Canadian. I haven't seen enough to know whether I like it or not. It's white trash. I'd probably like it. But my last job, everyone really recommended I watch Duck Dynasty. I didn't really like Duck Dynasty. They say that because, you know, white trash and hillbilly.
My heart says, yeah, it is, kinda dumb lol.
I can like a dumb comedy. The problem always is there's just so much to watch. By watching Trailer Park Boys, I'm not watching something else. Competition very fierce. And now that I stream, I can't watch while streaming, so I don't watch nearly as many movies. But I get 2 or 3 movies every Friday High and Vibe. The last time, I didn't realize it was Friday, so we only got, I think, 1 movie. We watched Waiting, which I had never seen before. I enjoyed it. It was funny.
I can't do this just yet.
So much easier in softcore. Just run on through. Don't worry about no deaths. But since I'm playing with my brother, I don't gotta worry about doing any damage. I just kind of hang out till I get the maps. Map. I don't know if I want bleed duration or not. Where am I going now? Where am I? I think I'll go here. Increase my max resistances, even though it's softcore.
Why are you still standing there?
It's... So it was... You found... Don't do anything I would.
Go in the hole. Try and teleport on your face.
I thought I did, but she was like, no.
Fuck yeah, second Quicksilver.
I can't do this just yet.
I'm gonna keep going. Once I find where to keep going to.
So you don't want free skill points? Is that what you're saying?
I do. I'm gonna drop a portal at the beginning of the Grand Gate. Speed us up a little. Or just get this waypoint. Maybe do a little bit to speed us up. Instead of just slowing us down.
How could I have been?
The things we do for love. There'll be time for that soon enough.
Port. See you.
Once more, and you remember, humanity needs us.
Grand Gate. Are you triple cursing people?
Yeah. Enfeeble, element, weakness, and frostbite.
Can't do this just yet.
Is despair only chaos damage over time, or is it all yeah, all damage over time?
Honorable deaths. My gift to you,
I
Jen.
think it's just chaos. I don't know. I've never used it. Am I doing despair? Did I By the wrong spell.
No, I don't think you're doing despair. I was saying if you wanted to just do despair, if we keep playing together, despair will increase my damage as well. But the other one works for me too. My favorite area in the entire game. Running through maps, I love this zone. Flat. Know exactly where to go. Tons of enemies. I'll never remember the name of it. Does increasing AoE increase the size of the pops? I don't know how it scales. I imagine it would. I want bigger pops.
I don't know.
I definitely want some thick ass pops. Some thick ass pops, boy.
Yeah, pops are super hot for delirium.
Tempted to run puncture. I was looking at just the numbers without doing any POB or anything. And lacerate's better. You could probably get a single bigger bleed with the puncture. Since they pop, you know, just puncture pop. And no one's played puncture as a fucking melee character. Melee puncture? That's the dumbest thing ever.
True that. Done it with bow though, and it does do crazy bleed.
There is nothing else.
There you go. Stay out of the shadows.
The Harbor Bridge. The Harbor Bridge. Split second, I thought that was the Rogue Harbor. Then I clicked on you and it went. I was like, oh, never mind.
I do love some heists. Which is not enough to run it in the middle of a campaign.
I don't love heist. I love the rewards of heist.
Exactly. They're one and the same.
I'm gonna let you fight that boss. I fucking hate that boss. Of course, I do need to get in there. Great helmet. I think this is the one that fucks up all my resistances. Elemental resistances are 0. Fuck you, helmet. What possible positive interaction could ever happen from a helmet that makes your resistance 0? A very bitchin' wise oak build.
Yeah, that's it. I have no idea. I don't know if the helmet's ever been used in a build before.
Not only is it not used in a build, it can't even really be used while leveling.
Doesn't even do anything that strong, does it?
No.
Like, even if you could make its downside irrelevant, it doesn't do anything great.
Yeah, it's absolutely pointless. And they did a whole rare items rebuild, and that got no love. Your pops are giving me an inferiority complex compared to my pops.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Popping so much harder.
The dark remember.
So much bigger.
You can.
Oh.
You must be careful. You.
What does your pops do? Mine does 1/4 of their health.
10% of their maximum life is physical damage.
Yeah, boy.
Chaos might even be better than Fizz, too. I don't know how the mitigation works exactly, but I know Chaos and Fizz are way better than Elemental. Unless you're an Inquisitor. Uh-oh, game crash, game crash.
Game over.
Got a fucking tabula rasa on hardcore endless Dell.
And then died.
Died like a bitch. I was super tired, and I was gonna just call it quits. And I streamed all day, and I was like, I'm gonna go to bed. And I was like, no, I'll make a recap video, because I need to make a video. Wasn't paying any attention. I was just trying to demonstrate it. It's 3 levels.
6 link.
3 levels behind. Oh, you ain't getting no 6 link.
I can't do this just yet.
3 levels behind and got fucking wrecked.
Some good timing though. Some content, baby.
Yeah, it was some content. People do like my misery. I mean, it did kind of make it hard to sleep afterwards. Rage sleep. Smash my face in the pillow. I don't get that mad. Ball blight. There's not a Vol Lacerate, is there?
Nope. I don't ever do a new Vol skill. It's been a while.
I was wondering the same thing a little while ago. Whole Vol League would be pretty nice. Revamp the whole thing. But who knows, maybe they're close to finishing POE too.
No. No demo yet. You gotta wait for ExileCon.
Is ExileCon coming up?
Next year. I don't know when.
Oh, I thought it would, like, December.
Unfortunately, if I had to guess, I think it's late next year. Maybe even 2024 early.
Well, there's never
I could be wrong though.
never a shortage of games to play, so not that disappointed about it. Fired up the new Warzone, and there's fucking no way for me to level up any of the weapons, and I just got wrecked over and over. I think I played like 3 rounds, and all of them were embarrassing.
Memes. And didn't they have like a one that's kind of like Tarkov? Can you not level up your weapons that way?
Maybe the DMZ zone. I played it once. I didn't really know what was fucking going on. I ran out of ammo, and then that was it. Whole time I didn't realize I was fighting bots, and I thought I was good.
Yeah, I don't really know how it works either. I just know it's supposedly like Tarkov.
Yeah, I'd have to buy the game in order to play the Conquest mode, the Battlefield clone mode, which is extremely fun. I am tempted to do it. I had a lot of fun with the Battlefield clone mode in the last one. Obviously, the tanks aren't as good as Battlefield, and the APCs aren't as good as Battlefield. But it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was my issue with Warzone as well, the last one. Getting good at Battle Royale is hard. You spend so long doing nothing, and then when you try and fight, you die instantly.
Yeah, apparently you have to, like, go into the most popular zones to get super good at that close range combat. But I'm too old. My reaction times are too shit. And I play on a keyboard and mouse. The auto aim with the controller is just too strong. Who knows, maybe Battlefield to get their shit together. Really craving some Battlefield 3. I think they had like a new mod for Battlefield 3 or something. I almost fucking got into it.
Yeah, I saw people playing 2042. My memories of Battlefield 2 and 3 are completely mixed. I have no idea what maps are from which.
Yeah, that didn't help that they mixed a couple of 2s into 3s.
Yeah, they did it. Definitely add a bunch of 2s into 3s, but even with those same maps, I'm trying to think. Like, I just can't remember, like, what's what. It's hurting my brain.
I remember 2 Battlefield 3 maps pretty distinctly. The Caspian Sea with the big tower that falls down. You got that big grass hill. I like to be on the grass hill a lot with the fucking SKS.
Yeah, I definitely remember that one.
Then you got the other big one with like the warehouse building at the bottom right corner. And then it kind of curved up.
Don't remember that one.
That was pretty fun. It had a warehouse and water was on 2 sides of it. I actually got somewhat decent at Battlefield 3.
I can't do this just yet.
Battlefield 2, I was too late to the party to get decent. Same with Counter-Strike. So far behind in Counter-Strike, I could never get good enough to fucking compete in that game.
Have you ever heard much of... See ya.
Myhar says. CS 1.6 was the game, oh yeah.
I've only played Counter-Strike once. I played with a bunch of people that have been playing for decades. And it was not an enjoyable experience. Instant death. Over and over and over again. Same is true for Unreal Tournament. People have been playing that for like 4 years before I got into it. But the difference there is with Unreal Tournament, I just grabbed that sniper rifle and hung out in the back and sniped people. I didn't need to be good. Just needed to hit faces. It's a great game. I had fun playing it. It's just I suck too bad. With Battlefield 3, I played at launch, so I was just as good as everybody else, if not a little better. I'd say I was in the 70 to 80 percentile of skill.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
The night is tortured yet unbroken.
I was playing that with 2 brothers too, so I almost had a full squad of people I knew out.
You did it.
It's a lot of fun.
Take care.
Oh, yeah.
In the narrow, remember humanity.
Well... Good luck.
Salah. Cool.
Yeah, I never played Tarkov. Seemed kind of fun. Same with that other game, like the swamp game.
I don't think I know that one.
I'm so bad with names, I'll never remember it.
You can describe it.
It's a...
Rust Root says. Hunt Showdown?
Oh, it's one of my streamers said Hunt Showdown, and that is the game. It's got a PvP and a PvE element. It's like almost like, kind of looks like Left 4 Dead, but you got PvP going on as well as the PvE. There's like zombies and monsters and shit. And you gotta loot and get gear and kill monsters, and then also fight other people. Monsters are kind of like creeps from League of Legends, I guess.
From what I know of Tarkov, that sounds like Tarkov.
Yeah, it's probably a Tarkov clone.
Yeah, I've never played Tarkov either. Speaking of Left 4 Dead, though, man, I could go for Left 4 Dead 3 right about now.
They ain't ever gonna make a Left 4 Dead 3.
Now that's a game.
That's a fucking
That's never
game.
gonna happen.
That's a fucking game, especially after the dud that was the Left 4 Dead team making the new one without Valve.
Yep.
I can't do this just yet.
Shit, I'm tempted to plan a fucking Left 4 Dead 2 weekend. Get Jeff on board and Sabrina.
Myhar says. What does a deaf gynecologist do?
Fingers around in the dark. Well, that's a blind gynecologist.
Myhar says. He reads lips LOL.
That's funny. All the jokes I can remember, I'm pretty sure I'll get banned for. How do you get out of the sand? I sink in the sand. I don't know how to get the fuck out. What's worse, Jordan? Drowning in sand or drowning in water? Come on. You got an answer for that.
I don't know, that's a tough one. I mean, the obvious choice is water, but I've never even thought about drowning in sand.
Yeah, you're just on the beach, hanging out on the beach, a little earthquake happens, that sand liquefies, and you sink right inside. Swallowed up to eternity. It's a pretty baller way to go.
Some of the members we have be careful.
A mother's goodbye.
You killed.
I don't even know what the sound would be like. It'd probably just be like someone suffocating you with a plastic bag.
Yeah, it kind of depends on whether you can breathe the sand in or not. I'm not sure if you can breathe sand into your lungs.
think I'd have to go with sand.
I can't do this
Think
just
I'm
yet.
going
Just
with
because the unknown.
sand too.
Also, I've heard claims from people who've drowned and been resuscitated that drowning isn't as bad as it seems. Like once you just intake water in your lungs, you just kind of slowly drift away.
I was too young to kind of remember the pain, but I don't remember there being pain before I passed out.
Rust Root says, if you are drowning by sand you'd be coughing, I'd assume because sand.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe that... I don't know. Yeah, I just remember when I don't know what you call it, almost drowned, I guess is the phrase. I stopped breathing and I passed out and had to get resuscitated. So, dying, almost drowning, I don't know what you fucking call it. But I just remember it just going black.
Fear gnaws at the entrails of the
Only thing I really remember is fear. Purest and rawest fear.
fear of the future. An empire requires leadership that can assuage those fears through example.
Then doing swimming lessons after having drowned, that was a fucking nightmare.
An emperor lights the way through the darkened caverns of the sun. The emperor must bear two blades, hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
It's gotta be somewhat genetic too, because Dad's afraid of water and can't swim. I don't think anyone in our family swims well. I don't know if you can breathe. One of the things that sucks about water, but I guess once you've like fully succumb, it won't matter. But you get it like out of your nose and shit, and I'm not sure sand can do that. I'm not sure sand will go into your nostril, into your airway. If it does, that might be kind of rough, but it's probably pretty close to the same either way. Probably easier to resuscitate yourself if it was water. If you can breathe in sand. And I'm probably not going to be able to resuscitate the sand out.
Fendip2 says, oh, Delhi event already started.
Yeah, I was a couple hours late. I didn't even know it was starting today. I don't know why I didn't know. I just didn't know. Wasn't paying enough attention. So I was 2 hours late to the event. My brother sped ran me a little bit, so I slowed him down and he sped me up.
Myhar says, Constantine 2 is confirmed, can't wait. Love the first one.
I don't remember the first one well enough to say my opinion on it. It's on my rewatch list. I think I watched it when I was 17, 18. However old I was when it first came out. I'm usually very hesitant, but I have to change all of my opinions after Top Gun 2. Maybe sequels are where it's at now.
Myhar says, I love the comics, so the movie was amazing.
Is it DC or Marvel? I know it's one of the two. And it kind of depends on the studio producing it. If it's Marvel, Disney's kind of fucked. But they get their old CEO back.
DC.
Oh, DC's on a slightly better track than Marvel.
You were too beautiful for this ugly world. I shall find you in the next.
They're really talking about my beauty. Almost forgot to get this fucking feather again. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd like it. I mean, Keanu Reeves is usually in pretty good movies.
Constantine first appeared in Swamp Thing number 37, June 1985.
Swamp Thing.
My says. Older.
Swamp Thing, that takes me way back. Back when I used to watch Terra Firma movies. I think that's what they called them, Terra Firma. Trauma films. Back when I used to watch Trauma films. Fucking Swamp Thing.
I can't do this just yet.
I think it's time for me to get an axe upgrade.
My says. Movie a little diff from comics, because in comics he is British.
Makes way more sense for him to be British than American. British has more history. Ask and you shall receive. Got a new mace. Yeah, I like Swamp Thing a lot.
Oh, Trathus.
Where am I going? Where am I going? Got that axe, got that axe.
My
gotta
says.
get these axes.
Fave sci-fi movie of 80s.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many sci-fi movies of 80s, so I think The Thing is in the 80s, right? I like The Thing a lot. The Fly's pretty boss, too.
My says. Blade Runner.
I guess I'm thinking more horror. Yeah, Blade Runner's great.
And so
I think Terminator 1 might have been in the 80s. Terminator 1 wasn't that great of a movie, but it's pretty good. Oh, so is that Terminator movie. I never know if I hate it or like it. The one where he's on Mars. Total Recall. I think that was 80s. 80s and early 90s get confused for me. Most of the movies I've seen at 90s. I prefer 90s movies.
My says. The book is awesome. Philip K. Dick. Do androids dream of electric sheep? It is what Blade Runner movie was based off of.
Yeah, they got that on Amazon. I think I gave it 1 episode. And then something happened. Like, stopped playing or something. I don't remember. It's on my to-watch list for sure. A short story by a famous person that I forgot his name already called, I think it's called The Machine. Written a long-ass fucking time ago. It's only a 1-hour listen to on Book on Tape. And it talks about how everyone lives in pods and communicates through these tubes, which are basically TVs and cell phones. Basically predicted the future. It's a pretty great book. I think it would make a pretty good movie.
Myhar says. The machine stops.
Oh yeah, that sounds accurate. Who wrote it? It's like C.S. Lewis or something like that. No, I don't think it's C.S. Lewis. Or H.G. Wells.
Myhar says. E.M.
Forrester. There it is. That's worth a listen to. Not the greatest of stories, but the fact that it was told so long ago. And made some pretty compelling situations. An unlivable Earth surface, everyone living in fucking pods. People only caring about their, essentially, a social media presence and the non-important aspects of life. Living in the tubes, eating the bugs. Living in the pods, eating the bugs. Really like Stargate. I think I got like 5 seasons in, and it started to get a little weird. Like they lost the captain or something, and then I stopped watching. But the 5 seasons I watched were really good. Apparently Stargate Atlantis is also pretty good. Intended to pick it back up, but I never did. And now I never will. But I watched the first 5 seasons, and they were really good. The theoretical and hypothetical situations that they put into are spectacular.
Myhar says. Both George Lucas's film THX 1138, 1971, and the original novel version of Logan's Run, 1967, bear multiple similarities to The Machine Stops.
I think The Machine Stops was like 50 years before that. Even further back you go, the more impressive it gets.
Myhar says. 1909.
Yeah, 1909. That might have even been like car. Might have been right around the car, so he's able to see a lot of the potentials that might happen from the car.
Myhar says. Forster wrote that the machine stops is a reaction to one of the earlier H.G. Wells. In the Time Machine.
Yeah, H.G. Wells is pretty spectacular as well. I missed the portal. Kind of forgot where I was. I was talking to someone else and forgot I had to go to a portal to get back. Guess I'll get started on the other side.
Myhar says. Full audiobook of Machine Stops is on YT.
Yeah, I listened to it last year. Highly dyslexic, so reading is quite uncomfortable for me, so I do a lot of audiobooks. I think I've only read one book all the way through, and that was Of Mice of Men. Oh, and maybe Huckleberry Finn. That's John Steinbeck really knows how to make a happy story. That's for sure. Grapes of Wrath, Of Mice of Men, Tale of Two Cities. Nothing but good, happy times. That Veronica Vaughn is one hot piece of ass. It's almost like my resistances are bad or something.
It is also 78% delirious.
Oh, shit. Shit, I did not realize the deliriousness went that high. Wonder what it's like in maps, 100%?
I have no idea.
So fucking glad I didn't do hardcore.
I don't even know how it works. If it's just like each zone has a specific amount it's delirious, or is it random? Does it just increase like it normally would?
We will find out in like an hour.
That was the last time I'll have to sully myself with those three.
Oh, an
I
axe.
believe in traveling light.
I ain't gonna. If it.
You're well. Ready to go? Well. Time and tide wait for no man.
Put your amulet in the guild stash if you happen to want it again.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Good luck to ya.
You Talakora.
Son, remember, humanity needs
Myhar says. I know you said your brother watches anime, has he watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged? So hilarious.
We have both watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged. I like it more than he does. He is a bit more discerning with his anime. Yeah, I think Dragon Ball Z Abridged is absolutely hysterical.
Myhar says. Haha.
Yeah, the muffin button scene, that's comedy gold. Muffin button?
Help me.
In all the movies are hilarious too. Vegeta getting hit in the dick over and over again. Oh, I think I need to talk to the douche. God damn it. I think they had to stop making them because they got hit with like copyright or some shit. One of the cool things about Dragon Ball Z Abridged is they kind of kept the story, so you can just watch that instead of Dragon Ball. Cuts out all of the filler. Gives you just what you need. Yeah, the emotional impacts are still kind of there. It's just a better version of Dragon Ball Z. Vegeta chasing Android 18. I don't care how many people I have to kill, as long as one of them is you. Did you get the number of that bitch? Yeah, I want to fucking explore this Alva. I don't want to fight the enemies. I want to fucking talk to you for 45 fucking seconds. Got triggered.
I can't do this just yet.
I have no control over my mouse when I'm battling because I can't focus on my character and my mouse. So either focus on my character or the mouse. I can't do both. So I focus on my character and I just kind of peripherally see the location of my mouse. So I accidentally click on shit like that all the fucking time. So if I focus on where my mouse cursor is and then focus where my character is and switch the focus between the two, like rapid eye movement type shit, I get motion sickness. So I have to just focus on my individual character right in the center and just keep my eyes right in the center. Then I can see where my mouse is in the periphery.
It's time to end this.
Rage Crash.
I just need to buy a ring.
That Burrick ring or whatever it's called. 2-color.
Curse on hit ring.
Oh. Oh man, my damage is bad. My damage is super bad. These bleed pops are feeling kind of lame. I'm guessing it's because I don't have any physical damage buff yet. Well, I will continue to rely on you to do all the damage and killing.
I can't do this just yet.
The Bannon. You return from your... hello.
I can't do this just yet.
The ossuary. Don't know why I'm following you.
Emperor must know precisely where he stands.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
If don't ever.
Then it before goodbye.
Now, time and tide.
See? Yeah. Always keep your eyes on the horizon.
I'll see what I can do for you.
I can't do this just yet.
Why do we have an Asian on our team now?
I don't know, it's one of the same thing. I don't see him on the team. It was the dude I traded with. I don't know why it showed us that he died.
I'm right here with him.
Do you see him in our party? Wait, there's no reason he should be in our party. I joined his party.
I don't see him in our party, but I see him here, battling. Battling out.
How the hell does that happen?
We got that Asian glitch, dude. It's Toshi.
Why am I fighting a gargantuan with Frostweaver?
so I can get the final kill on this hit. Though you probably did more damage. Don't worry, he gave me nothing. I know you're concerned about my loop drop situation.
I'm concerned how that dude snuck into our party. So confused. I'm baffled right now. Not our party, but our zone.
Let him fucking give us loot. Get that zone bonus or whatever it is. Party bonus.
I mean, I don't care if he is or isn't here. It's just... Or maybe I didn't leave the party, and then I teleported back, and then left the party, and he also teleported on me afterwards. Guess that's what happened.
Yeah, I'm guessing once we get to maps, 100% delirious. That's my guess.
No way, jump straight to 100%. Maybe at like tier 16 it'll be 100.
You know what? I'm gonna go to fucking my hideout. See if I can put some lightning resistance
My
on some
heart
of this
says,
stuff.
well, I'm off like a prom dress. Have a good night.
Check you later, my dude.
Blessings.
Was there a boss here I missed, or?
I can't do this just yet.
pops aren't even hurting people around them. Basically, my pops just sound cool, and that's it.
I'm getting really tired of grudge matches.
Yes. Greetings.
I feel.
Bannon was a... for freedom.
Yeah, I should be able to survive this.
Oh wait, hold up. Oh, never mind, I accidentally weapon swap.
Went capped my resistances. Which I guess I should have did a long time ago.
I can't do this just yet.
I imagine there's got to be some pretty cheap, unique two-handed axes. Oh, never mind. Fucking Bone Shatter's a thing, isn't it?
Yeah, Bone Shatter's pretty hot.
I'm pretty sure Bone Shatter people use axes.
What a dog shit layout.
Yeah, probably faster if I fucking just went through that other one.
Now that other one was a dead end.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I didn't even look at it. I just follow you. I don't need to think. I just follow the fucking tornado, dude. to fight playing Elden Ring every day. Waiting for that DLC. I'm hoping I forget the game.
Yeah, you definitely gotta wait. Make it all that much better.
I think I've only played it all the way through twice. Eyeball ending is best ending.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, eyeball is pretty good. And I thought that would be super sweet, but they wouldn't do it. Is that the DLC should be based off the endings? It's like one of the DLCs she'll go fight. What's her name?
It's a brilliant
Girl
idea.
at the end of the eyeball ending.
Yeah, I don't remember any of the names. That is a very, very good idea. Especially if they don't tell anyone. You just get the DLC and you're like, find out where it's at. You don't get it till the very fucking end when you kill the final boss. I've already determined what build I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a fucking faith build. I never do faith builds.
Well, yeah, no one wants to be a dirty cleric.
Yeah, the fucking worst.
Singular of purpose. You were born for this. An empire should sparkle like ice upon the winter stone.
I can't do this just yet.
Almost hit that strong box.
Can afford to be promising. An emperor of thrones is the most devious trap of them all. Is to act. Resignation is more dangerous than the journey, assistant.
Oh, man. Pride has 20% increased mana reduction. Too bad I don't have a bear face or something. I never get a usable stat. Man, I just got a fucking usable stat. No, I can't say I never get a usable stat.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Go. May human.
Kill this boss. Get me some fucking food. Put on some dorky internet videos.
I don't suppose there's time to convince innocents to put some clothes on for this battle.
God damn, 89%. Maybe it will be 100% at maps.
It could be a tie to the ascendancy. Make less sense to be tied to ascendancy than level, because then people could cheese it, not get their final ascendancy, and have it less delirious.
I can't do this just yet.
I shall this.
Wasn't it for a while?
It's gotta be.
You used to always get a unique from this guy?
No, it wasn't always. They just made it really likely, I think. Yeah, I'm guessing it's based off the zone, because this place is 36. They don't want you fighting Kitava at 90%.
It might flatten it out for the maps.
And it has been a while since I've seen him drop a unique, so maybe it has been changed.
Yeah, I haven't seen him drop a unique in a fucking while. Hot minute. Man, you put fucking damage down. Everywhere.
May a new dawn arise.
Definitely no loot.
It's a...
By the high...
Exile. Exile. Wake up. There'll be time for that soon enough.
Commander Kira. Farewell. It's through the tunnel.
Kirak, we've a vital... Stay vigilant.
By the... For freedom.
Oh yeah, you have to open the map in this epilogue area. Can we do this map area together?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not party leader. You have to do
There'll
it.
be time for that soon enough.
Yeah, I probably need help with the first map, and then I can try to find an axe. Maybe someone has Edziri's up. You can get that from regular Edziri, right?
Stepping into a dream.
I think so.
Not that I can kill Edzeri with this build. Reflect physical. Got me down.
I can't do this just yet.
Free content. She Death's Oath.
Frankenpope says. What's the skill you are using, sir?
It is called Lacerate. It is not great.
I believe in traveling light.
And I kind of hate. But I have a super shit weapon, so I'm gonna see if I can find a better weapon for 5C. Now that I'm not in solo self-found.
Frankenpope says. Thanks.
Think a Awakened POE trade does it appropriately for the league that you're in, if you're in a Dead League or whatever these are called?
There's a way to change it in the settings somewhere. Yes, I think so. I'm pretty sure I changed it for Mayhem.
Gdask official says. Press shift plus space and change your league. Winky face.
Yeah, shift space.
You and a dude on the chat told me at the exact same time, pretty much. Need 30% movement speed boots?
Anything else with those 30%?
Strength might be nice for you, but beyond that, not really.
Yeah.
There are no death oaths. I'm gonna put this death oath up for 5C.
Godslayer. Good day.
Let's see what kind of badass weapon I can get for 6 chaos. Rampage Axe or Combs Supremacy? What would you pick? Combs Primacy Axe. Does fire, which is pointless for bleed, but it has the most physical damage. Then the other axe is much less damage, but it gives rampage.
Gdask official says. Whatever has higher physical, I guess.
Normally I'd do that as well, but the other one was 1C. Where the hell did...
If you get both, you could always just weapon swap for the rampage.
Okay, my entire window just closed. Alright, that's great. Oh yeah, I was gonna go this way. Get this shit. Forgot all about that.
Gdask official says. That guy must be really happy for that death opus.
Yeah, he's ecstatic. Ecstatic. Losing his shit over it right now. This might be pretty good. P1 Fizz. Poison's a bit awkward, but... I don't want to blow my whole load there. I'll just get one of these Rampage axes for 1C. 7 days ago? Oh shit, I'm on the wrong fucking league, ain't I? That explains everything. Delirium everywhere. Jesus Christ.
Gdask official says. XDDDDDD.
No empty suffixes. I mean, I guess this one's good enough. Good enough to start with.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Liam Vivi says. What build is this?
It's going to be an attempt at a two-handed bleed gladiator using lacerate. An attempt. I've never played lacerate. I've never really played bleed. I know most people play it as a dual wielder, but seems to make more sense as a two-hander to me. Come on. Just one green, that's all I need. There we go. Now I can focus on getting new other gear.
Liam Vivi says. Lacerate is kinda bad with two-hand if you don't get your attack speed high. Liam Vivi says. Feels like trash.
It definitely feels like trash, but the point is the high fizz damage of a single hit. Because I'm not going Crimson Dance. I'm just doing regular single hit big bleed to not lose the 50%, not have 50% less damage. Increase the inflict speed, so it's bleeding super fast and super heavy. But it does feel kind of trash. You ain't wrong. But attack speed doesn't do anything for bleeds in terms of bleed damage. Now let's see. I think I'm actually going to farm Aqueducts for a Tabula Rasa. Oh, but first I need to check my passives. Hades pets and way forward.
I thought you...
Oh shit, I could have got last rate very early.
Well,
Us there.
Damn. Stay sharp out there.
Liam Vivi says. Now that I remember, you did Moroi Equi EQ poison, wouldn't it be good / better with bleed?
Yeah, but I doubt I'm going to be able to get that mace, and it would be better with bleed. Without a doubt. I think I'll increase bleed duration by 60% now that I've increased bleed speed.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
But I like the idea of a big old fat poison hitting super hard. Oh, I think this is just like a ring or something.
Hello.
Yeah.
Don't do anything I would.
The dream is a bleed poison build, but I haven't been able to get that to work in my head just yet. The fuck was that other one?
Liam Vivi says. Tough you would play SSFHC, did you got bored of it?
No, I didn't get bored of it. I didn't want to do it with delirium everywhere. It's too fucking much for me with that one. Pleiades pets. That's probably an act, a first act as well. Pleiades pets. Yeah, delirium everywhere would have been. It would have been a struggle. With this build, I would have had to play something else.
Stay out of the shadows.
Would have definitely had to play something else if I was going hardcore.
You quiet. Goodbye.
Because with this gladiator, I'm not going to get this block. I'm not doing any block. I'm just doing the bleed pops, the frenzy, and then right here, the arena challenger for my attack speed. Let's see. I think I'll go here. And do... No. I think I'll head over to this way to get the good old-fashioned 40% more damage. Can out crit. I'm gonna go get me some food.
Liam Vivi says. Don't be a coward, punish yourself, try it and go for first place LOL.
No. That ain't the way I play. I ain't going for first. I ain't even going for placement. I'm going because it's Endless Delve and it's fun. I'll be back. I'm gonna get some food. Actually, I'm gonna put on a video. What video do I want to put on? Sure, let's do Timcast. Why not? Might as well add it to the thing as well. Plus add a source. Window capture. I think that's what I want. Yep.
Elon Musk is unbanning everyone. First, Donald Trump is unbanned. He has this Twitter poll. There's this really funny news clip where a guy says, it wasn't the American people who voted, it was Russia. It was them. They got Trump reinstated. These people are starting to realize that their narrative was fiction.
I'll be back in a little bit after I get
and
some
now that
food.
regular people get to speak, hey, how about that? They don't actually like the weird world you live in. Not just Donald Trump, though. Project Veritas is back. James Lindsay is back. Marjorie Taylor Greene is back. But you know who's not back? Alex Jones. So we got to talk about all this Elon stuff because, look, a lot of it's really, really good. Overwhelming net positive. But Elon Musk's refusal to reinstate Alex Jones is making him look like a hypocrite. And I know Elon understands this. So I kind of can't believe him when he says, oh, it's because I have no mercy for people who exploit children in this way for fame or whatever. Alex Jones was banned for making fun of Olive Darcy. He wasn't banned for saying anything about kids or anything like that. So what's Elon talking about? Well, let's talk about it. The pros and the cons. There's a whole bunch of news to break down as it pertains to Twitter. Then, of course, we have over in Arizona, the Attorney General is launching an investigation into election irregularities. And the Assistant AG is refusing to certify the election. I have no idea what YouTube thinks of that. YouTube? What? No idea. I don't know. How do the rules? I have no idea. So we'll talk about it anyway. So before we get started, head over to timcast.com, become a member. If you would like to support our work, click that beautiful Join Us button, sign up, and as a member, you will help support all of our journalists, and you'll get access to the exclusive, uncensored members-only show. We're going to have one of those coming up for you tonight around 11 p.m. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to this channel right now, and share the video. If you're watching on YouTube, take that URL, just post it everywhere you can. Word of mouth is the best way to support us, and it helps us bypass censorship because sure enough, we're already getting people messaging us saying that there are no notifications, they're having trouble finding the video, so surprise, surprise. But, smash that like button. Joining us today to talk about all of this and more is Darren Beatty.
Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Who are you?
I'm the founder-editor of a great news site called Revolver.news, which has just published a really bombshell piece on the next FTX scandal, which I hope we'll have a chance to talk about.
Yeah, is that Tether?
Yes.
There's been a lot of talk about Tether for a while, but we'll definitely get into that. That sounds very interesting. And I'll also mention the last episode we had you on was our biggest episode we ever did for a while until we had Joe Rogan and Alex Jones at the same time. But, like, come on, like, having those two guys at the same time, you know, that should count. Like, having you as a single guest and getting, it was like 2.4 million views or something.
Right, you have to divide it in half.
Actually, you know what? I can tell you this. Actually, with the live viewership and the VOD stuff we put on Rumble, it actually is still the biggest.
There you go.
Because we had 300K, so I think it's like, if you were to add the YouTube views from the day plus Rumble, it would be 200K more than the AJ Rogan episode.
It's all how you count.
It's all how you count. It's all how you count. All right, right on, man. Thanks for joining us. And we're also hanging out with Mary Morgan.
Hello, everyone. I'm sitting in Ian's seat tonight. Happy to be here.
Who are you?
I'm on Pop Culture Crisis.
Oh, yeah.
Here
That's
at
a show.
Timcast.
That's right.
So you should go subscribe to that.
That's a great show.
I think so, too.
You know what's another great show? YouTubeobject.com/wearjage. Anyway, today I come here with one simple message. Make Orwell fiction again. It's just getting too real out there. This is one of the shirts. This is the message on my shirt. It's one of the first shirts that we actually got out there to the general public. It's one of the first ones that kind of went viral. And I'm wearing it today. If you want to wear it, you can get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. Because you do, this is how you guys support me and my efforts here. So thank you so much for having me. Splurge.
Back once again. Hello, Luke. Hello, Mary. Good to have you guys here.
Are you okay with the fact that he calls you Splurge?
Listen, Scary Mary. This is between me and Splurge here, okay?
I didn't know this was a thing.
Scary Mary.
I think Luke has a lot of nicknames for everybody here, so I'm cool with it.
That means we're friends.
He's Lou now.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you call me Lou. That's fine.
Lou. Okay, let's talk about news. Here's the first story. Elon Musk's Twitter, I like how they call it Elon Musk's Twitter, reinstates Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene. So this is from the past couple of hours. Of course, Donald Trump has been reinstated. Don't know if he's going to come back. Project Veritas is back. James Lindsay is back. Who else is back? I'm seeing everybody come back. ALX.
Andrew Tate is back.
Andrew Tate is back. Anybody else? Marjorie Taylor Greene?
Don't know.
Elon Musk is just, you think he's going through a list and then just like looking at why they were banned, like, okay, we'll unban them, and like, who's this, and like, unban them.
But the graveyard of suspended accounts is just so large that there's no way to know who's never going to come back.
Well, we're waiting for Sargon, Carl Benjamin, to be unbanned.
Oh, yeah, I was just thinking of him.
Did he get unbanned? I feel like I saw it today. Or people were just calling for it.
Yeah, I think Michael Malice tweeted out that he should be unbanned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people. Ricketta Law still banned.
He's still banned?
Kerry Wedler banned. Dr. Malone, Dr. McCullough, Anti-Media Free Thought Project. So many. We could keep going. We could do a whole show just by naming all the people that have disappeared off of the face of the internet.
I know Milo said he wouldn't come back to.
Give him some time. Jesus fucking Christ.
Milo has to come back.
It's gonna take forever.
What do you think, Darren? Who needs to come back, and do you think Trump will come back?
Instate all these
people need
accounts.
to come back. Trump, he desperately wants to, and Elon understands that. Hence the recent tweets that he sent out expressing the temptation to which Trump is yet to give in, but he's just got to. He needs to find the right opportunity to do so. They say there are potential legal complications given his fiduciary responsibilities to Truth Social.
Exactly.
So that has to be worked out, and as you know, the system will use any opportunity it can get to file another case against Trump, and it looks like there are already 3 or 4 in the works. So it's complicated business with Trump. He wants to, and if we subscribe to the modification of Occam's razor that Elon propounded on Twitter, namely that the most entertaining outcome is the most likely, I think we can all expect
oh yeah, dude, this
Trump
game's
to be on
fucking
there,
great.
and many more colorful figures to come.
We need to pull this meme from Elon Musk.
The depth that this game allows for
and it
is
the
absolutely
meme of the
incredible.
woman showing her private parts to the monk, and the monk is refusing to look. The monk, of course, is Donald Trump, and the woman's derriere is Twitter. So very good. There's another one where it's Lois Griffin, all disheveled looking, looking over at a bottle of prescription pills. And I just got to point out, there's a woman. She blocked me, though. She quoted this and then wrote, "This is rape culture."
Nice.
A billionaire promoting rape culture on his platform, and then I was just like, men not wanting to have sex with women who want to is rape now, I guess. And then she blocked me for it. So.
No, but it's actually true. The
Liam
rape is
Vivi
actually not
says,
getting into the temple.
OLOL.
Well, if anything, she's
The
assaulting
comment
him.
before the gotta
She's-
love
you know,
po
he's
didn't
he's
got
pregnant,
read.
right? He's minding his own business. And then she comes
D-Dask
along and she pulls up her
official
dress and just
says,
like starts looking at him. You know, this guy's
Bone
minding his own business.
appetite.
Yeah, he's assaulted him.
He's not
Fuck
being a simp.
yeah.
He should be
Bone
punished.
appetite.
No, but not because that's his rights.
I absolutely love
Sink ships. Okay.
the fact that this ninja chat reads it to me. I was having so much trouble trying to manage all my chats when they would come through. So I'd have to look on my second or third monitor. Now that it reads it to me, oh, it's so much better.
Local, need your aid.
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do this. Why not?
Itching for me to lose another limb, are ya?
Yeah, the depth and variety this game provides, there's no other game even close to it. I can't say that. I haven't played Lost Ark or any other shit. But I did play Wilson, played Diablo 3, played can't think of it. Titan Quest, Diablo 2. This game's got them all beat. Pretty fucking large margin, too.
D-Dask official says, 100%.
Yeah. Easy 100%. I try to preface that with any complaints I have with the game. So it's important to keep it into perspective. Probably my favorite storyless game. I know there's a story, but no one cares about the story. Nier Automata is probably my favorite game overall, but that's just because the story is so good to me. Definitely has the most replay value for me. Don't pay a lot of attention to haters, but I wonder what haters are saying with the potential of abandoning
Liam Vivi
arch
says,
nemesis.
for how long have you played it? /
Played Path of Exile. I started at beta or alpha or launch. I don't remember. It was absolute dog shit. Their netcode was awful. They couldn't fix their rubber band issues. Then I took a long break. And I got started somewhere after Bestiary. I think it was Betrayal is when I got back into it. 3 or 4 years. But the most important thing is I have 4,200 hours in the game. How many years you play it isn't the same as how many hours you have in it. Fuck, this chicken is incredible. Got a rotisserie chicken at QFC. Those rotisserie chickens are kind of hit and miss. Sometimes they're dry as fuck. This is as moist as the milk coming out of my mama's titty. Absolutely delish.
Liam Vivi says, nice, I started back in Legacy League, was a nice mechanic.
Yeah, the first time I played through, I was playing a Shock Nova build. Most sockets I got was 4. I never even got to 6 sockets. And it was awful. Awful experience playing this at launch. Rubber banding.
DDask official says. I started just before Metamorph.
Yeah, you've only experienced the good. 3.19 is the worst league they've had in a long, long, long time. That's just because they're experimenting with new shit. They're trying to slow the game down a bit, reduce the amount of power. A lot of people just don't quite think about the difficulty of balancing the game as they've currently built it. Extremely difficult. Especially the divergency between how melee damage does damage and how spells do damage. It's just super difficult to regulate it. And the different way that physical damage hits versus elemental damage, I mean, that's a fever dream. What the fuck were they thinking? Not saying it's good or bad, but it's complicated. The fact that it's just 2 completely different systems, and the damage mitigation are two completely different systems. Seems like it would have just been way easier to just make them the same. But I guess it adds more variability.
Hail.
DDask official says. They mentioned spell accuracy in POE 2.
Oh no. I don't like accuracy as a stat. It's fine. It's nothing I would ever actually complain about. But I would prefer if all hits hit. Just across the board. I don't like the concept of missing a hit. Nothing I'd complain about, as I said. Just kind of reminds me of Diablo 2.
I can't do this just yet.
I could probably be persuaded the other way around, though. If someone had a good argument for why it's a good idea to not have every hit, aside from being able to put more points into a different stat, such as accuracy.
Liam Vivi says. Seeing you on Expedition now reminds me how a few hours ago I got ripped by a mob with Solaris Touched, Magma Barrier, Executioner and Berserker on a logbook.
Jesus, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, I empathize with the hardcore players now. I usually don't play hardcore, but I played it for a few events. And yeah, this league mechanic, hardcore, not very fun. Especially because I don't really use, like, log out macros or anything. Get a bad mob and it's just done.
Godslayer.
I think I might have to put grace on instead of determination for a little bit.
Hey.
Hey, Godslayer.
Let my brother do all the damage.
Godslayer. Hail Godslayer.
Shit. Guess I'll use Frostblink. It's better anyways.
Liam Vivi says. Apparently the bot doesn't read messages with curse words. Anyway, I said that it was hilarious when you did the build Revi video and died on it.
It's not the bot, it's YouTube. YouTube is censoring all cuss words in my chat. I don't know how to change it. I'm gonna steal your damage for a little while. Is that alright?
That was still my damage.
I was searching regular league for those loot. Best axe they had is this cheapo one.
I can't do this just yet.
Don't even think I've ever used it, but it's got 100 life on it. That's kind of nice.
Oh, the harvester.
Yeah. It also gives me life tap, which I realize I still have life tap on.
Oh shit, I don't think I have a bleed flask.
Hail Godslayer.
100% more physical. Yeah, that seems like the right call.
Also, I think the delirium scales off the map mods. You're gonna want to be running the magic.
That would make sense.
Liam Vivi says.
Oh, you
Is
ghost
there bleed
bastard.
prolo? I kept thinking about the Morocco bleed thing.
I don't know if there's breed prolif. I think there's a pair of gloves that do it. I think I forget what they're called. Hemophilia gloves?
Liam Vivi says. Hemophilia makes enemies explode.
Oh, so it's just a double explode. Oh, damn, my ant's high as fuck. What's my accuracy at? Oh, my accuracy is low as fuck. Doritos Minis, my dude. Doritos Minis. They come in a Pringles can. They're tiny little Dorito chips.
When they're just gonna finally bring back the good 3D Doritos.
That ain't ever gonna happen.
What?
That ain't
Why
ever.
not?
Because you want it. When's the last time you got something you wanted? Don't say anal. Or rectum. The rectum league.
E-rectum.
Looks like I may have misread.
My spirit is spent.
Misread my fucking axe.
Liam Vivi says. Are those Doritos discontinued on USA? I've still see those in Mexico.
The new ones are different.
I can't do this just yet.
The old ones were better. They re-released them and changed how they made them. Yeah, you can still get the 3D ones, but they're different. Yeah, the Doritos I'm talking about now, they come in a fucking Pringles can. And they're tiny little triangles instead of the big triangles. Just a lot easier to eat when you're gaming, because you just grab the Pringles can and drink it.
Godslayer. Godslayer.
Okay, never mind. It's just random. This place is 98% delirious on a magic map.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm over that. I need to level up. Going back to my blood aqueducts. I guess I gotta hit push to talk. Yeah, I'm over that. I need to level up. I'm heading back to the blood aqueducts.
Just in time.
Get me a tabula rasa. Very boring to level up for a tabula rasa. I just realized that passive is useless with the two-hander. Because I don't get endurance charges because of my offhand. I mean, I always knew that, but it's just kind of dawning on me right now as I don't have endurance charges.
I can't do this just yet.
I'm fucking dying in the blood aqueducts. Nothing more embarrassing than a death in the blood aqueducts. That's just sad times. Continue to let these buffoons talk.
You gotta understand, this is a serious deal here. So obviously, you know, you're portraying Donald Trump doing the right thing here, right?
Maybe that's what she meant. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe she was saying the woman was raping the man. And that,
nowadays it's a little bit confusing.
Elon Musk was trying to imply that he was trying to seduce Trump.
But it's been nearly 3 days, and Trump still has the ability to tweet, but yet hasn't done it.
He can't.
And I mean, he can't because of financial interests with Truth Social. So we should explain it in kind of basic form here. Trump is having the opportunity to make a lot of money with Truth Social, rather than, of course, have a voice on Twitter. He did make a couple statements a couple months ago saying that he wouldn't return to Twitter, even if Elon Musk would buy it. Will he return? I think he has to if he's going to be running a successful presidential campaign, because there's no other way to get out in front, to get your message across, but most importantly, also protect yourself against the incoming attacks and slanders and all the fake news media bullcrap, along with the DOJ indictments. There's no better way to protect yourself than in the court of public day, and that, of course, means using Twitter. Will he use it?
Court of public day.
Something I just made up right now. Court of public light. Court of public opinion. Thank you.
Do you think Elon should buy Truth Social then for
No.
more than it's worth, and then he technically still wins?
I got the solution. Literally, seriously.
Okay.
Donald Trump tweets a sentence with a link to Truth Social, which contains the paragraph. So that way, he's still getting his idea on Twitter.
Right.
He's maximizing his audience, but he's actually helping Truth Social grow. I think that's the best thing to do, because more competition in the space is good. And if he can build, another community, then we never have to worry about monopolistic censorship.
From what I read, Truth Social has a 6-hour exclusivity window, and therefore Trump must post on. This is what I read. It could be wrong, but Trump must post on Truth Social. Then 6 hours later, he could post the same thing on another social media platform. And there's exceptions to the rule, like fundraising. So he can post on Twitter, according to some of the mainstream media sources out there, and their kind of larger agreement with Truth Social. But at the end of the day, I mean, is he prioritizing money in his platform over this platform? And will this kind of outcome be in his benefit? I don't think it will.
Are you saying Truth Social has the possibility of becoming profitable? Because I don't see a...
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it'd be profitable.
Who uses it? Do any of us at this table use it?
No.
Well, I have
Just
one,
asking.
and I will say I don't use it, but there's a lot of engagement on it. It is significant. It's Elon's probably trying to steal back that engagement.
Oh, the users that went over to it.
Yeah, I think Elon saw this as
Delusional.
he probably was just like, look how many people they kicked off the platform. They're losing money because they're bad at business. I can come in, post some spicy memes.
No one's on
everyone
Truth
starts screaming and
Social.
spitting and yelling. They'll all come back, and then we'll go public again in a few years.
Right, and there's been a massive influx into Twitter since Trump's count was reinstated. A massive number. So
Look at this. This tweet from Donald Trump from 2011. I feel sorry for Rosie's new partner in love, whose parents are devastated at the thought of their daughter being with Rosie, a true loser. This history was wiped from existence by Vijaya Gadde and Dorsey.
Yeah.
And with Elon Musk coming in, we get the whole archive of
it's
Trump
a
tweets.
veritable library of Alexandra.
A cornucopia.
Come back.
There was
Of
books of his
one-liners.
tweets. There was literal books of his tweets that were being sold on Amazon.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I love all of Trump's old tweets telling Robert Pattinson to break up with Kristen Stewart. I'm looking him up now. I just love him so much.
It's amazing. See, here's the issue. Why don't even this Trump isn't on Truth Social?
True.
No, it's not. The Truth Social posts are like paragraphs about like MAGA stuff. Well, come on, Donald Trump, call somebody a horse face, right? We need to bring back the snarky one-liners. This was hilarious, man. I can't believe it. This stuff's 11 years ago. Trump was sitting there on his golden toilet, just insulting people on his phone, and we all thought it was funny.
Yeah, like 3 in the morning.
Not just insulting people, but like remember when he posted his like taco bowl?
Yeah, that's great.
Like that's
Yeah, it was
so
amazing.
wholesome.
It's taco bowl.
There's nothing so lighthearted on the app as when that went up.
Yeah, bring back Twitter Trump, I guess.
Man, all the crazy stuff on Trump's Twitter thread. We have to go back in time and look at all the archives.
It's not letting me word search anything he's tweeted right now.
You know, there have been glitches on Twitter that I've noticed. No, mostly that you'll try and load a tweet, and then it'll say, this tweet is unavailable.
Or the replies are upside down.
What?
Yeah,
happens to me
that
too.
happens so much to me
Yep,
too.
yep. So like they usually are below a tweet, but they're above a tweet, and they're in non.
That happened before they slashed the number of employees.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Well, they
I don't
No,
know.
it's happening a lot more for me.
Yvonne Cutlisa says,
You have to scroll.
I thought you
up.
put a face cam because of that podcast.
That doesn't happen to you.
If Twitter implodes and is wiped off the face of the earth, I'll take it as a win too. Like you got this platform that is clearly biased.
No,
opposes the
I
establishment.
did buy a
Clearly
mask,
because
so I
Trump
can
or something.
do some face
Even anti-war
showing
people are getting banned. So
in
if
the
Elon Musk tries to
future.
fix it, it's a good thing. If he unbans people, it's a good
Hasn't
thing.
arrived
This
yet.
could be, you guys ever hear that stuff? Is it?
Just focus.
He's a
Oh
terrorist.
no, baby.
Have you guys ever he's outside the door.
The baby cat.
Have you ever heard the stories about how like someone on their deathbed all of a sudden will become like lucid and energized, and they'll sit up and start talking and be totally normal, and you'll be like, oh, they're getting healthy, and then they just die. You guys ever hear that? Like,
No, what?
like people who are like dying and like laying on their bed will just one day get up and be like, I'm feeling better. I'd like to see my family. And then the family will come in, they'll all talk and laugh, and then all of a sudden the person will just like, "Bleh," and like croak. Like it's the body mustering up the last bit of energy to make your final, finish your business and say your goodbyes.
Tim is an
This is
idiot.
what's happening.
That's
Elon
not
Musk comes
true.
in, we're all like, yay, we feel invigorated again, like it's 2015, 2016, and then like the replies flip over and the words start getting jumbled, the tweets stop appearing, and then it's gone.
But it definitely doesn't feel like 2016.
And then the microchip goes inside of your head without you even noticing it, without your consent, and then bada bing, bada boom, you're connected to the new WeChat of the United States.
Without your consent. All right, let's talk about whiny celebrities. We have Rolling Stone, Jack White quits Twitter, calls Elon Musk's Trump reinstatement a whole move. Trent Reznor also quit. Like, who cares, dude? You guys aren't part of the conversation. You're welcome to be part of the conversation. You weren't part of the
Liam
conversation, so you cried
says,
and left. So what? You weren't tweeting
So
anyway.
bathtub streams
Doesn't that mean
are
it's like the
coming?
big thumbs up?
Yeah, right.
No.
He said this is
Bathtub
straight up you
streams
trying
are
to help your fascists have
definitely
a platform so you can
not
eventually get your
coming.
tax breaks. Why are these people so
I'm a
dumb?
consummate
Elon pays the
professional.
most amount of taxes than any American citizen ever.
I just can't show my face because I want to be able to
and
say what I
who's he
want to
accusing of being
say
a fascist?
and still be able to work in this world.
Trump hasn't tweeted. It's been 3 days. The world hasn't ended. Like, come on. Like, people take themselves way too seriously. And
They're claiming that Elon's forcing them to follow Trump.
I can't do this just yet.
That's ridiculous.
It's not true.
Yeah.
Like,
That's worse than like QAnon stuff.
they're tweeting like, not only was Trump reinstated, but I found that I was following him, and I've never followed him, and I have to unfollow him. And it's like, dude, you follow him. Yeah, we know you forgot.
Who's this guy?
Jack White.
White Stripes. Seven Nation Army. Anything?
No, nothing.
Ring a bell? Okay, cool. Have you noticed that all of these chuggy people use a-hole as their #1 insult?
A-hole.
It's really cringy.
I don't know why. I don't know why that word's so
And the way they curse, it just feels like a 13-year-old who hasn't cursed before, who's like trying to.
And this
I don't know.
red one doesn't hit jack
And I'm just
shit.
like, and?
It's pretty much only for bosses.
No, I look.
You will not be.
My favorite was CBS News saying that they were going to be leaving temporarily. because
Yvonne
of security
Cutlisa
concerns, and they're
says,
coming back, and then still everyone's saying,
Delirium
"We don't
started
care."
today.
It's like it's okay.
Especially if you announce it, you
Yeah,
don't have the willpower
it
not to
did
come
start
back.
today.
They
I
came
didn't
back
know that
afterwards,
either.
a few hours after
I
that.
was
It's
like
"Oh, yeah,
2
we're
to
still looking
3
for
hours
monitoring the
late.
situation." Like, well, what? What do
No,
you...
the thing is, none of these people can really leave, and that's why it's not the last kind of death croak of Twitter, because nothing on the planet has been able to replicate the network effects that Twitter has. I would be astonished if it's just too valuable to too many major stakeholders in the system. Just recently, you had Elon, who, by the way, I think he is maybe the first major captain of industry to mock the ADL since the ADL's inception. That's the first. It's a major thing. It's incredible. And he continued it. So Israel did a tweet, and Elon kind of mocked them too, and but in a playful way, saying, look, you know, we need more people to tweet. We need more countries to tweet. And so if countries are tweeting, you know, it's too valuable. It's not like there's this other thing called, what is it called, like Triceratops? There's some stupid like left-wing version of Twitter that they're trying to do.
Mastodon.
You can't do that because of the network effect.
No. Actually, we're learning that Mastodon is quite based. Actually, they're
Yvonne
officially
Cutlisa
telling people,
says,
if you have a problem,
I
just block
already
them. We're not
leveled
going
4
to ban
characters
them.
this
And they're
league,
saying,
so I'll
I saw
skip
woman,
this one.
She said that she got suspended on Mastodon because she was calling out white people, and they were like, "Yeah, it's racism. You're not allowed."
Was that an actual thing or just like an algorithmic?
Smart
Someone
move.
did it, and they said that her posting about this was like she got suspended. But
Okay,
here's
good for
what people
them.
don't
I like
realize.
Delirium, so that's why I'm
Mastodon
doing
is,
it.
they're different servers. It's it's the Fediverse. Mastodon is like, I guess, OneNote. I'm not entirely sure how it works. I'm sure people in chat probably know better. But basically, when you sign up for it, you pick a server hosted by who knows. And so they warn you. This is some random guy's basement. You don't know what he's doing. When you sign up for this to get off Twitter, he's got all your data, your password, he's got everything. And so people are signing up, and they're thinking, this is going to be better now. And there's a mod, there's a viral tweet where he's like, yo, just block people. I'm not banning them. Like, just block them. Even at Twitter weren't doing that. Twitter was banning everybody. So
Yvonne Cutlisa says,
fair enough, but I think the point stands.
HCSSF.
Twitter is something. It's
Nope,
unique.
nope,
Its
nope,
function
not
as
at
a
all.
public square is unique.
Not
It
for
has
Delirium.
Network effects that are also unique. And for
It's
that
just
reason,
regular
a lot of
old
stakeholders are gonna do everything
softcore
they can
trade
to prevent
enabled.
Elon from going the direction he seems to be going, and he has a very difficult position. He
I'm
needs
just
to
farming a
exercise,
tabula rasa.
A lot of caution. He needs to
My
approach
damage
this
is kind of
disconnect, and
shit,
would
so I
say
can't
far,
map very
he's
well.
done about as well as we could
Need to get that
reasonably
6
expect him
link.
to do, given what the stakes are and given
But
what
so
he's up
far,
against.
the
there's
cards
no
are
question that he
being
deserves to be criticized,
very
legitimately, but you do
stubborn.
make a good point, because
Of course,
where else could
it's
you see
pretty
the president
slow.
of the ADL go after Elon Musk and Elon Musk respond saying, "Hey, stop defaming me"? Where else? Where else could you see Kanye West say shalom? Right? Like this hive mind, this online reality is amazing, and the people quitting it. There's a reason they're coming back. All these people, all these actors. Hey, I'm quitting Twitter. Hey, I'm still
Yvonne
quitting Twitter, but I want to make
Cutlisa
one more
says,
post and another post. And this is again
Slash
something very
deaths,
similar to
I
what we
wanna
saw
see
with
how it
Neil Young
went.
with Spotify. This is the same thing we saw with all these celebrities saying that they're
Give
going
me
to
a
be moving to
second.
Canada. A lot of these people are all talk. They're all bark, no bite, and we have to understand these threats are empty and they need to be called out as ridiculous, because Twitter is where it's at right now. It's fun. It's entertaining.
46.
And it's where I'm at.
It's the old St. Augustine.
Went
Lord,
very
make me
well.
chase, but not yet.
Exactly.
This is amazing. When
Very,
Kanye West
very
tweets
well.
things, people are starting to feel like I don't have to worry about cancel culture anymore. I don't have to walk on eggshells. So what does Kanye tweet? Shalom.
Hilarious.
The ADL, some guy tweeted, he's openly mocking us now. It's like, so what? Like, the problem is these people were overly sensitive. I don't think Kanye West is anti-Semite. I think he's probably got some wacky views. I think he said some silly things. But I think if you sat down with him and talked to him, you'd understand it, right? He's not like this caricature of a guy marching around with a hood and a tiki torch or anything like that. But these people want to say that libs of TikTok, for instance, by simply
Yvonne Cutlisa
tweeting out,
says,
I'm sorry, retweeting
considering it's
videos
Delhi,
posted
that's
by
not
people
even
publicly,
bad.
she's murdering them.
Yeah, it's pretty
There's this
bad.
viral tweet, I comment on it, where they're like, libs of TikTok has murdered hundreds of LGBT people by sharing these videos. And it's like, bro, the videos are public. Right. Libs of TikTok isn't doing anything. If that's their standard, and people have to abide by those kind of psychotic individuals, they're scared to speak out. Now, Elon comes in and says, have fun, guys. And what are we seeing? Spicy memes, jokes, trolling, and fun. And you know what? Jack White, he doesn't like fun. He's just fun, bad. So he has to leave. Okay, right. Bye-bye. We'll play your music, dude. I don't care. We'll have fun and post spicy memes. Bring back the meme wars.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yvonne
and pathetic.
Cutlisa says,
But yeah, the whole thing about libs.
well, my
TikTok,
standards
they
must
have
be
this
low
new
then,
term
haha.
that A lot of these kind of mediocrities with
I would have thought that
talking
too.
about,
I play
passive
completely
terrorism.
differently in
And,
softcore, so
it's
I don't even
really
care about
such a
that
dope
in
concept, but it
softcore.
effectively means that you can't criticize
Not even a
anyone
metric
because
I really
of the
even
possibility
look
that
at.
criticism would be out there in the ether, and some crazy person might attack some kind of affiliated group, and then of course you're responsible. So it's the latest of many censorship predicates. That
And then the woman behind that lives at TikTok, what's her name? Chaya? Is that her name? She puts the Catholic Terrorist in her bio. And now I'm seeing these leftist journalists be like, she's openly bragging about doing it. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Do you really not understand someone being facetious, making fun of you for calling them that? Or are you intentionally just trying to lie? You know what, man? I'm glad Elon bought Twitter because he took over the space, and it is nuts to see this. Like Luke mentioned,
Yvonne Cutlisa says,
was like, I can't believe Elon's doing
I
this.
care only when I get to LVL 90+.
Like, that's openly mocking.
Oh yeah, because
But I
the
guess
experience
Elon Musk
loss is brutal.
FU money. Just outright.
We'll see how far it goes, but so far, I think.
I typically get to 93 and then I just stop leveling up.
Use it in that fashion. And I think Elon is setting an excellent example, stepping into the actual arena, playing for keeps, and seeing where things land. So give him major credit, and it's only just begun. So we'll see how it unfolds.
I think Elon actually tweeted at Trent Reznor too, or tweeted about him or something. I don't know. Jack White posted on Instagram some long diatribe that's not worth reading. That's not free speech or what the poll decided or whatever nonsense you're claiming to be. This is straight up you try to help a fascist have a platform so you can eventually get your tax breaks. Like, I don't think this guy knows anything about tax law. You know what I mean?
No, I mean it's the typical sort of like maybe 105 IQ, burned out idiot kind of
It's that high.
pseudo clever conspiracy theory. It's always like some dumb financial incentive that doesn't even make sense if you actually know how these things work. There's a certain kind of framework for this particular type of accusation. And I would peg him around 105.
Well, let's do this.
That's high for me.
I'm gonna call out Elon Musk for hypocrisy. We have this tweet from Shuanhead. She said, Elon Musk confirms he won't reinstate Alex Jones. However you feel about Alex Jones aside, am I wrong here? Like, not that there was much doubt before, but Elon just completely showed his ass. Elon said, my firstborn child died in my arms. I felt his last heartbeat. I have no mercy for anyone who would use the deaths of children for gain, politics, or fame. Now that's interesting. Alex Jones was
Yvonne
not banned
Cutlisa
from Twitter
says,
for anything related to
I
any
try
case.
bling above
Alex Jones
92
was
but I
banned
die
from Twitter
5
because
times
he
in
insulted
one map
on
and
Darcy.
lose 50%
Elon, is
EXP
insulting
or
a
try to
reporter
kill a
bannable
boss
offense?
I'm not ready
Okay,
to
ban
fight
yourself.
at all.
I'll wait. Is Elon Musk gonna ban himself?
Yeah,
He's gonna
just
shut up?
don't do
Okay, look,
content
I
you
can
can't do
respect
if you're
all
trying to
his
level
opinions about
up.
the people he's unbanned, and I will accept the win. What I will
It's
not
super
accept
easy
is
now
how I will
because
say this way. It is not victory for the people.
you don't have to
that
do
we
any
are
of the
winning
hard
billions of
bosses. You
billions.
can save the
What is
hard
better for
bosses for
people is a
later.
clear set of rules,
Back in the
policies,
day,
and
you'd have to do
procedures, so we
serious or
all
lose
fairly understand
serious.
the rules of
Or not
the
necessarily
platform.
lose
Elon
it,
Musk
but
is
couldn't
right. What
gain
rules?
towards
If
getting
you
a
come
new
out and tell me the rule
series.
is free speech, I say, you got it, boss.
Now you
If
can
come out and
stack
say
it.
the rule is you can't
It's
say this
super
at all, otherwise
nice.
I'll say, okay, well, that's
You
dumb,
can just
but
do a
you
bunch
got
of
it, boss.
easy
If you come out
mapping
and
to
tell me the
level
rules
up,
are
and then
A,
once you level
but then,
up, then
oh,
you
by
fight
the
all the
way,
hard
I have
bosses.
special rules for other people, well, then your rules are garbage and completely meaningless. Now, what's really happening is you're unbanning people you like.
Well, that's a very interesting point, but what would you say to this is that what if in practice, in terms of how things cash out, it's actually maximizes free speech on Twitter to have an arbitrary system rather than to have a system that follows prescribed rules? Because you'd have to think what kind of prescribed rules can he get away with. He could say what he said before, which is that the law of the land in terms of speech will govern speech policy on Twitter, which in the US would mean First Amendment. I don't know if that's practical given the implications.
I understand that. So let's ask where the line is. Insulting a reporter, is that bannable offense?
Yvonne Cutlisa says,
Is that in need of flexibility?
yeah, that's the smart thing
I
to
think they
do.
would all need flexibility, but
Yeah, and we don't always do the smart thing, especially me.
Versus kind of
But I do hate
neutral
losing
principles
experience,
that
so
are
I have been doing
applied
that pretty well
retroactively.
lately.
In practice, he can get away with more if he pursues the arbitrary approach.
Of course.
In terms of maximizing free speech on Twitter.
And he's giving himself a legal argument here because he's outright saying that for this personal reason, he will not be reinstating Alex Jones. I will stress, I absolutely feel and sympathize with Elon over this feeling of losing his son. I mean, it's a horrifying thing to have to experience, and I can respect and understand that. I just don't know what it has to do with Alex Jones insulting a reporter. Now, if we're going to argue there needs to be some flexibility, sure, but some things are within the bounds of the Overton window, and fine. Insulting a reporter, you don't get banned for it. Now, if you're arguing that there's harassment and what constitutes harassment, okay, now we're dealing with something more difficult.
Well, I'm saying more that at this stage, at least in practice, his assessment, and he could very well be right on this, is that he can't get away with allowing Alex Jones on. And he's probably imprudent, and I think he probably stepped over the line in attacking Jones the way he did, but the reality is probably he couldn't get Jones on. And that's the cost of doing all the other stuff that he's done.
Perhaps. I understand that, but I'm not going to apologize for Elon.
Oh, of course not.
I will accept the victories.
Right.
And we're seeing tremendous victories. It's funny, it's fun, we're laughing, there's jokes, there's memes, and all Elon had to do was not address the issue outright. Probably the safest thing for him to do is, like, he's not addressed Carl Benjamin. We all want him unbanned. He's not addressed Milo. But he did specifically address Alex and said he's not going to unban him because he did a thing 6 years prior to his Twitter ban that offends Elon. And that right there, I get it. Maybe he's going to have a legal argument in the future that that clearly shows I will ban whoever I want for whatever reason. There's no rules whatsoever. And by doing so, if he does ban you, you can't sue him for breach of contract because he's clearly operating on a whim.
I'm happy he's at least telling us where his flawed decision is coming from, because it's an illogical decision that shows you that there's no pathway to redemption, and he's using emotional trauma in order to justify this larger banning for something that Alex Jones has already apologized for.
That
something
is
that
true.
Alex Jones is being fined $1.5 billion for.
Nothing will be
Something that, of
different
course,
under
costs
Elon
Alex Jones
Musk,
almost
really.
everything. But at the end of the day here, if we're going to be
Just a
punishing
different
people
tyrant
for
in
using
charge.
children for their own political gain or fame, My original response to this was, hey, Elon Musk,
Yvonne
have you heard of
Cutlisa
Barack
says,
Obama, the guy who dropped
this
a
league I
bomb every
tried
20
killing
minutes for
Uber
8
Eater
years? The
3
guy who
times and
judiciously
failed every time,
extrajudiciously
and I have
assassinated a
enough
16-year-old American
DPS to
citizen?
kill
If we're going to be
Uber
punishing
Elder.
people for hurting children, we might as well ban the
Yeah,
president of the
certain
United
builds
States.
are
That's why he
good
invented
for
Big Pharma.
certain
We don't even have to go to
bosses.
this
I
level.
haven't tried any of
Joe
the
Biden
Ubers
out there
yet.
groping and sniffing kids right now.
Not really my
That's why
cup
they're
of
dropping a bomb
tea.
on small
I
children.
get it. I'm saying Obama's not the president anymore.
I hate most of those bosses anyways. Eater Worlds is fine. That's one of the few that I like, but Sirius I fucking hate.
There's no standard.
Do you think any off-platform
Elder's
behavior
awesome.
warrants a ban?
Nope. Well, this is what
Shaper's
Jack
not so
Conte
great.
What's it, Patreon? Argued specifically. He created this new term, off-platform behavior.
Off-platform.
Off-platform behavior, which is absolutely ridiculous. Because again,
Yvonne
you're going to
Cutlisa
arbitrarily say, you
says,
did this 10 years ago or 20
I
years ago.
don't use
like
Twitter,
it.
so I don't
Okay,
even
okay,
notice
culture,
those
But
changes.
again, my personal
It's
preference,
not
which I hope
so much
ultimately
about
will be
using
able to
Twitter,
achieve, is the
it's
First
just
Amendment
about the
standard.
concept of
But he's a lot
freedom
more
of
practical
speech.
than I think people realize, and the First Amendment standard, it sounds
People don't
something-
talk in
something very
person
easily
anymore, they only
publicly
talk on the
defensible
internet.
when you put it that way,
So
but then
by
you say, okay, First
censoring
Amendment standard
speech
means
on the
illegal
internet,
speech.
you are
That means
directly
that probably
censoring
the
speech.
most banned people on the internet, like Andrew Anglin, has to go on Twitter. I'm for that because I'm for the First Amendment standard. But as a matter of practical reality, that's a hell of a lot of incoming that Elon would have right up front. And so what kind of principles can you
And
pick
Twitter
that would
before was
cast
just
out
banning
better,
conservatives
at
that
least
didn't
in this
like.
instance?
And now
Don't
Elon is
say
banning
you
people he
agree
doesn't
because
like.
he has to.
If the assumption is
No real
that,
hard and fast
he's
rules
playing
to
him before he
protect
starts
freedom
reading,
of
he has to.
speech.
And then he should not have addressed the issue at all. Because if your argument is he has to play the game, that means he's virtue signaling. Right. I don't care for virtue signaling. I don't care for being lied to, and I don't care for petty. I don't care. I shouldn't say it that way, but I don't care for personalized arguments as to why certain people are below the standards.
I agree. I think he shouldn't have gone there and said, "Oh, use the kid thing." That was unfortunate and crossed the line. And
he clearly doesn't know anything about it. Sorry to interrupt.
No, right. No, I agree. No, I'm totally with you there. I want the First Amendment standard. I'm just trying to put myself in Elon's shoes, and I'm thinking, as much as we want a kind of neutral, principled standard, such that we can say, well, if you do this, what about this? Which is, how fairness operates. But in terms of the result, the kind of consequentialist view of it is that he can actually probably maximize free speech more if he does virtue signal a little bit, at least in these early stages.
There was something infuriating about Jack Dorsey and Vijayagade lying to your face when you were like, hey, why was this person banned and why wasn't this person? When you'd say something like, hey, look, here's an Antifa account advocating for instructing violence. And they go, oh, well, it's a mistake. And then they still won't take it down. When they tell you, we're working on it, there will be a path to redemption, I hear what you're saying, we're going to try and fix it. It's frustrating because you know they're lying to you. True. It's even worse when it's a billionaire who just says, too bad. Like, it's one thing to be like, I can hold on to that 1% hope that Jack Dorsey means it when he says, we're going to find a way to get people back on the platform, we got to figure out how to do it. It's another thing when Elon Musk is like, I bought it, it's mine, too bad, there's no rules, I can do whatever I want.
And if we can't trust him on this, what makes you think we can't trust him on other issues as well? This brings a lot of doubt and speculation because he's acting on emotion rather than morals and virtues. Rather than saying, hey, I believe in free speech, that means speech for people I despise, he says, no, I don't like him. But Elon, have you heard of a thing called Epstein's Island? There's a former president there that used to attend it, Bill Clinton. He's also on your platform right now. If you care about children and children being hurt now, you'd be going after him, but he's not. And having this kind of made-up scenario where you say he's okay, but he's not good, based off your own emotional trauma, is not something that gives me a lot of hope in this platform moving forward.
Do we all agree that the First Amendment should be the ultimate standard?
Free speech.
No, I disagree.
You disagree?
I think even higher.
For Twitter, I disagree. And on one issue, doxing.
Okay.
There's probably the First Amendment doesn't cover criminal acts. There's challenges to whether or not something can be deemed criminal if it's speech. So
First Amendment minus doxing.
Not necessarily. So listen. Some people are free speech absolutists. They believe that words can never be criminal no matter what you said. That means literally they think incitement to violence and instruction on how to do horrible things. And there's an interesting point there. If we argue that there is criminal speech in any capacity, we're arguing Congress can pass a statutory law criminalizing speech. That makes no sense, right? So the Supreme Court upholds basically that if you incite violence, that is not protected by the First Amendment. And my question is, I understand that. I understand the arguments. But how does that make sense? Congress isn't making the law. The Supreme Court just said, as we interpret what the First Amendment is supposed to mean, we've carved out an exception. Now, the Founding Fathers didn't carve out an exception. So there's an interesting argument there because if we do agree that incitement to violence is criminal and not free speech, what happens if Congress or the Supreme Court, what if the Supreme Court, for instance, rules that actually hate speech is incitement because of stochastic terrorism? Are we going to continue to allow the courts to decide that there are larger and larger limits to speech? So I don't know that...
You're saying the First Amendment standard is not good enough because it's subject to future kind of modifications from the Supreme Court's sort of interpretive development.
Because the First Amendment could be argued to mean you can incite to violence. And so there's limits beyond. So my point is this. In the future, the Supreme Court may rule that doxing someone is not free expression. It's actually an attack against or something. It's a violation of someone's privacy and that's criminal. It would be interesting if Congress ruled that posting someone's private information, this may be a court that has a case that has to be adjudicated, actually. If Congress tries passing a law saying posting someone's private home details or private information, phone number, contact, etc., without their permission constitutes a crime, the Supreme Court's going to have to determine whether or not that violates free speech, because posting someone's address doesn't really express your political opinion or views. And that's an argument some people make about what free speech is. Anyway, I don't want to make it overly complicated. The First Amendment is an easy thing to say, but we really do need bullet point breakdown of what is okay and what isn't. Gab, for instance, I believe bans doxing. Okay. And that's free speech. You could walk around with a big old sign with someone's address on it. But on Gab, you can't do that. I agree. I don't think you should be allowed to post someone's private details. I don't think there should be permanent bans for these things, however, because, you know, I argued this to Jack Dorsey. There are people who commit murder, and they get out in 25 years.
Sure.
There's a guy who you know, posted a nasty meme, and you've permanently removed his ability to speak in public.
There's no redemption in according to the theology of cancellation.
I just want to point out the Clinton Global Initiative is on Twitter. You know?
Yeah, there's a lot of war criminals and monsters. There's you know, terrorist organizations that are on there openly using the platform without any kind of problems. When Twitter a couple years ago was looking at, of course, right-wing talking points that they needed to censor and take down. So it's crazy because this is a very important issue, and we can't underplay it. Because yes, I mean, we got to celebrate our victories. Elon did incredible things on banning a lot of important people that were punished for their political speech.
Yvonne
Cutlisa
says,
if you're going to continue the punishment based on your
is
own
free
kind of
speech
made-up,
censored word on
standards,
YT?
That's something that doesn't give me hope. That's something that I think a lot of people should be skeptical of, and I think that's something that a lot of people should be criticizing.
Don't know.
Obviously, it doesn't stand with any kind of virtue.
Let's pull up this.
Maybe.
Here. Now, I'm not sure if this is confirmed. I don't know. You guys have probably seen it all over the place. This is from Stux on Mastodon. He says, "What's it with people reporting every single person they don't like? Please stop with that. This is not Twitter. Please use features like mute or block if you don't like people, but stop reporting. Otherwise, I'll start banning people who keep reporting for nothing. I'm trying to keep things running with so many new people, and it's such a waste of time to hear whatever you don't like. Otherwise, go waste Elon's time, not mine." Elon Musk tweeted, "Please, hall monitors, go on someone else's platform." It was Nate Silver who said that he thinks Mastodon is a honeypot for the hall monitor types. All of these people on Twitter who report everything and won't shut up
Yvonne
are leaving and
Cutlisa
going to
says,
Mastodon, and all Spider-Man meme
it's
pointing
not
at each other.
since that
And,
comment
we're all
got
having a good time.
through.
It was like, there's a party going on, and they left. So, you know, I'll take it.
How many employees have been slashed so far at Twitter? Are there
Oh, man, I think
enough
a couple
to
thousand,
the
90%.
point where like they don't have as many moderators? Then
No moderators.
None left.
I'm pretty sure their moderation team's gone.
They've got to have some people.
No, I think
Because
I don't know.
they've now like streamlined the process for reporting child exploitation materials, which I have been waiting for them to do for so long because they made it unnecessarily difficult. You had to go through on the desktop version and go through a longer process to do that. So they streamlined that process. They have to have a good moderation team to keep up with that. And there's been I've seen reports that they're doing a crackdown on child exploitation on the platform.
He's number 1 priority, he said.
But you can't do that without moderators. And
That's true. Good point.
I mean, before the moderators were just like acting like demagogues.
Found no cards. I give up on tabula
If you were having
rasa.
a conversation
I'll
with
just
someone
die.
and you weren't being academic enough in your language, then you would get banned, pretty much.
Right. That's how it is.
There's also
You're just at the mercy of like any random
Well,
individual that comes across this.
Let me say real quick. Since the beginning of the election month, or like October, and then we're getting into November, all of my videos pertaining to election issues have been demonetized for fake reasons, and it costs a lot of money. It really does. Like getting you know, when you know, I cut down the amount of videos I do. I went from what was I doing, like 6 to 3. Having one, it's bad. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And what happens is I'll get the yellow $sign, and then I'll request review, which takes a day. You get all the views in your day, then you get no money. If it is confirmed, like the next day it'll say confirmed demonetized by manual review, and it will say harmful or dangerous activity. And it's me reading a poll and being like, the polls are in, and they say this, that, and then I got to call Google, and then they're like, whoops, that was an accident, let's fix it for you. And I'm like, who are you employing who's lying on all of, they're clearly leftists.
Yeah. Well, it happens to every one of my videos, but I have no one to call. So, like, you saw my stats, you saw my income. It's absolutely insane what's happening on my YouTube
Yvonne
channel. But to
Cutlisa
answer your question,
says,
there's also a lot of third-party companies.
Twitter is now
usually a lot of
privatized by
international workers that
Elon.
get hired to do
Yep,
a lot of this
Elon bought the whole
moderation.
company.
Some of the moderation is done in-house, but a lot of it is done through, of course, other private companies in Africa, in Asia, where, of course, the labor there is a lot cheaper. And this has been documented many times, even with Project Veritas. Project Veritas even released an expose talking about how Twitter employees were paid to view at everything, including private messages, people's posts, how Twitter engineers were there to, of course, implement shadow banning. This is Project Veritas talking to Twitter engineers that were bragging about having Trump's private DM messages and were threatening to release them. So, again, when we look at that content moderation, when we look at the destruction of speech, we have so much power by so many few individuals that absolutely use it and abuse it for the worst, sinister political purposes. And if you dare to speak outside of the established narratives, you're going to get punished, you're going to get screwed over, and that's exactly what's happening to my YouTube channel in such an extensive way.
There's another dimension of demonetization that is very relevant to Elon's predicament with Twitter, and that is the latest scam of brand safety, which is basically like a mafia shakedown, because in some cases they have third world imports, in some
Yvonne
cases they
Cutlisa says,
just, you know,
well, doesn't that mean that he can do whatever
what
he
they do is
wants
they
since it's
basically
his?
tell these advertising
Yes, it
companies,
does.
you know, your
To an extent, until they take them off the Apple Play Store and the Google Play Store.
and if you don't, it would be a shame.
And then no one can use Twitter on their cell phones, and then Twitter
to make it on
dies
their
as a
brand. And
company.
so it really is like it's a typical mob shakedown. The basic framework hasn't changed, but they sell it as brand safety.
But the premise behind why he bought it is that they were censoring too many people and not promoting free speech. Probably primarily because they banned a group called the Babylon Bee, who does comedy that's conservative leaning, and they got banned for some stupid reason. And Elon Musk is a big fan of the Babylon Bee and a multi-billionaire, so he's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna buy Twitter. And he paid way too much for it. 10 times more than what the company's worth. But the pretense of which he bought it was to bring freedom back to the platform. Freedom of speech. But he's refusing to do so because he dislikes people. So exactly like you said, he can do whatever he wants with it because it's his company. But any pretexts of that he's trying to be a promoter of free speech is down the drain. He doesn't give a shit about free speech. He just gives about speech that he agrees with. Which makes him tyrannical. Tyrannical with the private company that he's allowed to do whatever he wants with. But tyrannical nonetheless. Yeah, I didn't have any good hopes of Twitter being... It'll be a better place, but it won't be a free place.
Meaning your brand is in danger if you don't do exactly what we say and stop advertising with this website that we don't like and we object to, no matter how much money it's making you and no matter how much the audience actually likes the content on that website. And it happens on a large scale. That's exactly the type of shakedown that's happening on Twitter now.
Cutlisa says,
and I bet you that
I mean, it was obvious before that Elon is not even a tenth of that what people make him out to be.
Potential advertisers and current
That is
advertisers
true.
are sufficiently intimidated, but it happens on a smaller scale too, to a wide range of sites that distribute content
That is
that
accurate.
finds objectionable, and
including yours,
including mine in a very big way. I have one stalker woman who's absolutely obsessed with me. Every time we get some kind of new ad arrangement, she has a tweet thread about it. It's really pathetic. They have
is she a blue
people.
check?
I don't know about that. I don't know what her cast is.
I don't want to give her attention, so
Yes.
like by saying her name, but we can talk about her in the. I don't like giving.
Yeah.
But this woman, and I think it's the same person, went after a weather network. Like,
Yeah, my accuracy rating is pretty
There's
bad.
there's a cable channel that does nothing
Only
with weather,
1,000%
and this leftist woman
accuracy.
started like tweeting about it, and she's like a lot of these amount of followers. Her friends in media write up her stories, and then she's actually getting advertisers to pull off a weather reporting station, and it's just like the only thing on the screen is it says like weather. It's like raining in Texas. Like,
but the sad thing
all
is
their ads
how,
off.
the sad thing is how easily so many of these people cave, because usually their liaison, their point of contact at these companies is like some 20-something woman who is ideologically aligned, and even if not, all these unsophisticated people need to hear is the phrase conspiracy theory or Trump or something like that, and automatically is like, okay, bad, danger, that's all I need to hear.
So
or
this
even worse.
intimidation campaign, are you saying it's the same?
Or even worse, an older woman without a family that is there to complain as well. So.
Even worse, yeah. Are you saying
what could be worse?
This intimidation campaign is the
Yvonne
same
Cutlisa
thing that
says,
happened with the YouTube apocalypse?
ACC
what
is
you're
something
saying?
I
Or is that
always
different?
forget.
Because it seemed like they're saying, oh, the brands who are advertising
Yeah, I hate it.
YouTube can't.
I only remember it because of that one passive node, which is really strong.
Their brand values, and I always thought that was ridiculous on its face, because YouTube channels, including this one, are brands, they're companies in and of themselves, and they deserve to have advertisers that align with their values, right?
But let's not forget, at the end of the day, advertisers have a choice to not advertise with certain creators. You could go as an advertiser, and you could go into the Google settings and say, I don't like Alex Jones. I don't like
You can
Milo.
choose those.
You could choose who you advertise with and not. And as a content creator, I could say, hey, I don't want any advertisements for the U.S. military. I don't want McDonald's advertisements. I don't want these kind of politicians and these kind of ads associated with my brand. And I could do that, just like Mastodon is complaining right now. Yes, you can. I used to be able to do that, and I used to say, I don't want any McDonald's ads. I don't want any.
You still do that?
Don't you start this?
I don't know. Hold on.
No?
On YouTube?
On Google.
On Google?
So-
Yeah, on your website, you mean?
No, on Google. There was a setting. I remember doing this
For
a few
your
years.
YouTube channel.
I remember doing this a few years ago.
Giving her
I want
strong
advertisers- I want these
bucks.
advertisers on my YouTube
I don't know how to do that.
I could show you
Okay.
at the end
I know
of the
That's
video.
only fair, right?
But it's fair, exactly. But we don't hear about this. A lot of people don't know that advertisers have a choice.
Yeah.
And if they find someone despicable or they don't want anyone tied in with their associate, they don't have to have it.
That's
They already
not-
have the infrastructure there.
That's not why they're pulling ads. They're pulling ads because the far left marches around with bricks and conservatives sit in their lazy boys complaining. That's it. So until law enforcement, the solution is, and that's why they want to defund the police, partly why, law enforcement needs to stop these people, and we need to develop some kind of system.
Yvonne
And the stuff I
Cutlisa
know is,
says,
the easiest example is,
Brothers stash
storefronts in Berkeley
incoming.
will put up all the leftist signs in their window because they know if someone throws a brick through their window, the cops can't do anything about it. Like, your car can get stolen. Good luck. The cop's going to be like, well, we'll write down the license plate, and then if we see it, we'll let you know. But if you've got something like a bike, your bike's gone. Yeah. If you've got something like a moped, your moped is
Fuck
gone.
yeah.
It gets stolen, the cops show up and say,
Gotta
"We don't do it."
humility.
So if you piss off the far left, who are
Yvonne
psychotic,
Cutlisa
violent individuals,
says,
and they start harassing your neighbor, the
Sag.
cops are going to be like, what do you want us to do about it? So what do? They say,
I got more humilities from that than I
This is
did
the example I love giving. Dave Rubin
farming
is
the
never going
blood
to march to Twitter HQ
aqueducts.
to complain about the censorship. He's never going to march with a bunch of classical liberals carrying torches to YouTube HQ saying no more censorship. He's going to go, he's going to complain.
1/8 of the way there.
Antifa will literally throw up with crowbars and beat the crap out of people. That terrifies them, so they say, I know who to avoid and who to cater to. So these big brands, when they hear that far leftists are attacking them, they immediately say, guys, red alert, do whatever they say, and they'll go away. That's it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Elon Musk kind of navigates this very changing media advertising landscape, because right now, just a couple of minutes ago, he's promising Twitter being a good video platform that's going to offer, quote, according to Elon Musk, higher compensation for creators than YouTube. So this is something that Elon Musk just tweeted a couple of moments ago responding to Mr. Beast. How is he going to be doing that, specifically with so many advertisers boycotting him? Will there be other advertisers? And also, by and large, advertisers are pulling back naturally, not because of cancel culture, but because of the way that the economy is just being absolutely screwed over right now. Just how poorly it's doing right now compared to everything else.
I think Sargon got unbanned.
I think Rekieta and Sargon got unbanned during the
Carl
during
Benjamin
the show.
is back.
Yeah.
Wow, dude, it's been so long. Wow,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
This is what people in the chat are saying.
Yeah,
right now.
we got a
They're all
super
back.
chat. Someone just said it. I had to announce it.
Ivan
Carl's awesome. He's a
Kudlisa
good friend. He helped me
says,
actually get all this stuff
In
rolling.
Delve
When,
I got to
when I started
70
doing
with
YouTube
3
full-time,
link
he had to ask me
BC
if
I
I was doing
frog
guest
it to
spot on his
press
channel. He
X.
had like 300,000 subscribers. I had like 40. And I was like, yeah, for sure, man. I made a video. Ended up getting hundreds of thousands of hits. All of a sudden, I gained a whole bunch of subscribers, and it helped get the ball rolling. So very grateful to Carl Benjamin. He's a good dude. He hosts Lotus Eaters podcast. Glad to see that he's been restored finally after all these years to Twitter.
Okay, I think it's like a
this will be fun.
Apparently, Rikido was like literally during the show, so.
Yeah,
mayhem.
just right now, people are saying
Future cycles,
that they're
each
back.
zone,
This is
delirium,
amazing.
every
So,
hour.
Elon, man, win's a win. I'll take it. I'm not going to ignore.
You need
the
to
policy
find a map that has low
but I will
delirium
stress
and run
again,
it.
Hey, man, like, this is a huge victory. So take what you can get, I suppose, and we'll roll with it. I will say this now too. There's a tough question about, do we give Elon the $8? I'm leaning towards yes.
My damage is too poor to do pretty much anything.
It's all good stuff, and I want to see Twitter succeed. They deleted my ad campaign. I tried advertising the Super MAGA shirt. It's where Trump's going Super Saiyan, and they said it was politically can't do it. Okay, so I tried doing the Rooster shirt, and the ad ran for like 4 hours, and then they took it down saying it was inappropriate. Elon, I'm trying to give you money, man. Like, what's going on here?
Wiener guilt.
It's a rooster. It says stand your ground. I thought it was cool. I'm like, okay, I'll try this. But anyway, I think the Alex Jones thing is unfortunate, and I think Elon's wrong, and for everything we described. But I'm going to take this win, and we got to see Twitter make it. So I think it's time to sign up. We already got Timcast News signed up. We'll get our other accounts. We'll get Pop Culture Crisis verified. We'll get all our business accounts verified. I think unbanning Sargon for me is kind of like, oh wow, like he's a personal friend, so that says a lot.
Yeah, we also now know exactly why Alex Jones is going back. Like now, at least Elon's clarified his reasons for not having him on the platform, whether they're.
I'm not so sure he doesn't have ulterior motives, and he's just saying that
Like
he has this motive that's close to his heart.
You mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what would be the game then?
I have no
Like,
idea.
he gives up the Alex Jones pawn, but what other pawn does he get? Or
Who's
like, what
more
move?
powerful than Elon Musk that can threaten him financially?
Liam Vivi says,
He has a very interesting conflict with
if
Bill
you have
Gates, which I think
Atsirai
is fascinating
fragments
to
you
see
can
unfold.
use them on the map device and farm vanities
you bring
instead
up a
of
good question. It does
humilities.
kind of bring down a different kind
Yeah,
of
my
narrative.
brother's
He's
running the
known
maps
for doing
though.
all this good when he did this one thing that's bad. It's
And I'm not going
difficult
to
for
tell
a lot
him
of
to
people, but
throw
I'm
fragments
leaning
in
on,
there.
like, hey,
And I don't
he's a
have
lot of
fragments
political
just yet.
business. He's giving them a lot of voices, and for me, I think that's worth $8.
It's a girlfriend probably. Elon Musk has some girlfriend on the side who's like telling him you can't unban Alex Jones.
It'd be good to throw the fragments in there because you can also potentially get a corrupted 6-link, which is better than a
But I don't see any tweets on Sargon's account.
whatever
Maybe
it's
they got
called,
fired.
humility.
People are saying in the comment section that he's still sleeping.
No, I mean like his old tweets aren't back either. But I can see
Might
his
just
account.
be a glitch though.
And it's because it's like whenever they unban you, it slowly comes
Rick
back.
Kata only has a couple thousand followers, but they're slowly getting back. A lot of people were saying that when Trump was back, people weren't allowed to follow him, but that usually was happening when people were reinstated. It took a while until all their followers and everything kind of came back to normal.
I wonder if he's going to unban people who evaded suspension and made new accounts, like over and over again.
It's been like 5 years, I think, since Sargon got banned, right?
Yeah, it's one of the first.
And he never made another account.
Don't think so.
Well,
that's a gray zone there.
Yeah, we'll just leave it at that.
Mark. They were impersonating him.
Let's jump to this next tweet because my friends, we're gonna have fun. Lauren Chen tweeted, "Twitter before Elon versus Twitter after Elon. The before picture, it's all women. The after picture, it's all men. Yeah, but there's like a woman right there.
Ivan
And there's like a woman right there.
Kudlisa
That
says,
might be a woman right there. I'm not sure.
until
but
it
there's
drops
over
6
here, I think
blue
there's
and
like 6
one
guys.
needs
There's like
0
1, 2,
blue.
3,
lots of soy boys.
4, 5, 6.
But then you just get a corrupted chromatic.
Soy is palpable.
So that guy right there.
You can smell it.
Problem solved.
Just imagine the stench.
Okay, so here's the thing. I tweeted, Elon didn't fire women. He asked who wanted to work hard. LMFAO. Because he put out this email where he was like, everybody, we're all going to be working really, really hard. If you don't want to stay, then take a 3-month severance and get out. Yeah. And then these are the guys who stayed late with Elon. However, there was a fact check. Oh, the fact check, I guess, has been removed. The Birdwatch thing got taken down. And it said that's not a before and after. It's just the comms team versus the engineering team, which also made me laugh because, once again, it shows a very clear difference between males and females on the issue. The women are subject-oriented. The males are object-oriented. But the truth is, it is. This image of all these women is
Ivan
from a tweet
Kudlisa
where a woman at
says,
Twitter says, I'm leaving.
oh hell
I'm
no,
leaving,
I have a
quitting. So it
PTSD
quite
from
literally is a woman
Scourge
being like,
League.
it's been fun, I quit, here's a picture of my team, and then the picture of all the guys.
Yeah,
We're staying
Scourge
until
League
2
was
a.m. to do our
rough.
work.
Yeah, my response to
I liked
the tweet
it, but it was
the
rough.
Women on the left better learn to code automatically, and you do see a big clear kind of difference. And obviously there are different teams. And to answer your question, Mary, specifically, the misinformation team is gone, but the moderation team is still there. So
Boots good
there
for
are
you?
a lot of people who have different kind of political
Yeah.
belief systems that are aligned, usually with their genders. We saw
But
in their
I
kind
need
of
to get
relationships.
some
We saw
shit
during these
to
latest
link 'em.
midterms that one of the biggest voting blocks that voted for the Democrats were women that didn't have a partner, and those were people that came out and voted more than they previously have before. So clearly there is a big kind of political shift and difference between these two pictures as well, and I think it's pretty clear to see the difference.
You can't leave
demonstrated.
these chicks to their own devices, clearly. Leads to disaster every time. I bet they feel aggrieved right now.
Agreed. I did a segment on this. I was talking about how 56% of women prefer to be in the workforce, according to Gallup. And you know what? 56%.
That's actually not that many.
Yeah, exactly. They were like an all-time high, 56%. I'm like, you're telling me that half of women don't want to be at work?
Plus, the women who report that they want to be in the workworce but actually don't. That's probably a huge.
Oh, I don't have a
as well.
bleed flask. I was like, what the fuck did I just get hit with?
There's going to be a lot of women who are like, is it Bogus
He's
yelling again?
still yelling.
Yeah.
I feel
The
bad
cat
for
is
him.
at the studio door yelling because he wants to
Should I let him in?
No, absolutely not.
Why?
The son of a gun woke me up at 7 o'clock in the morning. I'm pissed at him, and it's an AIDS
He was
terrorist
just
cat.
hungry.
What are you talking about? He's a cat.
Cat AIDS. Cat AIDS and toxoplasmosis is real, and I just don't get along with that cat.
I have toxo.
Bogus is super nice.
No, he's not. Absolutely not.
We all love him.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Anyway,
What
about
were
these
we
women
talking
here.
about? Oh yeah, I was
Cat
wondering
ladies.
also like.
Cat ladies, thank you. Toxoplasmosis, a real thing.
I want to know
Look
how
it
many
up.
mothers report wanting to stay in the workforce. Probably even lower number.
Once they started working.
I don't know. It's funny
Yeah.
because we did a segment on this, and the Young Turks did a segment mocking me, saying like, you know, I said of the women that probably don't want. I can't remember exactly what I said. I said there are probably
Yvonne
some women
Cutlisa
somewhere who
says,
say they want to work but don't.
It
And I
was the
like, very
first
vague with
league
it.
I
was like,
played
they're
from
gonna be unhappy if they
THR
get
start,
fantasy.
and I
then
still
they go to
remember
this huge
being
segment where they were,
pooped
like,
out of
Tim Pool,
existence
Kingsland,
every
Kingsland,
time
Wazoo,
I
and I'm like, yo,
depress
Cal, yes,
league
they do.
mechanic.
Like, half of women do. But the reason I bring that up is because before COVID, the amount of men that were stay-at-home dads, 1 to 5%.
Yeah, I remember that happening in
Ridiculously low, relative to
Betrayal.
So guys,
Anytime those Betrayal guys will show up, they did all kinds of chaos damage, and I didn't have any chaos res.
This idea that like
And they just instant
taking care of
kill.
the house and kids doesn't work. All of a sudden now it's like, do you want to be at work or stay at home? It's like, well, they're both work. You know what I
Because
mean?
it's only work if it benefits some third-party conglomerate, basically.
Right.
Yeah. Just a quick observation about this picture. Now that I'm looking at it, it really represents a different dimension according to which Musk is challenging the system. Because there's the free speech dimension we're talking about, but also like when you really think about how major corporations are structured, it's actually
Liam
borderline
Levi
illegal
says,
to have a corporation
vitriol
that's
still
set up
nukes
to
nowadays.
maximize efficiency and output.
In California.
And it's borderline illegal even at a national level. In
It
many
is illegal
ways.
in California now.
Not
illegal,
nearly
but
what
it
it
goes
used
show, on
to.
one
They
hand,
had to
you look at
nerf
the left
it
side of the picture and say,
3 or 4
probably
times
useless.
during the
It's
league.
really the project. It's the project manager massacre, you could call it. But on the other hand, there's so many useless people that companies are somewhat obliged to hire in order to shield themselves from a whole range of legal liabilities that have been sort of built into the nexus between the corporate economic structure and the legal structure. And so there's this weird sort of phantom utility to having all of this dead weight in a company simply as legal protection and political protection from precisely these third-party NGO, ADL type rackets that exist to shake down your company.
Yeah, it's like an artificially inflated HR department.
It's exactly what it is.
And a lot of these
Accuracy
people don't
on
work. We saw
gloves,
TikTok
that's what
videos.
I
Oh, yeah,
need.
we're going for our morning mimosas, and then we're going to support the African-American owned business, the
got you
vegan
guys.
restaurant downstairs that
Right.
caters
Oh,
for us. All the caterers are supposed to be
96%,
there for
wow.
us, but the office is empty. Wonder why?
You want to pull this up?
Yeah, yeah.
So this is I don't want to play it too loud. A tale of two different realities. Check this
Yvonne
video.
Cutlisa says, Betrayal
Two
is
guys on the
so
right.
boring and
I don't know what
unenjoyable
they're
in
doing.
my
They're
opinion.
covered in
Oil rig.
It's an oil rig.
They're just going to add pipe or take pipe away as it goes down.
Oh, that's what they're doing.
That's what the guys do.
Looks like they're really good at it. Look at that.
They're covered in filth of some sort.
The
Go into my
the
little
guys lay
work
down
pod.
pipe.
Laying pipe.
I
And on the
agree.
left, it's a woman who's talking about
I
going
don't know
to a
about-
local booth and getting smoothies and
Eating her charcuterie boards.
Having her boring.
And living a yuppie lifestyle.
I think a lot of people might like the mechanic of it.
on the left is only
I
possible
find
because
it
of
boring
the
and
world.
uninteresting.
You get to play foosball.
I hate it.
Oh, now she get her safe space. Look at that.
This is my farting room. I go in there and I.
But I think my brother likes it.
Yo, it's so disgusting.
Absolutely.
Seeing what these companies are, and I've seen them firsthand. I've been to Google HQ. I've been to their San Francisco and New York offices, their LA offices. It is absolutely insane. It is daycare. I can't even begin to describe.
But
it.
I never do.
Having come
Betrayal.
from a life where I've had, look at that wine
I never
dispenser,
bothered to
wine
understand how
dispenser
it
for a
works.
plastic couple of these guys.
How to like particularly move people to where they need to go.
on the roof
Can you
chilling.
get better?
I'm getting Leo to go where Leo needs to go so I can get a free exalted orb.
No, Elon,
Get them pregnant.
No, they're just gonna go get abortions.
Paid for by the company.
Paid for by Elon Musk.
No.
Elon Musk is allowing employees to get paid abortions, and
Yeah,
it's
Tesla,
paying
right?
for their travel. So Elon
That's
Musk is
still
a
a
part of this.
thing.
Yes,
He's funding it?
yes. Elon Musk is funding his employees to go out of state to get abortions. So again, I mean, it's a
Fact
corporate.
check on that?
Yeah, go fact check it right now. Fact check it right now.
Tesla, right?
Yeah, Tesla specifically. But
See,
this is probably
like
going to be the same.
women's
This
abilities
is probably also
to-
going to be the same policy in California because in California it's probably mandated by law.
Women's ability to create and sustain life definitely makes them weaker in the workforce, and you either have policies like that or you're going to hire women less.
You wonder also how much, what function these project managers types are really serving. There's the sort of legal shield, and there's also the morale question. You know, maybe they're just kind of giving those guys on the right
Stay
side
dead.
of the
No
picture
reason to pop a
something-
portal for
something
me.
to look at after a hard 4-hour coding session.
Oh, no, hold on. That was inappropriate, Darren. 4-hour coding session? These people don't code. And 4 hours is way too much time for them. These are like...
They might break a nail.
No, I'm talking about the
comms
right
team-
side of the picture with all of the engineer guys. Maybe the project managers are there for morale.
They're like the pinups.
That's so true.
Yeah, you know, that
Because they don't have wives to come home to.
and those guys on the right, they wouldn't be able to do all that hard piping work if it wasn't for
You
those
see, the
Twitter employees.
the project managers go there for the smoothies, but the project managers are the smoothies for the coding.
That's so effed.
The way-
Ivan
the way I
Kutlisa
was describing it
says,
earlier is that,
yeah, that's
the most
one
important
thing
role,
I
in my
don't
opinion,
like about
is
it.
the stay-at-home
You
mom.
have to
Well,
learn a
stay-at-home dad
whole
if
new
they wasn't
mini
getting kids
game.
doing it, but the person who's actually protecting and taking care of the family. Because if a guy were to go out and fight a bear with his own hands and take it down, the question is for what purpose? If he has no family, he has no one to protect. So what's the point of fighting the bear? If he's able to just take care of himself, he can eat badger, rabbit, and whatever else. He wouldn't be able to actually eat the bear. So the great conquests of the man who's going out and working hard is only for the family. And if there's no one there to actually help protect his family, then what's the point?
Yeah, raising the family is the most important job you could have in our society. Or who else is going to be raising them?
But they make it disrespectful.
Yeah.
So like when I say something like half of women would prefer to be at home, the left gets offended by it. How dare you? We would be better served working $50,000 a year jobs for some multimillionaire in his factory. Okay, I guess. I don't think so. I think you'd be better served raising kids and having a family and teaching human beings to exist.
But that's not what the state and central controllers want. They want a bigger tax base. They want a bigger base of sheep. They want people that don't get to raise their children, so the indoctrination centers get to raise them. So the big social tech media platforms get to raise them. So the televisions, the boob tubes gets to raise them. And when, of course, you have children raised by the state, you have better sheep. And that's, of course, what they're also looking for, in my opinion.
Better that you don't have children at all, though. You're just the last of your line of progeny.
I disagree, especially with the upcoming population collapse that's going to be coming and destroying and wrecking havoc on civilization, which
No,
Elon
I
Musk
don't
also talks
think
about
that.
as well.
I'm just saying
I think
the
people
corporations
should be having children.
No, I do too. I'm saying the corporations would rather you not have children at all than indoctrinate your children.
Oh, well, yeah.
Less trouble for them.
I think I'm going to take a class on how to build an electric motor. Just because if there is a population collapse, you know, I'll stop and I'll rephrase it. Population collapse is a terrifying thing. If you think about
Brian
it.
Coe says,
The only reason
Or
I have a cell phone
I-
right now that can pull up videos and do all this crazy stuff is because there's
Ivan
tens of
Kutlisa
thousands, or hundreds of
says,
thousands of people who know how to do each and every one
the
of these little things
Bluetooth
to make it,
raises
right?
kids
There's a
now.
person who mines the raw materials, the rare earths, the metals. Who there's a company that makes
Yeah.
the glass. So it's not.
All
like,
right. What up, Brian?
Then there's a company that makes the chips. There's a company that makes the cameras. It all comes together into this device. If the glass company ceases to exist,
This build sucks donkey dick. I figured it would. Glad I'm trying it during a fake league instead of the real league.
I can't do this just yet.
I mean, I don't have the best weapon, sure, but literally doing negative damage.
Ivan Kutlisa says, wouldn't be the consumer if it wasn't bad.
Right? I could just play Spectral Helix every single league. I made a video with Spectral Helix. I think I had like 12 million damage or something. Super boring. Uninteresting. Maximum damage builds are the most boring builds in the game.
Ivan Kutlisa says. Can't even see the skill 90% of the time. Brian Coe says. Drove to Florida today. Just catching up on some YouTube.
It's always fun to catch up on some YouTube. I wish Florida had better weather. Better for me. I mean, that's why everyone moves to Florida, is for the weather, but I fucking hate the weather there. But, Florida man is great. I think they got, no state income tax as
Liam
well,
Levi says,
like Washington.
I don't know how our people that willingly play Spectral Helix is so clunky and annoying.
It does 4 times the damage of most regular skills. A lot of people just want to output the damage to farm.
Ivan Kutlisa
Excel
says,
game.
Meta slaves.
Meta slaves indeed. But if you want to play what's best, grind as fast as possible, try to get first, you kind of got to play the meta. Every now and then you can escape the meta with something magical, but that's typically on a trade league, because you're able to buy gear that no one's using. But playing meta for solo self-found is usually pretty strong.
Brian Coe says, just swing twice and run. It's not terribly clunky.
I think they were talking about the clunkiness being Spectral Helix. Unless you're saying swing twice with Spectral Helix. In which case it would be throw twice, but it's clunky in doorways. This build's not that clunky. It's just the red misses too much. I think there's a gem that gives me better AoE. I'm not positive. They got a bunch of gems for these kind of skills.
How's the trade?
Godslayer, good day.
I can't do this just yet.
But his ice build is doing way more damage than my fucking dumb build. So I'm just farming levels and gear from my brother here. He's like a half meta slave. Takes his own interpretation, and he has a full original build
Ivan
that he
Kutlisa
plays
says,
a lot.
what even is his build?
It's just a standard cold dot. Cold dot that I think won basically every event. Won Mayhem. Don't think it won Delve, simply because Detonate Dead and Dynamite won Delve. Does cold damage over time, and cold damage over time is extremely strong with low gear right now.
Liam Vivi says, your brother doesn't follow the consumer way of making bad builds lol. Ivan Kutlisa says, bold of you to assume I know what cold dot skills are.
Don't know what a cold dot skill is, but you have an opinion on what is and is not a bad build. Seems like a bit of an issue there. DOT stands for damage over time. He's using a skill called Vortex, which is an instant skill, so you can put it on left click. And you just run around throwing this vortex on the ground.
Got him.
You run around throwing this vortex on the ground, and then he's using that little circle things, which pulsates cold damage. And I think he's using Creeping Frost.
Ivan Kutlisa says, I know what dot is, but I don't know THR name of gems.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Vortex, Creeping Frost. I forget what this circle thing is called. Hey, what's the name of your circle thing called? Your ball.
The one that I move around?
Yeah.
Hydrosphere.
Hydrosphere. Thank you. Someone's asking about your build, and I didn't remember what that was called. I got your swamp juice.
Hydrosphere is not for damage, though. It's just to apply curses and lower resistances.
I can't do this just yet.
Where the fuck's this last dude?
Shit, I don't know. It might be broken to the point where you gotta kill all the delirium monsters, if there's any delirium monsters.
Oh, never mind. It's fine.
Yeah.
I just accidentally pressed Z, so it wasn't showing the pop-up.
He's got a pretty good swerve with that little swing here. Your damage is like 10 times my damage because, you know, decided to make a dumbass build. Pick a character.
I love them melee.
Pick a character that's designed to use 2 one-handers and give them a two-hander and, you know, see how it turns out. Can't judge it too harshly, though. Melee really expands once you get your 6 links.
My spirit is spent.
Spells are way better on a 4-link. Consumer!
I don't even want this harvest juice.
Ivan Kutlisa says,
I'm gonna bother with harvest.
That's duelist.
Can't see shit. Don't know where that dude tied in.
Not just duelist, more gladiator. Gladiator's designed to have 2 hands. A Slayer is designed for two-handers. I keep saying two-handers for one-handers. Nice.
Liam Vivi says, even if we could use 2 two-handed weapons, it would still feel bad in comparison to spells.
On a 4-link? Yeah, you're probably right. Probably correct. Feels pretty good once you get up on the linkage. Spells kind of lack, a lot of spells lack a good 6 links. Because they don't have too many that pump up damage. A lot of them are more quality of life type shit. But with the melee weapon, you can get 5 support gems, and all 5 of them will increase damage.
Ivan Kutlisa says, melee scales better or worse compared to spells?
Different. They scale different. If we're talking about scaling on levels, then spells are hands down better. But if we're talking about scaling on weapon damage, then obviously melee's better. Added flat damage, I think melee's also better on. So if you can get 10 physical flat damage versus 10 lightning flat damage, the 10 physical is going to be much stronger. Yeah, it's just super weird because their damage scaling and properties are so different. And the reason why spells make such good starter builds and such good builds in general is they scale so heavily on this gem level. As your gem levels up, your damage does a fuck ton to level up as well. Where melee requires not so much the gem level. It does require the gem level, but not nearly as much. But it requires just a high fucking damage weapon. Best thing they can do for melee is to try to flatten out the min and max of the physical melee weapons. So take those 12,000 damage dual-handing DPS weapons and just axe them. And then after that... Oh, it's just confused where my brother went. I don't think he wanted to fight the boss. Then after that, they can buff each of the individual skills. So the problem with balancing melee is they can't really buff the individual skills because you got the 1200 DPS two-handers. Or the really high damage one-handers. Because when you get one of those, your build becomes stronger than magic builds. Not all magic builds, but in general, your damage is much higher. That's why Lightning Strike is so damn popular. That and it hits twice.
My spirit is spent.
But a high DPS Bone Shatter build, super strong. And those are design decisions they made long ago, and they probably can't change because they're so deeply ingrained into the game.
I can't do this just yet.
Fucking bleed. I need to get a goddamn bleed flask. So if they buffed melee skills right now, you're going to see some absolutely absurd melee builds. Like putting the damage of spells completely to shame. Poison immunity. Come on, bleed. Alright, bleed. Handy dandy. Sweet like candy. Yeah, so in order for them to make melee feel better for the regular plebs and the billing skill, they have to up the damage of all of the melee skills pretty much. Especially the strike skills. And the skills like the skill I'm using right now obviously does not do that much damage. And then they need to decrease the maximum amount of damage that can be applied to weapons. Specifically the two-handers. But also the one-handers. But specifically the two-handers. Then after they do that, melee would feel much better. Don't exactly know the best way for them to tune down the maximum damage of a two-handed weapon. It's super rare to get that maximum damage anyways. They're almost always in the divine range for that shit. Kit dead.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
I guess I could get a guard skill. I've been playing long enough. Should be time for a fucking guard skill.
Godslayer, good day.
You steal skin again to get rid of the bleeds. Fuck the bleeds.
Hail, Godslayer.
Nice, nice. Oh shit. Almost good enough.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
Guy's a dick. Should have played a trickster. Let's hear these fucking morons talk again. Yeah, it's time to put these morons on blast.
Touchscreens are gone. Like, what do you get? Plastic screen, maybe with buttons. If the rare earths are gone, well, now we gotta source them from somewhere else. We can't get that. If we lose access to these specialty positions, I'll tell you, if there's a population collapse, we will lose more than people realize because it's only because of the massive population that we're able to have such highly refined and powerful tools.
Wrong.
Specialties, as there's more and more people, there's finer and finer specialties. You go back 500 years.
Wrong.
Actually, you go back thousands of years. It was possible to, as a single person, to know everything humans knew. Just being one person, like, because there was so little knowledge. Now there's so much knowledge, there's no way one person could actually manufacture a cell phone by themselves, let alone
Wrong,
That
wrong.
famous TED Talk where a guy says, I tried to make a toaster from scratch. This is what it'll be like if population collapse happens. It'll be 100 years from now. You'll have a kid, and you'll be telling a story about how we used to have small devices. They were like cards. And you'd touch it, and you could make images appear. You could control people on the screen. On the screen, you could move them around. You knew where it was raining around the world. You could talk to anyone around the planet. Those kids are gonna be like, that's magic. You're gonna be an old person like, I swear we had this thing, and you just look. And there'll be like relics of it, and the kids are like, how do you even use it? How does it even turn on? You're like, well, the network's gone, the technology's gone, we lost it all.
Forget about that.
And to them, they'll hear the story, and then they'll tell their kids, magic. And then in 50 years, 60 years, the kids are going to be like, they used to believe in magic. So dumb. Yeah, I know.
Forget about the luxuries. The medical implications are also going to be
50,
very vast
60
because there's
years.
not
What
going
a
to be enough young
fucking
people to take care
moron.
of the old people. There's going to be so many horrible effects, especially when it comes to the larger economic system, which is going to collapse, especially with the lack of people, since of course economies grow with people. Less people, less growth, bigger collapse.
Well, Japan is a good
Economies
tell you
also
all of this,
collapse
because, first of
with
all,
people.
Japan is one of the lowest, if not the lowest, fertility rates.
Look at
All the
India.
places with the lowest fertility rates seem to be the most technologically advanced. But then
Liam
other
Levi
than,
says,
the West and European countries that seem to
WTF did that
attempted to
guy
solve this
just
problem by
said?
importing massive
Can you
amount of people
rewind it?
from the developing world. Japan is
I can, but I'm not gonna. He's just saying that,
which may in the end turn out to have been a better choice. You just don't know.
he's saying that society has the ability to collapse if we don't reproduce enough, because you need all those people for specialty positions. And then if we don't produce enough, eventually there'll be a time when we lose all of our infrastructure and we no longer can make cell phones. And he's falsely contributing globalization for the reason on why. So it's actually globalization on why no one can make a toaster in America. It's because the materials to make a toaster are in China. But if we had to, we can easily produce those materials in America if we really wanted to. And population decline is not going to stop us from doing that. Tim Pool just says a lot of really dumb shit sometimes. His podcast is entertaining, and there's a lot of news you can get from it. Just don't listen to the news in the way he says it or interprets it, because he's got a lot of brain rot. But he will bring up topics that are interesting to think about, as long as you think about them with your own mind and don't believe what he says. He's right sometimes. Everyone's right sometimes, but he's a bit of an imbecile. Chicken Little. He's a Chicken Little. Sky is falling type of guy.
And give me a instant flask.
Portal down at the boss. I'm gonna stay dead. I managed to run away. I managed to run away just long enough to drop you a portal.
So
I don't think so.
Well, China's also doing something very
I'm not going to
similar.
rewind
Very
it
weird
because I have to
robots that we
click
can't
out of my
talk about on the
game,
show that
but I
brought
can
before.
pause
Everyone
and
here
turn
knows
on the
that.
show
But
with just a
China
click
also
of my
is facing a
headphone.
huge population
But then there are
collapse.
these Boston
I
Dynamics
don't know
robots
how to
that they're
rewind with
terrifying,
my headphone.
And I've it on good authority that actually there's an ulterior motive there. Is that actually the Boston Dynamics robots are secretly programmed for a future in which it is a state law that everybody has to watch the Lex Fridman videos.
Oh, no.
And if you don't watch the Lex Fridman videos, the Boston Dynamic robots will come and
I got
make
so
sure
scared
that you
for a
do.
Fuck yeah, Tiger
You have
Sword.
to watch at least 3
There's
per
time.
month.
I could
Can flicker.
Tiger Sword. I'd have to Nah, just sell it.
Have you seen that?
I just have to respec my fucking axe nodes.
You're being chased as the dogs are running after you with screens on their back, and you're like, no! And they pin you down, and it just plays the.
I don't want to listen.
Meanwhile, Lex is just talking to quietly.
Well, I was like, you guys don't like Lex Friedman's show or what?
I think he's fine.
I think it's fascinating. Nothing for or against, but I think it's safe to say,
Lex
fair to
Friedman
say
is
that
pushed.
This is the most algorithmically driven phenomenon on the
Yep.
entire internet. I hear
So
stories
pushed.
saying, I went to bed watching this on YouTube, and I woke up and Lex Fridman was on. It's like all paths lead to Fridman, and it's a very interesting
Liam
thing. You
Levi
wonder
says,
sometimes how these
Humanity won't fall
phenomena
from such
occur.
thing.
Maybe
It
he's
would
just
need to
such a
happen
great,
something
charismatic
astronomical
interviewer that
for
it's
us to
just
collapse.
manifestly
We are like
obvious why he would,
semi-smart
be elevated to
cockroaches.
such a station with so many interesting guests. Maybe there are other factors.
It's hard to know. Don't know if that's better than what you got, but it's got a lot of life to it. I think collapse can definitely happen. Humanity's collapse can definitely happen, but the way that Tim Poole talks about it, not so much.
Liam Vivi says. Yeah, it's not impossible, just not like that.
Yeah, exactly. Not like the way he said. World War III would do it. I don't know what would trigger World War III. Russia's a bit of a wild card. Because of the trade relations between China and America, I think we're pretty good there.
Good tidings. How they are coming.
I'm gonna try it.
America buys most of China's goods. And China gets most of China's money from America buying its goods. So there's double incentive for them not to fuck with each
Liam
other.
Vivi says. We need another Archduke killed for WW3 LOL.
Fuck that. Goddamn exile.
Good old Franz Ferdinand. Yeah, I don't know what'll trigger World War III. It's possible an American Civil War can cause it. But America, while being the most powerful nation in the world, doesn't necessarily have full control over the rest of the nation. So if America falls, it's not guaranteed that the rest of the globe's gonna fall. Likely, but not guaranteed. And I don't even think an American Civil War will be fought with weapons. It'll be fought with ideas and really mean tweets. And a little bit of on-the-ground conflict, but probably not a lot. But I don't know exactly the extent to which other people have independentized, become independent of American technology. Google, an American company. Apple, American company. Facebook, American company. Most of the internet infrastructure is a part of America. Global finance is managed and handled through American currency. The largest breakthrough in medical technology is all produced through America. So if America collapses, could be pretty dark times for the world. Not sure whether or not we'll lose satellites or cell towers or anything like that. There will be some technology lost. I mean, we no longer have the ability to create a rocket to land on the moon. That technology has been lost. They're trying to rebuild it, but in the 70s they had technology to build rockets and fly them to the moon and land on the moon and then come back home safely. They stopped building rockets and they lost all that tech to do the exact same task. Elon Musk is trying to replicate all that technology that used to exist that no longer does exist. So technology fading from existence is possible. Just not going to happen from the human population underproducing themselves.
I don't know what that was.
Portal down. I don't even hurt these guys. Me being here is pointless. Other than I look really cute with this helmet.
Oh, it's fucking poison damage. Probably have 0 chaos rays. Oh, never mind. I got 8. Fucking badass.
Liam Vivi says, I'm kinda dumb, how does something like that even disappears?
Of course, by 8, I mean negative 52.
Well, first you gotta ask yourself, how would it not disappear? It's a technology that you no longer use. In 40 years of not using that technology, the stuff required to build the technology is no longer in production. Like, let me try to think of something that we no longer use that used to get used real quick. Do you believe that we have the ability to make an 8-track right now? You're young, so you probably don't know what an 8-track is. An 8-track is a thing that plays music. It was before the cassette tape. It's unlikely that there's anywhere in the world that produces an 8-track anymore. Or an Atari, an original Atari. No one's producing an original Atari. So if you want to produce original Ataris again, you're going to have to rebuild the infrastructure to build that Atari. And nobody builds an entire product anymore. Everyone builds a product of a product. So when you buy a brand new car, that is hundreds of companies that made these tiny little products that go into the car. So Toyota does not make 100% of a Toyota. They make a much smaller fraction of that. Toyota makes more than most, but GM makes almost none of their parts. They make the frame. A lot of times they buy the engines from Mitsubishi. Mitsubishi buys the individual parts from individual companies. So when you get a piece of technology that's no longer used, the infrastructure behind the technology fades and vanishes.
Damn magic dickheads are worse than the boss.
Good luck, I'm staying dead. And because each of those products are made of sub-products, and no one person knows how to make the end product.
Nope, that's not happening.
Yeah, I can't do it either. Oh. Correct, talk to me. Because every little product is made in a factory, and that one factory only knows how to make that one product. And then they send that product to other facilities that take a bunch of small products and put them together to make a bigger product. Once the infrastructure requirement to have all those small products vanishes, those small products vanish, and no one knows how to make the entire thing. For instance, on a computer, you have capacitors. There's specific companies that make capacitors. So when you make a motherboard, they buy the capacitors from a different place. And that's say they stop making capacitors. I can't think of a good example because capacitors are used in all kinds of different shit. Oh, perfect example. Perfect example. Do you think that there's anyone out there who has the ability to make full-scale armor anymore? Like Knights of the Round type armor. There ain't. A couple small facilities can make some Knights of the Round armor. That's not even a good thing either, because people can make that shit in their fucking basement. You just gotta learn how to harden metals and mine metals. Guess we'll have to hypothetically go into the future to get a good example here. Electric cars. Say 100 years from now, 100% of the cars are electric cars. There's no more gas-powered vehicles. Then 100 years from that point, They've had electric cars for 100 years flat, and gas engines have been eradicated from the planet for 100 years. We would have completely lost the technological ability and capacity and manufacturing ability to create a gas-powered vehicle. Because all the individual components that go into a gas-powered vehicle are no longer made. Now, the difference with the NASA rockets is that shit was top secret. They didn't save it in a database. They had all that shit on paper. Wasn't really saved in a computer. And then those paper archives, no one really kept them. So they fucking lost all the fucking notes and all the archives of all that shit. So yeah, they just ain't got the tech to build a rocket to go to the moon and back. Big part of why no one's gone to the moon. That, and there's no reason to go to the moon. Nothing on there. No profits to be had on the moon. Unless you want to try to build a fucking moon base, but that's not profitable either. No point to that.
This one is captured. I now will take.
Liam Vivi says, my bad.
Well, it's not your bad. It's something no one really thinks about. You never really think about how your fucking toaster's made or your microwave's made. I mean, I sure as fuck can't make a microwave. I could probably make a couple components that go in a microwave. I mean, how many people you think can turn iron ore into iron? Can actually make metal from nothing? It's pretty easy to lose. Not easy, but it's very possible to lose technology. I mean, as a society, individually, out of all the people I've met, there's only a small handful that are competent in terms of like self-sustaining themselves for machinery and stuff like that. Know a couple old farmers that can build an engine from scratch pretty much, or can at least repair an engine so where it lasts forever. Farming is an interesting thing. Not many people know how to farm. Don't know the complexities of crop rotation, the nutrients required for specific crops, where to grow them, when to grow them,
My spirits are spent.
how to get the seeds, how to germinate them.
Liam Vivi says, I completely forgot people from NASA did all the things on paper, didn't even cross my mind.
I mean, they had some computers, but a lot of the schematics and shit were saved on paper. At least they had computers during that time. They just were not what we have today. Yeah, but I think they had to do some like live calculation adjustments on paper. Yeah, the world's a weird fucking place. No one ever really realizes exactly how far we've gone in the past 100 years. 200 years ago, I mean, there wasn't fucking electricity. Maybe more than 200. I don't remember when electricity came. 400 years ago, there wasn't electricity. Wasn't any light bulbs. Definitely wasn't Path of Exile on a computer to play on.
That was a great hunt, Exile. I now will write a mighty poem about it.
I'm gonna let these fearmongers talk a little more.
developers, but I definitely think it's, you know, I really think the Boston Dynamic robots, they're made to enforce it. Maybe there's going to be a SCOTUS decision, just like the Obamacare. They can force you to buy health insurance. They can force you to watch the Friedman videos. There are all sorts of possibilities in the future.
I always get recommended him all the time, and I'm like, no, I just don't want to. Like all the time, nonstop.
Yeah, did they fall asleep watching Lex Friedman, or did they end up on Lex Friedman? That's also a good question to think about.
Well, there you go.
No disrespect, Lex. It's all good.
He's just spreading love, but it's nothing against him. But it is weird. It is the most algorithmically driven thing on the entire internet.
Remember that story about that chick who lived in the van? She put up 2 YouTube videos and then got millions of subscribers.
Oh,
yeah. It was it exposes that there is absolutely an algorithm driving everything and controlling what you see. And my conspiracy theory is that the van life trend on YouTube was to try and convince millennials to not buy stuff.
And to live in a pod.
Right,
and
live in a pod, eat the bugs.
Yep, eat the bugs and not own anything.
So,
because people can't own homes now. It's, you know, their parents are telling them, hey, you should save up money and own a home. That's not possible for the average person nowadays with the salaries that they're having, with how much, you know, the price of real estate has increased. That's impossible. But you can have a van,
Oh shit,
the
I
river,
wonder if
right? Or you can have some, you know, cryptocurrencies. You can have some tether.
Christ is delirious.
right, Darren?
Yeah, buy
That
some
might be
tether,
great
watch
for the
some Lex, buy some tether. You know?
I will be
Did a
upset
little
if it is
geometric
not,
unity theory.
because then I will actually have to play heist, because that sounds great.
Just the short, and like, you know, like Tim said, there's been a lot of talk about
Or
tether for a long
Delve.
time, but this piece that's up on my news site revolver.news, it's generating a lot of buzz in
No,
crypto
no one
world
wants to
and
play Delve
otherwise. And
anymore.
I'll
We
just
already
lay
did
out the
that.
basic data points,
I
and people can
definitely
decide for
agree.
themselves.
I
It's
do
a very
not
weird
want to play
story.
any
It's
more
the third
Delve.
largest cryptocurrency in existence. It's
That's
a
why they
stable
did it
coin,
in this
meaning that its
order.
value is not
They were
mined
burnt
the way
out
that
on
Bitcoin
Delve,
is
so
or
no one would
Ethereum.
Delve during
Its
this.
value allegedly comes from
It was
U.S.
all
dollar reserves
calculated.
backing the tether. It's never been fully or properly audited in its entire existence, which is weird given that its whole value is based on the fact that it allegedly has these reserves. And then if you look at the cast of characters behind Tether, one of them is a washed-up child Disney actor called Brock Pierce, who was involved in all sorts of things, a weird sort of underage sex scandal that he got embroiled in. He was apprehended by Interpol in Spain. There was allegedly child pornography and all this stuff involved in the apprehension. He was not arrested, weirdly, and then he turns up as the founder of this major cryptocurrency, which is a stable coin, which has never been audited, which defies the U.S. Treasury in various respects, and which just happens to be the official cryptocurrency of several U.S.-backed rebel groups geopolitically, including the Rohingya rebel groups in Myanmar. And so the thesis adduced in this piece suggests that there could be an historical antecedent to the function that Tether may fulfill, and that is the BCCI Bank, which is this bank set up by the CIA to facilitate all kinds of money laundering operations and so forth. But the cast of characters is really remarkable here. Of course, there's a Jeffrey Epstein connection, and so I encourage everyone to go and look at it. And for crypto enthusiasts and experts, I welcome feedback. Where, you know, are we barking up the wrong tree or not? But so far, I've received
Definitely get a fuck ton in Delve. I was mapped out during the Delve event.
The issue with so many cryptocurrencies, they're clearly scams. And there's that Alameda woman, Bankman-Fried's girlfriend, who I think she said something like, the crypto is just scams or something else. Like she's like, it's all scams and something else or whatever, and like drugs or something. Crypto is, I think, mostly scams, but that's not to disrespect crypto itself.
I may have to Delve.
Well, everything's pretty much a scam these days. What isn't a scam?
Yeah. The issue is that there are people who are using crypto to scam, but there are absolutely amazing and legitimate cryptocurrencies, and technology itself is incredible. So we have the story from Bloomberg. U.S. prosecutors opened probe of FTX months before its collapse. Sweeping inquiry examined crypto exchanges with offshore reach. Manhattan prosecutors recently changed tack as FTX unraveled. So they knew about this.
Yeah, how can they not? This
Well,
company came
I don't
out of
think I picked
nowhere
up any
and had all this
coins.
Huge institutional money. Everyone was asking the question, where did they get all this money? And the corporate media, in response to this,
I will
said,
go party
"He's
in
the
my
JP
own
Morgan
town."
Chase. He's a genius, and no one had the
I'll give
receipts.
some
No one
coins
knew
if
what
you
was
wanna
going
go.
on here. And SBF was also given hundreds of thousands of dollars to the House committee members that are investigating him.
I just
don't
need a
see
couple
this
to
as
get
really
in there.
except for a potential false flag being used
This
here
sounds
in order
ultra
to bring in more
tinfoil.
regulations, bring in more control of what
Yeah,
essentially
they're
would be a
tinfoilers.
decentralized cryptocurrency, but now is going to be
They
hyper-focused
are
into central bank
tinfoilers.
digital currency that, of course, is going to be a part of the Great Reset and Build Back Better agenda, which they've been calling for a very long time. And this is the way, this is the false flag that they're going to get it.
I don't know, though. I feel like this stuff is shaking confidence in crypto.
Absolutely.
The problem with these people is they're like half tinfoilers, half not tinfoilers. So they're able to suck in a little more people than if they were 100% tinfoil heads. Because they say some stuff that's accurate, and then they extrapolate that accurateness with inaccurateness. But there's not a lot to, not a lot on YouTube that I can play at the moment. I can't play the normals. Normally when I play video games, I put TV shows on or movies. But I can't do that because of copyright, and they'll yell at me. So I put on podcast or whatever.
That's soon enough.
If I'm feeling up to it, I'll just rant about a bunch of shit myself, but I ain't quite feeling up to it. I ain't got nothing to talk about. So I'll let these tinfoil heads do their thing.
Well, if they want people to adopt a reserve crypto, this is not the way
A
to do it.
Federal Reserve cryptocurrency, a digital dollar, is essentially what they want. They don't want everyone just on Bitcoin. They don't want everyone on. They don't want everyone on decentralized platforms. They want everyone on their platforms, so they could say, "Hey, cryptocurrency was bad because it was reckless and they had scams. We have a bigger scam here, the U.S. dollar, for you. That's going to be getting the good principles from it, and we're not going to be doing the bad principles, even though we really have all the bad."
Make
ones."
every transaction you ever have publicly available.
Exactly.
Yeah, people would not
Track, trace everything, automatically take money out of accounts like a social credit score system like they have in China. So this is essentially the end game here. And central bank digital currencies are something that's being rolled out with the New York Federal Reserve just a couple days ago. And we're seeing this with the G20 just announcing that they're going to have an international health passport that they're going to implement all over the world. So when we look at, the scams in our society, there's a lot of them. FTX is just scratching the surface to all the bigger scams out there.
And just
Now that I
including
think about it,
perhaps Tether, and just as an addendum,
Heisted since
Alameda,
Harvest,
the
or since
hedge
Archinum
fund
changes.
set up by Sam Bankman-Fried, that's
I don't know
associated
how
with the
dangerous
FTX
these
scandal,
fuckers are.
They were the major backer of Tether. In fact, they're one of the two major purchasers of Tether.
I haven't
Interesting-
heisted
so
since
there are interesting
Heist.
connections there as well. Looks like FTX was kind of money laundering scheme to filter through the sort of Democrat machine in the Clinton overworld, and Tether may be a kind of BCCI, which is used for sort of CIA, Iran, the new Iran-Contra type operations.
Playing Heist is like playing Metro in Battlefield 3.
The BCCI scandal.
Right.
Can you expand on that just a little bit? Because I think that's an important history lesson that we should kind of revisit, especially when it comes to understanding the larger kind of the larger
Bunch of
intelligence
choke
agencies and their
points.
involvement with the big banks and how they actually work together to screw you over.
Right.
Don't
The
talk
reason
dirty
these
to
things
me.
are important is that the government does not reinvent its
Don't
own
kink
people
shame.
very often at all. And if there's an historical antecedent that serves an important function, you can pretty much bet that it still exists in some modified version. And so the fact that the BCCI existed in the 70s and 80s is a bank set up by a Pakistani, allegedly, but it was probably set up by an intelligence agency. And it, major scam. It screwed over its many of its
Talisman.
depositors. It had a lot of
That
shady
could be
figures,
good.
drug cartels, arms dealers, all kinds of shady folks working through it, operating through it. And then the question was, why was this manifest, obvious scam allowed to function for so long, uninterrupted?
Liam
Because the
Vivi
CIA
says,
was in on it and the
I
primary
tried heisting
beneficiary
on
of it.
standard
And
with
so
a
that gets to the sort of
500%
crypto thing.
MS
It's like
chart
some
and I got
scams
sick of
are
it real
allowed to exist
fast.
because
Oh
they're
yeah, I hate
a scam
Heist.
of the most
Hate it.
valuable player, so to speak.
Hate that you have to fucking
What
open
kind of
this
dark
door and
is
enemies are
that
constantly
exactly
spawning
the big
behind
saving
you.
grace of Tether and crypto more broadly is that there are too many major scams wrapped up into it that it's essentially too big to fail, at least on a medium timeline.
Yeah, me and Dan were talking about this earlier today. If there was a way to destroy cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin and decentralized currencies, what would they be doing differently than what they're doing right now? And I think it also provided a huge potential, and it still might in many aspects, of allowing people to have a lot of freedom. Barack Obama called Bitcoin the ability of human beings to have Swiss bank accounts inside of their own pockets. I think that that's a power that threatens a lot of people, and I think what we're seeing with FTX, what we're seeing with SBF is a deliberate destruction of that power.
Right, but you don't really have that power if you're operating through an exchange, on an exchange,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah. Most
And so-
exchanges
and so
are
the
also
thing-
honeypots as well.
Exactly. So like there are two different things. There's the, I guess, and I don't mean this derisively, there's the nerd money kind of function of Bitcoin, which is like you have your own keys, you do all this, but it's a pain in the ass, and people don't really want to do it. And
It's not grandma friendly.
Exactly. But the scalable version of Bitcoin is replete with all of these scams, and again, maybe it's not going to fall down precisely because the scams are too valuable. In the specific case of Tether potentially being the new BCCI, it's literally the official cryptocurrency of the Rohingya rebel group in Myanmar.
That's pretty
which is
dangerous.
Bizarre
Only
that a
level
rebel group would have an
76.
official cryptocurrency,
That
but that's the
hurt.
case. It's beloved by the Syrian, the Sunni moderates in Syria that John McCain loves so much. It's beloved by cartels, which of course the U.S. intelligence agencies don't have any relationship with.
Yeah, it's not like they helped them get their start in Mexico with that secret police unit that they were training down there. They have
Right.
nothing to do with that.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
come on, you guys. Things a little over the top.
That's a little out there.
It's not like Barack Obama. It's not like Obama was giving weapons to the cartel.
Exactly.
It's not like we had the Iran-Contra scandal that was laundering weapons and heroin and cocaine into the country and guns and
Liam
weapons.
Vivi
You
says,
see that meme where it's like,
when
okay, so
those
I know the
green
CIA was doing
enemies
bad stuff
that
in the
put
50s,
flying
60s,
good
the
pots
70s,
that
80s,
constantly
90s, 2010s,
DMGS
but
the
nothing's changed. They never
NPCS
have-
while
they never
opening
have
the
come
doors.
Right.
Liam Vivi says, that things gets to my nerves.
Yeah, dude, those things are pretty brutal. I really don't like Heist.
Good luck to you.
Now I have like all the coins I'll ever need. I thought talismans came rolled with a passive.
They used to.
Farewell.
Greetings.
Actually, I think maybe they still do in not Heist. I don't know.
Well, that's pretty lame.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Yeah, they used to be super hot. They rolled with a passive, and they rolled super well. But then they got nerfed.
Liam Vivi says. Problem is I have like 100 plus blueprints and I don't want to let them rot since I won't be playing League in a while.
Let them rot, dude. Just let them rot. Don't play content you don't enjoy. You don't have to do anything in this game at all, really. Shit, if you don't want a map, you don't even got a map. Run through Act 1 through 10. Just hang out in the Blood Aqueducts. Yeah, I haven't done heist since heist event. I turned most of the mechanics off. Really enjoy the bombs. And I kind of like Ritual.
Interesting tactics.
Breach is cool, but the monsters never spawn fast enough in Breach.
I hope you don't expect me to fight.
I like Delve. I like the new Harvest.
Their strategy, we're at the limits of our plan now.
I absolutely hate the Shard one. What are those fuckers called?
Construction, deconstruction.
Shard boys. I hate Shard boys.
My turn.
Except for Beachhead. I like running the Beachhead map. Because you get all the shards kind of at once.
I'm going to open this door first, because this is going to activate.
I hope you don't expect me to fight.
I like Beast. Beast are cool.
Accelerate the plan.
Liam Vivi says. Harbinger.
Harbinger, yes. Do not like Harbinger. Those fuckers are dangerous. And now that Exalted Orbs ain't worth shit, they ain't even worth doing.
Must get back on schedule. Enemies approaching. Personal space. Personal space. Violence complete. I can't even hear myself think.
Liam Vivi says. The only thing I like from Heist are the voice lines, they are really good.
I usually have them muted. I don't appreciate that to the level in which I should. Could be my boomerish. All my games were text-based. I don't even think I listened to the voice lines. Just skipped right on through. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Which is weird, because I really like narrative-based games. But I don't view this game as a narrative-based game. This is a loot simulator. So anything that gets between me killing enemies and looting is kind of just a hindrance. And there's a lot that gets between me and looting in the harbor. Aside from the fact the harbor is one of the best places to get loot.
If you don't want it, I'll take it. Let you get this one, yeah?
Need to find out if the bleed pops are affected by AoE. If the bleed pops are affected by AoE, I need to pump up my AoE so these bleed pops will hit more people.
Something
Who put you in a bad mood? Keep it down or else. Should have stayed out of it.
I've never played the bleed pops before. They were very disappointing. I don't know if 1 point they were better. Actually, I'll hold off that opinion until I get a 6 link. Once I get a 6 link, I might be able to make people pop on a single hit. Then it might feel a lot better. But as it stands, I am not making people pop very much.
Something. Gotta be something.
Once you pop, the fun don't stop. This dude I'm playing with, fucking loot goddamn monster. You just play Diablo 2 with him and there's no prioritized loot. It's all a fucking battle.
Levi says,
Cockcircuit like 90%
bleed
of
pops
the
have
loot.
never been that good. Tried it multiple times over multiple leagues.
That's my first.
Return soon, yes?
Which is probably a good reason for them to nerf Cyclone, because I mostly just played Cyclone. Every league. Every league was Cyclone, because Cyclone's amazing.
Got to remember your name.
All good stuff.
Loved it, played it. Drank it all in.
No more heist.
Good, I was already bored of it. All right.
I can't do this just yet.
Hail Godslayer.
My spirit
Did you get any maps in there?
Nope.
So like,
so they're definitely they definitely changed. They're definitely not doing that now. Yeah,
Yep.
That's
New
something-
management.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you know, the way this country is going, there's that viral video of the dude in Arizona with the dreads, and he's like yelling about ballot box number 3 in Arizona and stuff.
Oh, that's a great video.
And I'm just like, I'm watching that video, and I'm thinking, the average person in this country does not like what the intelligence agencies are doing. So who are they serving but themselves? Now maybe these people have the idea like, well, they don't know what's good for them. Okay,
The
well,
average
there's,
person
like,
has
that
no
defies the core of what this
fucking
country is
clue
supposed
what
to
the
be. It's
intelligence
supposed to be dangerous
agencies
freedom,
are
not
doing.
peaceful slavery. Just you, as an intelligence officer or whatever, deciding, you know what's best for us. You don't. And clearly, all of this luxury has been bad for us. It's created a whole
Wrong.
generation of gluttonous morons.
A lot of
So
people
maybe-
think that the
maybe we need things to
government
be a little
and
bit
the
less luxurious
intelligence
and people need to go out and
agencies
chop some
do
lumber and
know
heat their
what's
homes.
best for
Maybe all
us.
of this luxury is just making weak people, which makes everything worse for everybody, and all we get is a bunch of whiny complainers. And what are the young call them? The hole monitors.
Hole monitors, yeah.
I said a nation of hole monitors. Yeah, there's only so much of an economy that you can make being a hole monitor, but that's really it. Those guys who are working that oil rig we watched in that video a moment ago, those guys are doing hard work. The lady at Twitter, hole monitor. Vice Media, hole monitors. BuzzFeed, hole monitors. NBC News, hole monitors. All they do. They walk around complaining but contributing nothing. Yeah, we got to do something about that. They're bogging us down. I want to post jokes.
I know. I want to post memes.
Yeah.
Without being afraid of getting censored, or express political ideas, or debate political ideas that might be a little edgy or controversial. I want to have the ability to talk through bad ideas. We still, let's be honest here, we're still testing the waters with Twitter. We still don't have that fully, and that's a shame because that's what we had before. And then we were led astray by the centralization of it all. And now the solution is going to be more centralization. Which is
Wrong. We're led astray by the centralization of it. We're led astray by the monetization of it. Advertisers do not want their content next to fucking Nazi debates and shit.
Like centralization minus censorship really was sort of the sweet spot because centralization allowed speech
Wasn't the sweet spot because no one on YouTube was making money until advertisers decided they wanted to dump a lot of money into there.
But before the speech crackdown post 2016 was really kind of the sweet spot. Maybe it just can't sustain it. Maybe the regime is simply incompatible with that level of free speech at scale. Maybe no regime is compatible, but certainly ours isn't, given how ridiculous and ultimately untenable it is. And so when they say that Elon Musk is a national security threat, free speech is a national security threat, I think that's true in quite a literal sense, is that if people are allowed to speak freely on the whole host of things
you didn't even get the
not
final
even able to mention
product?
now, that is,
missed out
I
on
don't think the
all
regime can really survive
clarity.
it. And so it's an existential issue from their point of view, and that kind of
Okay.
illustrates the stakes associated
Oh,
with what Elon Musk
I didn't even
is doing.
notice.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Of all clarity
People
drop.
tweet something like, "Tell me one time in history when the people censoring speech were the good guys." Because it's just like World War II.
That is neither a 6-link nor
The
a
U.S. had an Office of Censorship. But
ball
it's like
gold
people just
snap.
assume outright that there's never a reason for controlling information. Of course there is, like in war and things like that. To your point, the intelligence agencies probably do think that we're in a constituted conflict and we need to be able to control information if we're going to win. But that conflicts with what this country is supposed to be. People having a right to choose. If they can't be informed, they can't choose. So this country is clearly already lost if that's the case. But I will point out, in World War II, with the Office of Censorship, loose lips sink ships. And this was it. There were censors who would stop things from appearing in the newspapers and the radio. Censorship all over the United States. The Federal Office of Censorship. Because we're at war.
Well, there's a logical approach to this, specifically when it comes to saying, hey, there's all these troops moving in this direction, going here. Obviously, you can't allow that kind of information during warfare because it's going to give the enemy the upper hand. And then, but
treason doesn't fall under free speech.
No, but it's not that. It's that someone might be like, I work at a steel mill, and some crazy thing happened where the alarm went off today. That's the kind of thing they loose lip sink ships wasn't just about telling people where our military was. Some people didn't know that. It was about giving up information on what you were doing to people who shouldn't know about it. And they wanted everyone to shut up.
It's a fine line too, because where do you draw the boundaries? Because in the United States we did have the Japanese internment camps, we did have the bombing of Dresden, we do have a lot of policy that we could definitely criticize the United States for, which we should have criticized, which criticism could have prevented, but that didn't happen because of that censorship effort as well. So again, where's that fine line? I think that's impossible. I don't know. Dan, do you have an answer?
Well, I think censorship and information control are necessary to
Frank
any
and
type
Pope
of
said.
regime. I think the important issue is if the noble lie is necessary in some degree, as the famous thing from the Republic, the problem is that we become the ignoble lie. And it's less that, we want a total free-for-all free speech. It's that fundamentally what America has come to represent, what I call the globalist American empire, is really the wokeness, or whatever you want to call it, really is basically the de facto official religion, the de facto official ideology of the United States. And once it's seeped that deeply into the marrow of the body politic, then anything that's set up to sustain the security of it ultimately just reinforces that ideology. That's the problem that we're in. And that's not per se a problem of censorship as such. It's a problem of what the regime has become.
Isostic replied to Frank and Pope.
It is a non-theistic religion. It's crazy. I mean, it's becoming more and more clear every day. Peter Boghossian was talking about it years ago.
It's not
now
telling me what you guys are saying.
All right, we're going to go to Super Chats. If you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button? Subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Become a member at timcast.com. We're going to have a members-only show coming up around 11 p.m. And I think we're going to talk about some fashion company with handbags or something. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was Balenciaga.
There you go.
Controversial topic.
Controversial topic, to say the least. And you can also do one more thing. Follow Sargon of Akkad on Twitter because he's back after like 5 years. And it's Sargon _of_Akkad, AKKAD. Or just go to my Twitter at Timcast and I tweeted out that he's back and you can follow him there. He's probably sleeping because he's in the UK, but I'm really excited.
Sargon's so base.
Frank and Pope said the consumer you.be you should listen to Brendan O'Connell. He has very good information.
Surprised to see you here, Sargon. So we're all excited that Carl Benjamin's back on Twitter. So give him a follow. All right, let's see what we got. Kay says, please get the Critical Drinker on both Timcast IRL as well as Pop Culture Crisis. He's the best movie critic and fighting the message from the woke entertainment corporations.
Yeah, be fine.
Sounds good.
Oh, that's not him. Looks like Brendan O'Connell doesn't have Wikipedia, so he's probably just a regular talking dude. Let's do his most popular video.
I can't do this just...
I give anyone a shot.
My spirit is spent.
Looks like it might be anti-Jewish, just from the imagery.
Frankenpope says, I posted you in Discord, Brendan O'Connell. He is legit imo and has good information.
I will definitely be the judge of that myself.
In seeking to connect China to Central Asia. And eventually,
Oh, that's where the automated texts were coming from.
will have the practical significance.
I was wondering why they didn't pop up.
The world's center of gravity from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and will involve the cultures of Eurasia, each of whom will have to decide what relationship to this vision.
I already dislike it for the audio contextualization.
This is why many of us urge the United States
Has that ambient sound trying to create a fear, paranoia ambiance. It's a way to manipulate people. It's like
Liam
when
Bevi says, well, time for me to go. GL y'all.
check you later. Is it something I have to read? Because I can't. Looks like there's a lot of reading. Oh, 9/11 conspiracy theorist. I'm out. I'll try something else. I've been over the 9/11 conspiracy theorist. Nothing there, really. Let's do some new stuff.
Frankenpope says, man, it's about everything today. Everything connects.
No. That'd require a more powerful institution than what currently exists. Sure, let's give this newest video a shot.
Excellencies,
I mean, it's possible, it's just not likely.
let me first congratulate the government, the President Government of Indonesia for exercising such a great hospitality.
Frankenpope says,
I would also like to
the consumer is a good name.
my admiration for the quality
Thank you. I am a mindless consumer in a wheel of consumerism. No power, no authority to myself. I exist only to consume product. Put product in front of my face, I consume it. I can't understand anything Charles Schwab says.
I can't do this just
So one of the problems with these kind of videos where they try to paint people like Charles Schwab and George Soros as villains, which they are in their own right, is that billionaires are going to billionaire. Koch brothers, they billionaired for the right. Charles Schwab is billionairing for the left. And if you were a billionaire, you would billionaire for whatever cause that you thought was important. That's just what billionaires do. The Bezos' ex-wife got billions of dollars in her divorce, and she put those $1 billion to work directly towards Democratic campaigns, feminist causes, because that's what she's passionate about. There's nothing necessarily nefarious about that. Because every single billionaire would probably do the exact same thing. If you're passionate about something and you have a fuck ton of money, you're going to put that money towards your passion.
related to generating growth through innovation. First, of course, if you look at all the challenges, we can speak about the multi-crisis: economic, political, social, and ecological, and institutional crisis. But actually, what we have to confront is a deep, systemic, and structural restructuring of our world. And this will take some time. And the world will look differently after we have gone through this transition process. Politically, The driving forces for this political transformation, of course, is the transition into a multipolar world, which has a tendency to make our world much more fragmented. For this reason, events like this one, the G20, and so on, are the very important connectors to avoid too great segmentation, I would say blocization instead of globalization of our world. If you look at the economic transformation forces, I just would like to mention four. The energy transition which we need, where Indonesia is playing a very important role.
I can't understand what Charles Schwab is saying. His accent's too thick for my dumb American ears.
Cornix C says, and also you put your money towards a cause that promises you legislation tailored to the rich. Cough cough Republican.
Republican and Democrat do it alike. You can look at the financing of FTX. They donated heavily to both parties. Almost all universities donate to both parties. Pharmaceutical companies donate to both parties. They do so because if you donate to both parties, it doesn't matter who wins. Which is why the two-party system is nothing more than a sham to fuck over regular people. But regular people will continue to praise and vote for the lesser of two evils till eternity. I have never voted, and I probably never will. If Rand Paul gets on the ticket, I might actually vote. Tulsi Gabbard gets on the ticket, I might actually vote, just because she's hot.
I can't do this just
She's
yet.
probably just as corrupt as everyone else, but if I'm going to be fucked over, I at least want it to be by an attractive person. Which is an interesting concept of idiocracy. Idiocracy, everyone says, is a fucking dystopia, but it's a utopia movie. World becomes so stupid that everything goes to shit. Luke Wilson's character gets frozen, wakes up in the future where everyone's retarded. Turns out he's the smartest man alive. They immediately put him in the White House to fix problems. We do not put the smartest people in charge to fix problems today. We are in more of a dystopia today.
99% on this boss? No way. I'm out.
We're in a more of a dystopia today than idiocracy is. Simply because our smartest people are not solving our problems. We're putting people like Trump and Biden in charge. And by we, I mean the collective we, the cockroaches who are unable to think because they're just saying what the masses say.
86 on this boss also sucks.
86 on this box. I have no help for you. Let's hope your damage over time can do it, because this motherfucker regenerates.
I'm gonna cult this. I give negative 100% life regen.
Oh, that's so fucking hot. I should probably play a cultist one of these days.
Although I don't know how it's calculated. I don't know if that reduces it by 50% or if it just stops it entirely.
Knowing this game, it's a 50% reduction. Actually, knowing this game, it's probably not even a 50% reduction. That boss could have like 400% life regen, and then it's going to go from 400 to 300.
Either way, it's probably gonna suck some major ass.
I don't even want to tell you my damage numbers.
Oh, never mind. This is fine.
So this Charles Schwab guy, he believes that uniting the entire planet into one is the way to move forward for humans as a species. It'd be hubris of us to think that he's right or wrong, because that's such a complicated and big question that we cannot know that answer. It's hubris for him to think that he knows that answer and that that's the right way to go. But it would also be hubris of us as regular citizens to not think that's the right answer. And you can have your own personal opinions. But let's say you're on the opposite scale of this Charles Schwab fella. And you think that siloing individual cultures together is the way of the future instead of globalization. Don't bring everyone together as a one group. Keep people separated and people can run their own factions however they want. If you believe that to be the case and to be the truth, and you became a multi-billionaire with influence and power, you would use that influence and that power to see this world get fragmented and have each individual society maintain their own uniqueness. Just like Charles Schwab is using his considerable resources to manipulate politics to try to create a globalized world. The Great Reset is what some people call it. He calls it under the World Economic Forum. Well, it's not really a conspiracy theory. That's just what is happening. That's what he thinks is best. And for all we know, that is what's best. I personally disagree with it, but I don't have the level of hubris to dare think what is best for, I think we're at 8 billion people on this planet now. Maintaining 8 billion humans is a difficult task. And if you were to ask me, who has greater insight on how to maintain 8 billion people? Charles Schwab, who's been involved in some of the largest businesses and conglomerates in the world, or the consumer, who has not? Charles Schwab is probably more of an expert in this area. So in order to combat Charles Schwab, we need someone on equal footing of Charles Schwab. Elon Musk could be someone on equal footing as Charles Schwab. And I'm pretty sure Elon Musk disagrees with a lot of what Charles Schwab is trying to do. But the consumer here, I have my own opinions, but I lack the authority to trump what he is saying.
Cornix C says, what I have learned from living in the EU is that administration works best on a small scale. Small countries and regions can easily pass laws and enforce them and care for their people.
How does Ukraine feel about that right now? Nice little small country without a big defense being invaded by a larger country. Or Venezuela. Any of the African countries. One thing you're missing out of your statement. Small wealthy countries. Sure, a small wealthy country can do that.
Cornix C says, we are talking about administration, not warfare. WTF.
Do you think that administration has nothing to do with warfare? How are you going to handle your administration if you're being invaded?
My spirit is spent.
And if the world becomes a one world government, who's going to invade a one world government? There'll be no more wars, no more conflicts. Now granted, I'm against a one world government, but I don't have the hubris to say that that's not the right way to go for humanity. And a one world government, they would have full control and say-so for everything. So there would be no conflicts. Passing legislation would be easy. The EU's in a precarious position. Let's use Norway, for example. Norway gets the benefits that Norway gets because it's rich in oil. Very few things else. It's rich in oil and it doesn't really put up anything for its defense budget. So it can use those defense budgetaries towards its citizens, making the average citizen in Norway extremely wealthy. And they share that wealth across all the citizens of Norway. Now, they couldn't do that if it wasn't for the globalization of the military forces, primarily the US, that acts as the world protector for the EU and everywhere else. Also the world aggressor in a lot of cases, like when we invaded Iraq for Saudi Arabians who bombed our Twin Towers. We aggressed upon Iraq to fuel a industrial militarization complex. So these smaller nations only work well in the current society of larger nations. Historically, smaller nations have never fared well. Ever. It's only in modern times that wealthy, smaller nations can succeed. Zimbabwe, being a relatively smaller nation, proved that when they tried to manage their own currency and inflated it into the ground multiple times. And Norway would be very unsuccessful as a small nation if it wasn't sitting on fuck tons of oil. So it's more so about the wealth of a nation than anything else. A good exercise that everyone should partake in at some point in their life. Actually,
Isastick says, looking forward to the nerfs?
Oh, yes. I am looking forward to the nerfs. I'm not sure what they're going to nerf, but I'm very much looking forward to it. If I had my ideal, I should just make a video about it so people would actually see it instead of the, what, we got like 8 people here? Should make an actual video. I might. This will be my practice run for the video.
Says, they're nerfing the altar farming.
Altar farming? What the fuck is altar farming? Like, what's that lead mechanic? Can't think of the lead mechanic. Rituals? I don't know what altar farming is. Unless you mean the loot goblins.
Isastick says, the new Atlas stuff.
Oh. I never used it. I didn't know.
Isastick says, can't remember the name either.
Yeah, I never used it, so I'm not excited about it. Have to see what else they're nerfing. If I was to create an ideal nerf, this is how it would go. Nightblade support. Getting a cap on how much it can give crit multi. Basically leave it the same, just give it a cap. Physical melee weapons. Reducing the maximum amount of damage that they're allowed to do. So kind of nerfing all of the melee weapons on the very, very top end. Along with that, a massive buff to melee skills. Then removal of all sources of percent life damage over enemies.
Isastick says, good thing you're not too popular, yet. Or they'd listen.
No, I don't think GGG listens. GGG has made most of this game without much input from the fans. Maybe not without much input from the fans, but they seem to always do exactly what they want to do. Whatever the fans' opinions come second.
They do when removing fun.
The past like 6 leagues have been the funnest leagues I've ever played. So I don't really know. The only really thing I'm bitter about them removing is Cyclone. Not that it was removed, but it was nerfed into the ground to fucking shitholes. But it allowed me to play other builds, because I mostly just played Cyclone, and only Cyclone. So them nerfing it did make me expand my horizons. But if they did all that, I think it would solve a fuck ton of problems. But they're not gonna do that because that is a massive rework. Absolutely massive. Let's see, 1, 2, yeah, I think I'll go this way. I need I need accuracy before I can get that node. I'll go get it. Anything else they announced that they're nerfing?
Isastick says, love watching your weird builds BTW.
Thank you. I love building the weird builds. I like to delve into the areas that have been neglected by the meta. I find the meta to be great for people who want to play a specific way. They want maximum damage. They want to do all that kind of shit. And it's super great that they have a meta that they could follow. But I like to see how things are working. Like right now, I'm trying to see if I can get a two-handed bleed pop working. Because bleed is primarily used with this gladiator with doing dual wielding.
Isastick says, wish they would bring them up to PAR, it would be fun to try your crazy stuff with it actually doing well.
Yeah, I agreed. But I really do think it's the maximum damage of weapons that are really fucking everyone over. If we take this POE trade here and we go back to Calandra, we take a search here, hit this physical DPS.
Oh yeah, baby. Double delirious.
If you take this 800 DPS weapon
Isastick
here.
says, where are you from? You are online at some strange hours.
Pacific Northwest, Seattle area. Where are you from to think that I am on in some weird hours?
I can't do this just yet.
It actually worked.
Isastick says,
Colorado,
Colorado, LOL.
Yeah, that's
Frank and Pope
and I
said
put it down to
UU.be
20%.
this guy talks more about the entertainment industry.
I do talk a lot about the entertainment industry. I want to do a entire channel just simply about consuming media in all of its forms. Not just media. Everything. I want to talk about everything that I consume. Debating on doing... I do a high-end vibe with my wife. We get high on Fridays and we watch movies. I'm debating doing like a recording of that because it gets pretty fucking wild. And all the shit that we eat. Because shit's very different when you're high and you're eating and you got the munchies. Might do a high munchy tier list. YouTube hates it. I'll never become popular probably because of it. The only way I'll become popular doing this kind of a thing is if I grow a fan base that follows me on this journey.
Says, I bet that would be fun, but I'm not into that.
Yeah, I wasn't either, especially the smoking. I really hated the smoking it. But they made it legal here in Washington. And I gave it a shot at the ripe old age of 35 for the very first time. And kind of enjoyed myself. So every Friday I take a little bit of marijuana edibles. Makes me extremely hungry.
I can't do to clearance stuff.
Can't do to clear... Oh, shit, yeah. Yep. That'll happen. Get a military job or any type of construction job or heavy machinery job. I've always had massive insomnia. Probably for my odd hours that you're talking about. And nothing is, well, not nothing. I took some highfalutin, actually, I'm gonna let my brother do that. Sleep medication that put me right the fuck out, but it was a weird kind of out. I was awake for about 10 minutes, still talking, but I was asleep. So people would record me and I'd say the fucking wildest shit and not have any clue what the fuck I was saying for about 10 minutes before I zonked out. One time I started talking about the best belt materials and how tight my belt was, and I couldn't loosen it. And I was completely gone. Had no clue what the fuck I was saying. And so after that, I was like, that's it. No more sleep medication there. So, not medical marijuana, but just some basic edibles, and I passed right out. Best sleep I ever get in my life. And from a safety profile, marijuana is probably one of the more safe drugs on the planet. There's been no known case of people dying from ingesting marijuana, like overdosing or any of that. You can get high and then wreck your car and be an idiot and die while high, but it's not the actual weed that does the killing. Can't say the same for alcohol or tobacco. Says current evidence.
My spirit is spent.
New evidence could come out, especially now that it's being more popularized.
Isastick says, I'm not against it, just can't be for it ATM.
Oh, it's perfectly fine to be against it too. There's plenty of arguments against it and for it. That's why I fucking love America. Land of the free allows people to be both against it and for it. People that want to partake can, people that don't need to. Another good thing about America is federalism. We were talking about globalization and how Charles Schwab thinks the world should be globalized. I disagree, but I'm not really in a position of authority to try to refute a claim from someone like Charles Schwab. But the federalist system in America allows individual states to experiment.
Isastick says, yeah, but a lot of things are only bad because of the idiots doing it.
True. And that's a fantastic conversation. As a nation, should we allow idiots to be idiots? I personally think it should be okay to allow idiots to be idiots. You can't really stop an idiot. Idiot's gonna idiot. And so when idiots do dumb shit, I don't think non-idiots should be penalized for it. But one of the great systems of America is states can try their own shit. Right now, California's, trying this homeless population
Isastick
thing.
says, Murphy's Law.
Shit. Murphy's Law, indeed. California's trying this 16% state income tax, let homeless people run everywhere policy, while in contrast, Florida's trying a 0% income tax, let business thrive, and we'll see who does better. Other states will take note and say, okay, well, Florida's doing something here that seems to be working. California's doing something here that doesn't seem to be working. Let's not adopt those Californian policies, and let's choose to adopt these Floridian policies. Now, those are difficult to see on our time scale, but over 30 years, those things can become apparent. You can see what works and what doesn't work. Short-sightedness, primarily caused by our rapid election seasons, makes it a little difficult to kind of see the forest for the trees in that regard. But you can generally start to see what works and what doesn't with this system we got set up with states' rights.
My spirit is spent.
I think Colorado is one of the first places to legalize marijuana. I don't know the impacts that it has had on that state, but it's influenced other states to do the same action. So I imagine at minimum, they've made some pretty good tax revenue. Maybe not. But I'd like to think that they did.
Isastick says, OMG, if anything it made a ton of people move here, it's crazy.
Yeah, that's good and bad. Good for e-commerce, good for business, good for people making money. Bad for people who wanted a smaller, more close-knit community. I imagine you could probably still find those, you just gotta move a little farther out from the burbs. Definitely gonna keep Colorado as a blue stronghold with that. Which I don't understand. I guess it's the religious right that's still probably against drugs. I come from a long line of what
Isastick says, almost double the value of my house. I liked it before though.
Well, the doubling value of your house, probably not due to the marijuana, that's due to the inflation. Houses up here have doubled. I don't own a house, but if I did, it would be probably triple. Especially if I'd have bought in Snoqualmie, a nicer area over here in the Seattle area. My ex-coworker's house, she paid $700,000 for it, and she just sold it for 1.6. And she only owned it for like 4 years. So 700,000 to 1.6 million in 4 years. Then she just bought another. She sold hers for 1.6, then bought one for 1.8. I think she's an idiot, but her and her husband both make more than 200,000 a pop. So they're doing quite well for themselves. So they can afford to do that kind of shit.
I can't do this just yet.
Isastick says, damn, can't complain. Or can you? The inflation is definitely real.
All depends on your positioning. Poor people are gonna get fucked. If you're in a good position, like you said, you own a house, inflation's good for you. Inflation's always been good for the rich. People that own assets instead of dollars. But poor people, they can never own assets. They typically only own dollars. So they get less and less. Difficult to say.
Isastick says, well, the bank owns the house, not me.
No, the bank owns your loan and the house, but you took a loan out for X amount of dollars, and now the house is worth more than X. So anything that's above what your loan is now your money. So the bank's ownership of it's kind of only technically ownership. I guess the same's true. You kind of only technically own it too. So if you were to sell your house right now, you're up. So everything, once you paid off your mortgage, assuming you didn't get boned on your mortgage, as soon as you pay off your mortgage, everything else is gravy.
Godslayer.
But there is a great risk to buying a house. I'm gonna go run this Maven invitation. Probably get my ass kicked, but...
Isastick says, yeah, everything is so expensive though that moving may not be worth it.
Yeah, definitely not to buy at the moment. You'd want to move and rent till the housing market bottoms out. Never mind, I didn't have to do a Maven, just had to hand it to him. Yeah, if I owned a house, I would have sold already before the interest rate hikes. About 8 months ago was peak time to sell. I would have sold for a fuck ton more than what my house is worth, and then I would have just rented till the housing market crash, which is bound to come once the well, they have to crash the housing market before the Federal Reserve reduces interest rates. They're not going to stop with this quantitative tightening until the housing market crashes. The housing market needs to crash, the stock market needs to crash, so they can get this extra money that they printed into the system. They need to get that out of the system property values, asset
Isaac
values.
says, I've been saying that for a year now. Wife doesn't want to move though. Happy wife, happy life.
There's two ways to look at a house. A place you live, which is probably the healthiest way to look at it. You buy a house to live in the house, in which case there's no reason for you even to look at the value of your house. No reason to look at the value of other houses. You're in your house, you love your house, live there forever. And that's a perfectly healthy and happy way to look at it. And then you can look at it from an investment standpoint. If you're trying to do like house grinding and hustle culture, trying to maximize your profits at all ends and all aspects, you can see your house as a piece of property. And when's the best time to sell and when's the best time to move.
Spirit is spent.
If you like your house, you like your neighborhood, you like your location, there's no reason to sell. Even though the housing prices are fucking bonkers and a housing crash is coming, after that housing crash is also going to be another housing rise. So in 20 years, you're going to be in just as good a position if you plan to stay there for 20 years. The problem lies is if you get forced out of your house early, and then you don't get to sell under optimal conditions. Oh my god, my damage is so bad.
Ooh, fragments. I think that can have an offering in it.
Me not having children, if I owned a house, I definitely would have sold it. Kids makes everything a little more complicated because they have schools and shit. But there's also no way to know exactly how shit's gonna go.
Isaac says, did you get unlimited figured out with Xfinity?
I fucking tried. Apparently my wife opened the Xfinity account, and I don't have access to modify anything. She's totally forgotten her account, so she's gonna have to go into the store, which is a bit of a difficult burden for me to try to force her. But we're already at 88% full out of our 1.2 terabytes for this month. And here I am dual streaming. Ooh, 12% life regeneration. Too bad I haven't got the movement speed, but I'll keep them for a little bit.
Isaac says, that's a pain. I had to go to unlimited for work.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go to unlimited as well. Wife works from home and I do video games. I've made a banging living here playing video games. 28 smackaroonies. Me playing video games, it's not my financial or career goal. I'm just doing it because
Isaac says, gotta start somewhere.
Yeah, I guess. I would love to do it. And if it works out, it works out. But I'm not planning on it.
POE is probably not the best game for it, though.
Unfortunately, I got pigeonholed into POE, but POE is not where I want to be. The name consumer, I want to do everything I consume. Which includes POE. I pay POE every league, so I'll be doing a little bit of content here and there. But YouTube really hates people to have multiple styles on a single channel. So I mean, I guess I could start another channel, but getting a channel to get to 1,000 subscribers is fucking grueling.
Isaac says, yeah, they don't like variety.
Yeah, they want you to highly specialize into one particular thing. So they can say, the people that watch this guy's channel, they watch finance, so you can advertise to them. But if they're like, the people that watch this guy's channel, we have no fucking clue what they want. We have no clue who they are. And that's not what YouTube wants. I mean, I did a consumer morning video today, and I think it's got like 80 views. Just basically a recap of what I do when I wake up in the morning. Checking stocks. Why am I all by myself? I can't do anything.
Hail, Godslayer.
But a bunch of people have been laid off. I quit my job like a year ago. I've just been fucking chilling. Taking a little sabbatical. Been working for like 20 years straight. Decided I'd take some time, play some video games, relax before I end up just working and then dying. My dad just retired at 70 and immediately had a heart attack right after retirement. He's probably only got a couple years left to live. So he basically worked until he died, and that's kind of a depressing thought for me. So I want to take a little time off while I'm still young enough to enjoy the time off. A bunch of people just got fired at Twitter, at Amazon, at Google, at Meta, and they're all applying for the exact same jobs I'm applying for. And those bad boys got those big high-end positions on their titles. Me getting a job over them is going to be very difficult. So I'm just going to fucking probably wait it out for a little bit. Let all those fuckers suck up the jobs. And then once all those fuckers get employed, then I can swoop in and get some kind of dog shit job.
Isastick says, if you're in a position to take a break, it can be really nice. I'm the only one working in my family, so I don't get a choice. Enjoy it while you can.
I'm definitely enjoying it. You see me playing POE right now? Having a good old fucking time. I intend to enjoy it.
Godslayer.
There we go. Now I'm getting some accuracy. Gotta get that accuracy above life, though. Where do I want to go in at? Not Harbinger. I guess I can go in at Essence right here, or... Oh, Sacred Grove. I'm gonna go in at Sacred Grove. Get that middle area. Yeah, I'm just letting my brother fucking carry me. He's doing all the damage. I'm just running around with my 4,900 damage on my
Isastick says,
attack.
So I saw you play League of Losers. You play it much?
No, not really. I'm sure you noticed that from my gameplay. I mostly just play ARAM with my older brother. Right now I'm playing POE with my younger brother. And my older brother, he mostly just plays League of Legends. He's probably on right now. I've never been a tryhard. I did a little bit when I first got started because I just liked the game so much. I decided to see where I can go. Got to Gold 2. And since I worked a full-time job, as high as I can get.
You only play games while you're recording?
No.
Or in your off time?
In my off time, I play games. I've only been recording since, like, July, I think. This league's Path of Exile was the first Path of Exile video I made. I mostly usually just play without recording. But, I kept trying to get my little brother, who's with me right here, to play, because he's also without a job, and he's significantly better than me at this game, as you can see. He's a little more shy, and doesn't really like to talk, and I fucking like to hear the sound of my own voice, so I was like, fuck it, if you're not going to make a YouTube channel, I will. And it's just so easy to hit record. You just open OBS, and you hit stream, and then you play your game like normal, and you chat with cool people like yourself on the internet. So I figure I might as well just fucking do it. It's not hard, just hit record. Doesn't cost you anything, except for, when you run out of data. So I said, fuck it. Started the consumer channel. Started doing just TV show and movie reviews, because I don't feel that people talk about TV shows and movies in the way that I would like them to be talked about. Like when I want to watch a movie, I kind of like to know a little bit more about how the movie's gonna feel. Is it a masculine movie? Is it a feminine movie? Is it super woke? Do I have to pay attention? Is it a serious movie? Is it a light movie? So I try to make my own little review scores, taking those into account.
Isaac says, what kind of movies do you watch?
Usually it's very serious movies. Shawshank Redemption is my all-time favorite movie. I also like Schindler's List, Fight Club, River Runs Through It, Legends of the Falls, Interview with the Vampire, Magnolia. Then I like some of the superhero movies. Iron Man 1 is a perfect movie in every way, shape, and form. I'm, like 40 years old, so I watched a lot of the movies from the 90s. Which is all those movies I just talked about. I like those a lot. I just watched Barbarian. That was a good movie. Right here. Horror movie. It was pretty excellent. I liked it a lot. Basically, the answer is I watch all the movies. Basically, all the movies. Little Snobster.
Andre Kozma says, yeah, you are right. You have quite a different view on things, kind of deep but also relaxed and funny without trying. Hope your channel grows, man. Isaac says, I'm 36, I like watching the older ones as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of wise beyond my years. Growing up, I had 2 older brothers, and most of my friends were older by quite a lot. And then at the age of 21, I had a nice little bout of organ failure, and kind of had to alter who I was as a person a little bit, going from kind of a jock, athletic, outdoorsy guy to more of a reserved, nerdy guy. And because I had these tubes sticking out of my chest, so I couldn't really do what I normally did. And I had something called post-traumatic growth. It's kind of like post-traumatic stress. It allowed me to grow as a person significantly faster than I otherwise would have. Which allows me insights into a lot of different aspects I probably wouldn't have otherwise had. Which gives me a chilled and relaxed demeanor over a lot of issues. Because after your kidneys shut down and you almost die, a lot of things are a lot less serious in life. Oh, shit. Kind of get a better grasp on what's important. Along with a huge dose of humility. Being a man, you always kind of feel invincible. At least I did at 21. In absolute peak conditioning. Running a mile in 5 minutes and 50 seconds, which isn't that great, but it was pretty good for me.
Isaac says, it changes what you think is important in life.
That it does. That it does. On top of that, it allows you to broaden your horizon. God fucking damn. Broaden your horizons a little bit.
Isaac says, you have kids?
No, don't children.
Okay. Group. I'm just happy to try and avoid them.
I do not intend to have children because I probably won't live very long. With the old kidney failure at 21, I have to take immunosuppressants every day. And the largest side effect of immunosuppressants is obviously a reduced immune system. And your immune system is required to prevent things like cancers. So the odds of me dying from leukemia at like 45, just like that girl from Supernatural just did, died of leukemia at 47.
It's crazy how much going from like 80% to 96% makes a difference.
the odds of me dying are pretty high. Basically any day now. Well, extremely low, but higher than most. So I didn't really want to have kids with that being a fact. And my mother-in-law got Alzheimer's at 55, so my wife is absolutely terrified of getting Alzheimer's. So she also does not want kids.
I can't do this just yet.
Or at least chooses not to have kids based on the circumstances. We both kind of want kids, but it's just kind of best not to have them. I used to be quite snobby and arrogant in my teens and 20s. Came from a small town, and I was pretty much better than everyone in the small town, in a way or two.
Isastick says, I can understand that. They're a blessing and a curse even without health problems.
My spirit is spent.
It wouldn't be the health problems like not me.
This is some like
high
grade farming right here.
It does feel like greater farming. It's that I wouldn't want my kids to not have parents. I wouldn't want to bring a kid in this world and both me and my wife die and the kid's abandoned all by himself. And there's 8 billion humans on the planet. Other people can have kids. Like all of my other siblings who all have like 5 to 10 kids. Just trying to balance it out a little. But growing up in my younger years, I was pretty arrogant. Used to think that whatever I thought was true and whatever I thought was right. That kind of helped me get out of that mindset. That could just be age, naturally. Allows me to see things outside of what I could normally see in the past. Prime example is the Federal Reserve. Used to be very against the Federal Reserve. Still against it now, but I understand that I might be wrong. And that ever since the instantiation of the Federal Reserve, the world has done nothing but progress. I'm gonna let you finish that map by yourself. Fuck that shit. And the Federal Reserve might have played a role in that. So the Federal Reserve could very well be a force of good in the world. Villainized for the fact that the world is chaotic just in general. I personally don't believe that, but I'm open to the idea. Far more so than I used to be.
Isastick says, I understand that as well. My biggest fear is leaving my kids without a father.
Yeah, that's a pretty real fear. Pretty real fear.
Godslayer, good day.
If you've ever met anyone who's been fatherless, leaves a mark, a stink on them that they can never get rid of.
Andre Kozma says, I see, didn't know about your past condition, sorry to hear that. But, as far as I can see, has made you a better man. It's still a delicate silver line you walk between being too sarcastic and wise.
Part of that post-traumatic growth is the understanding that you can never know any path other than the path you've taken. So if I'm a better man, that is not something I can know, because I don't know what I would have been otherwise. There's only this one path that I've taken. Anything else is not really relevant, because it cannot be calculated. It's impossible, nearly impossible, to know whether you've made a correct decision or not, or an incorrect decision or not, because there is no way to look at the branching paths within your life.
My spirit is...
If I can go back and change it, I would definitely go back and change it. I mean, having working organs is probably a pretty goddamn good thing. But I might be in a far worse place. Might not have gotten the jobs I've gotten, opportunities I've gotten. It's impossible to know. Oh, that's the guild stash, not the heist stash. So with that, I've learned pretty well to make a decision and not really fret too much about it after I've made it and done it. Don't really think too much about the past on whether I made the right decision or not. This decision's made, you can't really go back on it. Unless you can go back on it, then obviously you think about it more. For instance, I quit my job last November to enjoy a little bit of life. And since then, the economy's kind of gone to shit. Inflation's gone to shit. And I'm draining money a little faster than I would have liked to.
What did you do for work?
Business intelligence analyst. Database administrator. Business analyst. All that kind of shit. Mostly wrote SQL code. Pretty goddamn good at writing SQL code. And I could sit around debating on whether I made the right decision or not. Or I can just proceed with the future, knowing that I can't change the past. And even if I could change the past, I don't know what the future outcome would be. Yeah, an opportunity arose for me to quit, so I quit.
Trial.
Bunch of my other team members quit. Manager quit. The company I was working for was purging money like no one's business.
I can't do this just yet.
So it's just a good way to get out. And I worked there for 10 years. Doesn't look very good on your resume to work at the exact same place for too long. And 10 years is too long. I'm gonna pick a different video. Someone recommended me this guy. Seems like a conspiracy theorist, but oh, here we go. Here's him talking. I can't understand what Charles Schwab says because of his thick German accent. Does he start all of his videos with...
Have you seen the lines of cars stretching for blocks, in some cases for miles, waiting to get gas?
I have seen the pictures,
and you cannot
but you have imported more oil than any time in the past.
Well, not recently we haven't.
You have?
You mean we are still importing more oil than we were, let's say, in September? Do you believe that?
I can't say for sure. But what is certain is that you are not importing less.
Than we were importing last September, then this whole thing is a fraud?
You know that ships are changing their destinations 2 or 3 times in the oceans? You sell the oil for a certain destination and it ends up somewhere else?
What you seem to be saying is that there is some fraud involved, or that there is something going on.
My spirits are spent.
That doesn't meet the eye.
Oh, something is going on for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. What an interesting show we have today. We'll be talking to Elon Musk and Twitter, manufactured heroes. Some of the things I'm seeing are quite ridiculous. Apparently, billionaire globalists who want to put brain chips are going to rescue us from billionaire globalists and his friends Rupert Murdoch and Heinz Kissinger. We're going to talk about many issues, especially the US and the world economy, and who's making the US economy scream. For those of you old enough, you'll know that's how Heinz Kissinger described Chile when he said, "Make the economy scream." We'll talk Kanye West, including up the teaming up with other wealthy dissidents, you know, those wealthy billionaire dissidents, who may make a financial platform, because when you're breaking up the United States, first do it in cyberspace, then do it in real life. We'll, of course, be talking Ukraine and the armaments industry. We'll talk fuel shortages. Oh my gosh, we've run out of diesel fuel. How could we do this? Make the economy
I
scream,
like that he's not
baby.
pro-Elon.
We'll talk oxytocin bonding, trauma-based collective mind control. We'll talk Chile, Kissinger, Allende, Pinochet, and Kissinger stating all that he said. Is it bad enough? When will you move on Allende?
I can't
Pinochet
do this
said,
just yet.
It's not bad enough yet. That's from the memoir of Heinz Kissinger. Ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting time. My name is Brendan Lee O'Connell. I'm an Australian citizen on the run. 3 warrants for his arrest. My UN refugee document is below. A lot of people got a lot of things to say. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. we're more than a reaction channel here, ladies and gentlemen, my friends on Patreon. Otherwise, we like to share stuff and bring you the big picture and exactly what's going on in this crazy manufactured hero world. Before moving on, let's have a word from our sponsor, the man we know and love, BB.
None of these for sale. I have no clue what to price it.
Cyber is a real domain of power. And cyber is a real domain of power.
I have, of course, been
Oh, don't leave me hanging.
immensely hilarious what's been going on in these very serious times. But, ladies and gentlemen, the date today is the 29th of October 2022. It is 5:37 p.m. Saturday. Sorry, I've been a little tardy, but if you go to my Patreon,
You ain't linking anything.
a week or two earlier. Plus, I do Patreon-only videos. We're Patreon now.
How do I talk to the guild again?
Patreon. I will be getting my own
Oh, there it
stuff
is.
later on, but for
Drop
now,
down
it's
box.
all I've got as I set myself up in a foreign country. Ladies and gentlemen, Elon Musk. Sometimes I don't know where to begin with the craziness that's going on.
I have no clue how to link it. It's like not working. It's Control
For some reason, Elon
Alt,
Musk
right?
decided to buy a $6 billion company for $44 billion.
Isa Stick says,
None of that is
Control
how's
Alt
Delhi
F2.
everywhere? I heard last time it was broken.
Elon Musk is a well-known
Isa Stick says,
globalist, a front man for technology transfer to Israel.
It's difficult.
My spirit is spent.
It's definitely difficult. I don't know what broken means. I don't think it's broken. It seems to be working. It's just hard.
Was that changed in this league?
It was not. Not that I'm aware of, but it is popular.
Isa Stick says, I heard it was 100% by Brutus or something.
I don't know the exact details of how delirium everywhere works. I think it's just random. So I think you can get 100% on Brutus. But mine was not 100% on Brutus. I was able to kill Brutus pretty easily. Mobs leading up to Brutus gave me a bit of a hassle. I'm gonna try 30 Chaos.
Andre Kozma says, it was random last time, now
Ready
it's
for a
toned
trial?
way down in the
I mean,
campaign.
a labyrinth.
Give me a minute to craft some of my gear.
I can't do this just yet.
Shit, I don't even need purity of elements. Actually, yeah, I'll do that. Why not?
Didn't even realize they made that into a craft. Or maybe it's always been a craft.
I think I saw it for my first time this league as well.
I can't do this just yet. My spirit is spent.
I should be ready.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
Oh no.
Bleed flask.
I think I just ran out of flask and I didn't realize it.
Well, try not to waste it. I don't have the damage for this. I mean, I guess you could always buy a goddess.
I checked earlier, there wasn't shit for sale.
I guess it is day one.
And there's probably not a lot of people playing.
Yeah, probably not. Definitely not too many people watching today. So this league didn't have the same popularity as the... Oh shit, I forgot to hit the button. Yeah, there's probably not that many people playing, because there's not that many people watching. Doesn't seem this league had the same popularity as the other ones.
Should have saved that for tomorrow. I'm too tired.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
I'll check you later.
Later. Those bleep pops are kind of shit.
Stay the course.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
Forget your freedom. By the goddess, what ambition.
This ain't gonna be fun. This ain't gonna be fun. I got that mana regen. She got life tap for that movement skill.
A worthy opponent.
Didn't even see I was on some fucking saws. Almost died from some saws. Can I go through this way? Because I don't want to walk all the way around.
I can't do this just yet.
No, I cannot walk through that way.
My spirit is spent.
Pretty shit layout, too. Never once noticed this thing over here in the corner. I have a 2-player debuff. Even though there's only 1 player. Here we go. Fucking another 5-minute battle, 10-minute battle here. Assuming I survive.
Alex Ionut says, yeah, if more than one person enters the lab and then they leave, the party modifier stays.
I see that. Well, they fucking died.
Andrew Widgeon says, no delirium in Isaro fight scammed.
Thank God. Oh my fucking lordy lord. I literally died from not putting life tap on my fucking Frostblink. I was nowhere near ready fighting that. That was my brother's thing. He found the eye. Kind of loot. I got no chaos. I have no way to buy a better weapon. I'm stuck at 4 links. Might as well at least buy that life tap. Life tap, life tap. Link it up. Link it up. Oh, 4 link in 1 try. Life tap. Frostblink. What else do I want? Have life tap. Let's give, where's my steel skin? Let's put steel skin on life tap. Let's see what happens if I run without purity of elements. 2. Do a pride and grace combo.
Andrew Widgeon says, is this SSF or trade?
Trade. But they're not in a trade. I bought this axe for 7C, thinking it would enable some power. So let's take a look here. Let's do two-handed axe. Two-handed axe. Hit that search. Hit that physical deeps. Yeah, not a lot out there. $400 DPS is the max at the moment. 456 for 20C. But that ain't, it's got that attack speed, which is kind of useless for what I'm trying to go for. Yeah, not too much I can do. Just gotta farm and farm and farm. And get nothing. Time to run my one map. See how good I do on my own. Had my brother leveling for me the whole time. Seems to be good enough for this low level of maps. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need that Purity of Elements right back on. Right off, Purity of Elements on. Don't cover me in tar. You're dead. Yeah, he was dead. Well, actually, I think it's Maverick of Wall Street time. I don't know how to use this when it's collapsed. Like, there we go. My man, tell me what's good.
All right.
Today is Monday, November 21st, and this is a recap for the stock market activities today. And folks, I got a good one for you tonight, and we start with the breaking news and the most important business news in the world. The coup at Disney. You see, the business news media and CNBC especially, they're obsessed with two guys, Jamie Dimon and Bob Iger. They cream their pants over these two guys. If they interview Jamie Dimon or Jamie Dimon says something, that's all you're gonna hear all day long. Jamie Dimon said this. Jamie Dimon did that. Did you see my interview with Jamie Dimon? Oh, Bob Iger woke up in the morning today. Wow. And today was one of those days because we have a coup at Disney where Bob Iger came back and asked the old CEO, Bob, whatever the hell his name is. And of course they say it's because Disney got too woke and the consumer doesn't like it anymore. I don't know about any of that. All I know is the stock price is down big, and that's a major problem for Disney. And therefore, Bob Iger came back. And we have some sort of a rebellion here where the executives who were loyal to the ex-CEO are leaving the company, and we're seeing this is happening in Twitter too. But if you think that this is a buying opportunity for Disney, forget about it, because in the morning Jim Cramer gave it the kiss of death by suggesting that everybody has to buy Disney stock. So you know what you should do. You short Disney, and that's that. But let me tell you something about Bob Iger, because when I used to live in LA and I wanted to be a writer, I wanted to be in the biz, as they say, everybody talked about Bob Iger as this holy figure, and people would say, can you believe who I saw today? Bob Iger. I saw Bob Iger, and he's tall and tan, as if they've seen Jesus. And I was wondering what the fuss is all about, so one day I was at the coffee shop, and guess who I saw? Bob Iger. He was alone, and he was kind of disoriented, kind of confused, and the guy was shorter than me, so I don't know what's the whole, oh, he's tall and big, all about. But to his credit, he got a beautiful tan, and that's what Disney executives do. They tan all day. But I miss the old days of Michael Eisner when Disney executives used to do blow and bang hookers. And this whole Disney organization, it's an evil organization. Don't let Mickey Mouse fool you. That's just for show. But in reality, this company spends tens of millions of dollars in corrupting elections and making our lives more miserable. But on the other hand, they got great fireworks. So that's that. But the bottom line is we're not buying the pump in Disney. We're actually shorting the pump in Disney because this thing is trash and it's going to go down. So what are we buying, Maverick? How about nothing? How about it's Thanksgiving week? We have low volume. How about don't gamble? I mean, I like to save my pies for Thanksgiving instead of eating them right now. But I did one trade today, which is, we talked about it last night, JWN Nordstrom. You buy a call spread. It cost about 20 cents a piece, and I couldn't resist that. And another stock that I'm really liking these days is CAG Conagra, because that's a recession kind of stock, and I'm falling in love with it. And now that I said that, watch out how the stock is going to crash tomorrow. But all joking aside, this is my new SLB, Schlumberger. Remember when I talked about this name, and then next thing you know, it shot up higher by 40%? I'm not saying Conagra is going to do that because it's an old school name, it's stable, steady Eddie, it's a low beta stock. And I know what you're going to say, but Maverick, what about Schlumberger? It was down 7% in the morning. Yeah, but then it shot up higher. It almost closed at the flat line. Now, there was a little bit of fake news in the morning regarding oil. We're going to talk about this in the commodities coverage. But yesterday, we talked in details about something really important that's happening in the stock market right now, which is the recession theme. It appears to me that the market is now realizing that it doesn't matter if the Fed is going to raise interest rates by 50 or 25. All of that doesn't matter because the recession is going to happen. And the market is now shifting to the recession theme. Now, I'm not going to burn all of what we talked about in last night's video because it was a members only video, but I'm going to give you a little teaser here. We talked about how the market is shifting from one theme to the other, at least it appears so for now. It's not definitive. We're not making major decisions based on that, but even today, the theme in the market was a recession theme. You see, in the inflation theme, the leaders were energy, materials, value, consumer staples, and the laggards were technology, the high beta names, the RKK types, the cyclical types. But in a recession theme, the number one sector to short is energy. And therefore I say I'm still bullish energy because we have no definitive conclusion for now that the market is shifting from an inflation theme to a recession theme yet. But I'm also being careful that if the market indeed shifts from the inflation theme to the recession theme, energy is not going to do pretty good. and therefore I have a lot of put options on my holdings. And the names and the sectors that do pretty good in a recession theme happen to be healthcare, utilities. I forgot to add utilities yesterday, but consumer defensives, names such as Conagra, Mondelez, PepsiCo, Kellogg's, you know the deal, along with tobacco, alcohol, and fast food. And guess which names were leading the gains last week and today? The recession theme kind of names. And this is really, really terrifying. If the market believes that we're heading into a recession theme, then it doesn't matter if yields are going down. It doesn't matter if the dollar is going down. They're going down for the wrong reasons, folks. They're not going down because inflation is cooling down and the economy is going to have a soft landing. They're going down as a prediction of the upcoming recession, which is going to be extremely severe. So all of a sudden, when you hear the headlines of all of these Fed zombies coming out of the woodwork and saying, hey, folks, calm down. You're overdoing it with being too cautious in the market. When just a couple of weeks ago, they were coming out warning the market of doing the opposite, meaning overreacting to the CPI, assuming that inflation has indeed peaked and it's about to go down and the Fed will ease and everybody's going to live happily ever after. So why the change in tone right now? Because the Fed realizes that the market is now shifting from the inflation theme to the recession theme. The market doesn't care anymore. At least it appears so for now, whether the Fed in December is going to raise rates by 75 or 50, which was the most important thing the market is concentrating on just a few weeks ago. Now, it's no longer the focus. So all of a sudden you have these Fed zombies, such as Mr. from Cleveland, coming out saying she supports smaller rate hikes in December. Boystick came out last week and said we should do one smaller rate hike and then we're done. The zombie from San Francisco, Daly, she came out today and said that financial markets are acting like interest rates are much higher than they actually are. In other words, why aren't you people buying the dip? When last week she came out and said, oh, it's too premature to think about a pause, as to warn market participants not to overdo it with the rally.
Trying to give
why
me a
the
6
shift
link
in
while this
tone,
video
folks?
plays.
Are you noticing this or not? All of a sudden, you got the Wall Streeters coming out, such as Jeremy Siegel, the good professor from Wharton, and he says the market is going to surge by 20% next year. Even the King of Bears, Mike Wilson from Morgan Stanley, he came out and said that next year the bear market is going to end and it's going to be a terrific buying opportunity. All of a sudden, they're all shifting their tones. And let's look for the but here. I'm not talking about the butt cheeks. I'm talking about the word but. B-U-T. Morgan Stanley Chief Investment Officer Mike Wilson has made a name for himself with some offbeat yet prescient stock market forecasts over the past few years. And now, despite consistent recession predictions from economists, Wall Street's top strategist says stocks are in the final stages of the bear market. And again, we're looking for the but. It's not here yet. Mike Wilson adds, we're going to make a new low sometimes in the first quarter. That will be terrific buying opportunity, Wilson told CNBC in a Sunday interview. Here it is, but before anyone rushes out to buy stocks, Wilson also warns that the last few months of the bear market will be turbulent, to say the least. And of course, this is Mike's insurance policy. In case the bear market doesn't end next year, it gets uglier, he comes out and says, yeah, I told you it might get turbulent. And since we're talking about Morgan Stanley also says that the tech layoffs that we've been hearing about so far, they're not a canary in the coal mine for the U.S. labor market. Relax. We're not going to see mass layoffs or anything like that. And folks, once again, why all of a sudden the shift in tone? Why is it that all of these Fed zombies coming out right now and actually reassuring the market? And a few weeks ago, they were warning the market not to fight them. Why is it that all of these strategists, all of a sudden, even the bearish ones, they're coming out and saying, oh, the bear market's going to end. We're really near the end right now. Oh, inflation already peaked. Inflation is going to go down. And this is a terrific buying opportunity. Why the shift in tone? The answer to that is they panicked. Once they realized that the market is now shifting strategies from the inflation theme all the way to the recession theme, which means we're going to see a massive leg down, we're going to see stagnation in the stock market, and these boring healthcare, consumer defensives, tobacco, fast food, alcohol, these are the only stocks that are going to perform under these conditions. And now all of a sudden they're coming out and reassuring the market. And look, folks, nobody knows whether inflation has peaked or not. Here's an example, a prediction from UBS for the inflation rate in 2020. And they predicted last year that by this time this year, the inflation rate would be at around 3%. We know that this is not even remotely close at all. But here's the thing. Inflation will go down, at least mathematically speaking. What am I talking about? You ever heard about the base effects? Meaning you can have the same inflation reading
this year and next year, let's say 5%. But you have to pin it against last year's reading. So if this year's reading is 5%, but last year's reading is 2%, the difference is 3%. That is the base impact. But if you have a reading of 5% last year and another reading of 5% this year, the base impact is 0, even though inflation is going higher, not going down. But the Fed will immediately declare mission accomplished and inflation has been defeated. But here's the problem. That's not going to help the stock market. That's not going to help the economy, because the damage to the heart of the American economy, the consumer, is permanent, and the damage did not go away because of mathematical formulas in the reading of inflation. The consumer will still be paying higher rent, higher prices at the grocery store. Their wages will be stagnant and fall behind. And the end result of all of that is stagnation in the economy. And oh, by the way, there are layoffs that we're going to see. In other words, it doesn't matter if we see inflation going down or not, because let's say by May of next year, it will be really hard to defeat the base impacts from this year, because the reading of May this year was 9%. The likelihood is next year it's not going to be even close to 9%. It's going to be below 9%. And the Fed is going to declare mission accomplished, it's over, but the damage to the economy will be here, and the consumer will not be able to re-stimulate the economy anymore. And the end result of all of that is a recession. And the market is now seeing this ahead of time. No wonder why they're coming out of the woodworks right now and reassuring the market that, hey, you're acting as if interest rates are much higher than they already are. The shift in tone is really important. It's happening because the market realizes that the recession is now in the bag. And let me remind you with the words of Jerome Powell from last year, because this snake kind of let it out, accidentally perhaps, but this is what he said. Take a look.
The concept of transitory is really this. It is that the increases will happen. We're not saying they will reverse. That's not what transitory means. It means that the increases in prices will happen, so there will be inflation, but that the process of inflation will stop, so that there won't be further. When we think of inflation, we really think of inflation going up year upon year upon year upon year. That's inflation. When you have inflation for 12 months or whatever it may be, I'm just taking an example and not making an estimate, then you have a price increase, but you don't have an inflation process. And so part of that just is that if it doesn't affect longer term inflation expectations, then it's very likely not to affect the process of inflation going forward. So what I mean by transitory is just something that doesn't leave a permanent mark on the inflation process. Again, I don't mean that producers are going to take those price increases back. That's not the idea. It's just that they won't go on indefinitely.
In other words, we are going to see inflation cooling down on paper, but in reality, prices are not going to go down. In other words, this inflation will leave permanent damage to the spending power of the consumer, to the standard of living of Americans, and this will cause a prolonged recession. So this fantasy that somehow the reading of inflation will go down, and here we go again, the stock market shoots up higher, and the economy recovers like nothing happened. This is a fantasy. And market bulls must be warned that if you're concentrating on the pace of